Okay. Hell. Okay. Alright, let's just get down to business on this. Oh, wait. Sending data.
An important part of citing sources. I'll select Acknowledge Grammarly Gen AI Use. And just like that, I can be transparent about showing any AI prompts I use to improve my work. And if I use ChatGPT, I can also...
Shut up. Okay, so as far as I see it, let's get some drawing out of the way, and then we'll do some reactions, and then after that, or maybe I can kill two birds with one stone.
Ryo. Dang, text to speech not working.
What do you mean? Do, 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 do. It's working.
Ryo. Well, it is now.
Okay. Now, last time, I want to do something real quick. I want to do reactions, but I'll do that later. I'll do that in like in 20 minutes, but let me try something a little bit. It's a little too loud. Alright, let's see if I can do this. No, not that. Okay. Since I'm not beholden to TikTok today, let me see if we can...
Ryo. I'm trying to get better at drawing heads and horns, because this new OC I just made has horns.
Heads and horns, huh? Just heads and horns. 1 second.
Ryo. His horns have kinda line a spiral wrapping for the bottom to the top on both. Ryo. Have.
Hold on.
Ryaga Samurai. Good afternoon everyone.
Hey, Bri. What's going on, bro? I think I'll be back on TikTok in a couple of days. I'm back on TikTok in a couple of days. Like a day or two. For those who are wondering.
Ryo. WSG Ryaga.
Let's see here. It's an arm, sorry. The back is about here. Then I can...
Ryaga Samurai. Sup Ryo.
Actually, since you guys are here, let me do the reactions as I do them. Just get them out of the way as fast as possible instead of wasting time. I usually take time to let TikTok settle. Okay, for those who don't know, the reason why I do the reactions pretty late is because I'm looking at what the day is going based on how TikTok's reacting. So what that means is like if we get a bunch of people, it wouldn't make a lot of sense to do a reaction off key.
That's a very risky pose, teach.
Oh yeah, but we're on TikTok, so I don't give a flying shit. We're on YouTube and Twitch, where it's a lot easier not to get in trouble. So since I'm taking I'm forcefully taking a vacation off TikTok, I'll be doing what I please. So it'll give me time to get to do what I want to do. Before I can get into that, the reason why, for those who don't know, the reason why I don't do the reactions right off key instead of just doing them as fast as possible is because what if I'm doing a drawing like this, as an example, and we started getting like 200 plus people into the stream?
I told you IHE would start making CKAE goddamn IT.
But as soon as they walk in, 200 plus people.
I said that's so wrong.
When they come in, what's gonna happen is that if we're doing like a topic on something that is like sensitive, them very sensitive people would complain, bitch, and moan, and then and then make a giant report party on if I'm talking about something that is true or not. And then that'll cause trouble. So that's why I kind of just sit there and wait for a good hour or two, and then see, since there's no one coming in, we go straight to reactions or so. So because the likelihood them running up in here is going to be unlikely. So like, you know, because it's late and I taking all the variables into account. So that's why that might answer the question why we don't go directly into reactions as soon as I start the stream. But since we're not on TikTok, I don't have to worry about that. So we go straight to reactions right now, since we just started. Let's get this party done. So the first thing we're going to we're going to do is, let me see. We always save the anime stuff for last. So the first thing is, we're going to do Clownfish, and then we're going to do, It's a Gundam. Yeah, It's a Gundam, and a manga recommendation. And then after that, when we're done with those videos, we're going to go straight play video game. I think we had a fun time playing game anyway. We'll play more Helldivers and Overwatch or so. Actually, quite frank, I don't know if I should do this today, but how much? Let me see how many days I have left if I do it. Hold on, let me go check it real quick. It's a sponsorship, but you'll be surprised what the sponsorship is. Can anyone guess?
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah, can anyone guess what the sponsorship may be? It's a game. Do you know what the sponsorship is? You guys can make a wild guess. It doesn't even have to be accurate.
Ryo. Ryaga Samurai. App.
Oh shit. I think he's right. Oh damn. I think he's right. If what I think we was trying to write there, I think he was correct. Hold up.
Ryaga Samurai. No way, I was joking.
Nah, bro, it's AFK. I got AFK sponsorship for $3.15. I'm not kidding.
Ryaga Samurai. LMAO.
My boy Bry's on that shit. So yeah, we might play the game, but it would make more sense.
I thought it was Genshin Impact, which is an open world action RPG.
Yeah, I would. I'm actually would avoid that. The reason, the reason I would avoid playing, Genshin Impact, what do you call it? Sponsorships is for. I realized being a Genshin Impact sponsorship is a stupid thing to do. It's not bad to get one, but it's stupid because it's like Raid Shadow Legends, right? The reason why you don't want one is because...
I know the entire sponsor to that, so I could have kept going, LOL.
But like the issue with taking a Genshin Impact sponsorship is stupid because everyone and their grandma has a Genshin Impact game in their phone. They either tried it, played it, or still playing it, or stopped playing it for a while. And the problem with these sponsorships is that it only wants brand new players.
Ryo. FR bro.
Yeah, so like they want brand new players, so that means on a new device, new phone, whether it be a phone or a computer or a console, something brand new. So you can't be like a previous person who played the game before or stopped playing after a while. So that's where that problem actually comes in. I would do AFK because given that it's fairly new, there's a lot of people who haven't played it yet, but everyone has played Genshin. Genshin came out in what, 2018? 2017, 2018. It's 2024. That's like that's been a good long time for everyone not to know what Genshin Impact is. Given that it's one of the top selling games of all time for the mobile that is free.
Ryo. I say try to get a Ray-Ban sponsor.
I'm not sure what that is. Never heard of that one. They give you the things with Steam Elements. They give you the most generic sponsors ever that no one's gonna play. Either they give you a game that no one's gonna play, or they give you a game that that everyone is already playing. That's the problem with these sponsorships. They give you a sponsorship that either everyone knows the game already and already has the game, is that popular to the point that even getting the sponsorship is pointless because everyone's played it.
Ryo. They're earbuds. They work really well.
Oh, those. Sadly I'm not there yet to even getting close to that. But you gotta be like constantly pushing out content every single day. But I get what you're saying.
Ryo Samurai. Might as well, since they've been shoving it down everyone's throats with them YouTube ads.
Yeah, I will eventually get around doing it this week. As soon as I get my
Dang.
As soon as I get my TikTok back, because
Samurai.
Given that's
you mean Raycons?
Raycons, yeah. That's how I realized I was like Raycons. I think that's what you meant. But the reason why I I won't do it right now is because if I do it now, no one's gonna come to the stream because, like, one, it's not only just a fairly brand new game, but two, I don't have a good following over there on
I said IT wrong, LOL.
On Twitch or on YouTube. They're fairly small compared to my TikTok, so like it would make more sense to funnel the people from TikTok to play the to watch me play the game from TikTok to thing. So
I was thinking of glasses, so that's why I said that.
But like that's pretty much what it is. So I'm not gonna start the sponsorship till I get my TikTok back, if possible. If I do get it back, but like if I do get it back, like being able to stream, I have my account. I'm not able to stream. Once I be able to stream again, then I'll play the game and do the sponsorship. It will be better because more people will come over there than on YouTube and Twitch. It's not that strong over here for me on those other platforms. As much as I want you guys over here, a lot of people won't budge from TikTok because they have TikTok withdrawals. So it is what it is. So yeah. Anyway, so with that said, we're going to start this. So we'll do clownfish in a sequence.
But for now, we get as much cake as we want.
Yes, in that sense. So we're going to put this at the bottom. Gen Z here. Okay, Marvel. This fuck. Okay, Disney. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 6 different videos. Oh no, 5. Just 5 different videos. So we'll get this out of the way.
Yeah, devil face.
I'm gonna be drawing the most absurd things today, so let's see if I can get away with it. I'm gonna be doing some coloring of skin still. Anyway, so let's do it. So for those who don't know,
devil face.
Let me see. Put up this like that so you guys can see it better. Let me see. Okay, there we go. Make this big. Make this big. Make this big. And make this big. Actually, I'm not gonna lie. Since I'm not on TikTok right now, I'm gonna bring Kyle in this bitch. I'm gonna bring Kyle in this bitch. I can get away with that. Let's see how that will go. I didn't think about that till now.
Ryo. Everyone related to this channel is chill ASF. Ryaga Samurai. Hello beta testers.
Hello, beta testers. Let me hold on real quick. Let me go to over here. Did I have a Demion? I didn't add a Demion there? Okay. Hold on. I made a big mistake. Go to... where is it? Oh, I didn't add a Demion? Oh, okay, we're doing a few videos then. Fuck. I thought I did already. Shit. Hate my life. Okay. That's there. And then we go to Kyle. The last one he did was... which earns more money? Star Wars was based. Stellar.
Moonlight. Hi there.
Hey Moon, what's going on, hun? Hello, hun. Alright. For those of you who don't know...
Moonlight. It's been so long, honey.
Really? Has it?
Ryo.
It's only been a couple
This
of days.
Hungry Howie's pizza be hitting different FR. Ryo. Hey light. Raiga samurai. Hi Moonlight.
Alright, so with that said, we're going to be doing Clownfish TV. So Clownfish TV said, despite Desperate Disney
Moonlight.
wants to...
How are you doing?
Undo the MCU with RDJ as Iron Man again. Obviously, they went woke. It totally went broke. And they want RDJ back. They bring him back from the dead, apparently. Or in case may be. So we're going to see if we can bring him back from the dead. And see if we can save the MCU. I think this is a stupid way of doing it. Because him dying as Iron Man cheapens his whole, like, sacrifice. But, you know... we don't have any sense of morals, principles, or, like, you know, standards. So it is what it is. I don't even blame RDJ. He's going to get paid a crazy amount of money anyway. So I don't blame him. I won't drop the bag for anything myself. So I'm not going to be mad at him. I'm just mad at Kevin Feige. He is an idiot. Anyway, so with that said, we're going to watch this and react to this. And I'm doing well, Moon. Thank you for asking. I do appreciate it very much. So, hon, we're going to do this reaction as I do these absurd drawings.
Ryo. I'll be right back, Teach.
All right, bro. All right, let's get right into it. Let's go.
And we're going to talk about Disney possibly attempting to unsnap the MCU.
They're going to un-F themselves.
They're going to un-F themselves. Maybe. So lots of things going on with the MCU. And, you know, it's always like, you know, 2 steps forward, 1 step back.
I think it's more 1 step forward, 2 steps back later.
Yeah, we'll just strike that, reverse it, right? So Daredevil, they are reversing course. They're actually reshooting most of Daredevil. And it's interesting because they have the Punisher coming, spoilers, the Punisher coming back, but he's in costume, and strangely enough, he is wearing the Punisher logo,
outfit.
the controversial Punisher logo.
That's because he's going to be a Trump supporter.
Yeah.
I don't know that. I'm just saying as a joke.
But that shocked me because Marvel Comics has tried to get rid of it. And because of January 6th, because a couple of guys had it on their jackets or whatever. But they redid the whole thing. They redid the whole origin of the Punisher. They had his wife dress him down or something, some stupid crap, whatever. But it looks like they're trying to get back to basics with it. So they have the Punisher coming back. They have the actress that played Vanessa coming back. They got Foggy and Karen back.
Yeah, they have Jessica Jones is going to be
Jessica Jones is coming back.
Wow, they're bringing everyone from the Netflix shows back. Is the dude who played Iron Fist coming back, and the black guy who played Johnny Cage, I think his name is?
The Iron
coming
Fist?
Back? Oh,
I don't know
snap.
if he's going to be in this one, but they're teasing that he might be coming back to the MCU.
So it does look like they're trying to make this a proper sequel to the Daredevil Netflix show, which everybody freaking loved, right? It was really, really good. And then Born Again sounded like it was going to be a joke. It was going to be more in line with what happened in She-Hulk, which people freaking hated. Yeah,
liar. You're a misogynist. You just hate women.
The IRS deadline is here. Snap your W-2 and file your taxes 100%.
But the Punisher thing really shocked me. You hate green women, right? Just the green ones.
Just the green ones.
But
always the green ones.
Boot dropping is Robert Downey Jr. coming out and basically saying he might come back to the MCU. because I think Disney's that desperate. I think they're so desperate to fix it that if they had to throw freaking $50 million at Robert Downey Jr. to get him to come
They'll
back,
do it.
they would do it
Mm-hmm.
in a heartbeat, because he basically built the MCU. Now, obviously there are other, but like his character
Yeah,
built
it
the
was
MCU.
Iron Man's why we have the MCU. Let's
Right.
be honest. That's what happened.
So this, he had an interview with Esquire a day or two ago. He said that Robert Downey Jr. would happily return to the MCU. That role chose me. He said, it's a part of my DNA. The role chose me. And look, I always say never, ever bet against Kevin Feige.
Yeah, I would.
It's a losing bet. He's the house.
Not really.
The house always wins.
No. Yeah. No. Not lately.
I think what is going to happen now that they have all this multiverse crap going on is that they will find a way to, if it's not the 616 version of Tony Stark, they will find a way to bring another Robert Downey Jr. version of Tony Stark back. Now, I hope they have the good sense to, have they canceled Ironheart? Is that still happening?
I think that's still happening.
Please don't.
I don't know
Please
why.
don't bring that back.
But if they
Don't
do
bring
it
that at
back,
all.
it'd
That
be
was
like, well,
stupid.
there's Ironheart too.
Like literally, Ironheart is not a great choice. It's just a pander. That's all Ironheart was. It's just a pandering. It's just a pandering. That's all it is. That's all it is.
Oh my God, she's going to be like a psychic. No, actually, what people thought they were going to do is he was going to be the new Jarvis. They were going to have a
Yeah.
Tony
Or
AI
flashbacks.
or flashbacks or something. But if they bring him back properly during Secret Wars or something, or even at the end of whatever, I mean, look, they got to do something, right? They've lost their big bad. They had Kang. They lost him because of everything going on with that. He's got like a year of rehab or something he has
Ironheart
to
was
do,
a thief
Jonathan
who
Majors.
disrespected
And he's
the suit
out.
she wore merely by wearing it.
Oh my God, dude! Did they not take this same idea from Wasn't this idea stolen from Didn't the CW or like the Warner? Didn't the CW like stole that idea? The black woman stole the suit from Batwoman and became the new Batwoman for like no reason. Oh my God! Didn't that happen? Bro, I just now came to that realization. Holy shit. Didn't she like steal something from Batwoman from the CW show, that terrible show, and she just became the new Batwoman for like no reason whatsoever? Oh my God.
Out. And you know, Silver Surfer is a chick. Like, what the hell? And like, they gotta do something. They have to do something to fix it. And this might be the trump card. Can I say that? Can I say Disney's gonna play a trump card?
No, that's the Punisher.
Okay, Punisher's gonna play the trump card. I don't know, guys. I think they would totally do it. There is too much riding on Marvel, and I think they're going. I mean, this might go along with what Bob Iger was saying, which is they're going to look at the history of the characters. Basically, they're going to look at the history of the box office, and they're going to be like, what worked? What did people like? What did they give us money for? Oh, yeah, they liked Iron Man. Well, put some feelers out. Would Robert Downey Jr., would he come back? Would he come back? He would? Oh my God, yes, because it's worth paying him $50 million or even $100 million if he can make you $1 billion at the box office.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and he can sell action figures because nobody gives a shit about the Marvel Universe now.
No, they don't, and that's the problem. And now they're talking too that there's you know, speaking of things coming back, there's rumored that they're trying to bring Shield back. Now it's a rumor.
Yeah, but didn't Batwoman before that one do the same by breaking into Bruce Batcave?
That just tells you something. That ultimately tells you something, and this is why I do not like ESG. This is why I don't like DEI. This is why I don't like affirmative action.
The person who should have been the person who followed in Tony's footsteps was the kid from the movie who gave the suggestion for the suit that Tony acted on.
Correct.
Darth Goricorn.
Correct.
I forget the kid's
name. Yeah, I know. Tanner? I think the kid was named Tanner, that little kid. When Tony was hiding from the Mandarin. Oh, the fake Mandarin. Where the hell? At the time. I know you're referring to. I don't think it was a problem to give his stuff to Peter to a certain extent, but I don't think that was the smartest choice either. Given how timid how this version of Peter we know is. Because you see how much of a dumb decision he made on that behalf of giving it to the dude with the bullfish head. I forgot his name. The fish, the dude who does illusions. But like, you know what I'm talking about. That went left for him anyway, right? So this tells you something. This is why I don't like DEI, ESG, pandering, or affirmative action. The reason why is because it brings a precedent where you're only getting this because you exist, not that you would deserve it because you did what you needed to do.
As an Iron Man fan, I wish the suit would short-circuit mid-flight and implode on Ironheart.
Yeah, that'd be amazing. I would love that. I would love every second of that. Because, like, listen, it's not because she's a black woman or anything like that. That's not the issue. The issue is that how she got the iron, it's, I don't like it when they use, I don't like the word POC. I think that's a very racist term anyway. But when I like how I want characters who happens to be in that category earn it just as much as any other like white character, right? Whether you're Asian, Hispanic, whatever case may be. I believe working hard is more important because the more you work hard at something, the more likely you're not only of deserving of getting it, but you will have a what's the right word? You have a aura about yourself and how to protect how to keep that thing that you worked hard
Dominic,
safe.
The picture you made got me.
I'm not even there done. I want to see if I can go further with it, but like it's all about, because I don't care if you're some type of race. I don't care. I don't even care you even are disabled. But like the fact that you're getting this because that makes no sense. Not because you actually worked hard. It's just because you exist. I don't like that.
Darth Goricorn. Also, Falcon will always be Falcon bearer of the shield to me and never Captain America.
Never, he will never be Captain America.
Darth Goricorn. That title belongs to one person.
Steve Rogers. And I know that in the comics he handed down to Bucky. This is why I'll never accept Miles Morales as the definitive Spider-Man. I will see him as either a somewhat variant of Peter, or I'll see him as his own person, but not as Spider-Man. He has Spider-Man-like powers, and he was bitten by said radioactive spider in his way. But like, I don't see him as the definitive Spider-Man. The definitive Spider-Man is the one that came first, not the one that came after. Right? I understand there's that saying that the student will surpass the teacher at one point, but I don't believe in that because they surpassed the teacher, therefore they're the definitive one. No, you are a
Dominic.
Better byproduct of what it is.
BTW hi from Albania.
Hello. Welcome, Dominic. I hope you're having an awesome day. Welcome from Albania. I do appreciate you. Thank you for coming in. We're doing a reaction and all that stuff. So if you're the one who said that earlier. Okay, I got you. But yeah, but the thing is, for me, you always have to respect what comes before, right? So I don't care if Steve Rogers was white. I don't care if Peter Parker was white. I don't care if the previous members, the previous hero or the original hero was white. If they was originally white, they stay that way. I don't think of changing their race because of pandering. I think that's stupid. I think what you're doing, what minorities who get mad at the fact of the race swapping of original white characters to something else doesn't understand you're taking someone's sloppy seconds. You're literally a proud sloppy second taker. Okay? Would you not want to have a character that is not only just original, but because like it's like this. If we took a character that was originally black and changed them white, you will lose your shit. I would lose my shit because I don't want that character to be a white character or something because it happens to be black. whatever starts, what came first, I think is perfectly fine to not change. Do not change it. Keep it how it is. There's a reason why it stayed how it was.
That's what I'm saying.
Because the issue because this is why we have a bunch of, and I noticed something about this. When they make a new character that is minority, they just use the same minority template. Look at every black guy that you see. Either they have the Killmonger haircut in video games, movies, comic books, or they all have electrical powers for some odd reason. It's very odd to me. From Miles Morales to Static Shock to Storm to Black Adam. I think it was Black Adam to Black Lightning. All of them they all fall in this weird template. Either they have black in the name, their hairstyle looks like Killmonger, they have thunder-like powers all the time. Oh, and they always come from the streets. I understand majority of most black individuals are from that area, from an 80% chance if we're talking about like America in some form, but not all of them are from that, right? It is what it is. But then again, you can still write a black character who doesn't have the same hairstyle, doesn't have the word black in it. There's a reason why a lot of people, especially black people, can identify with someone like Piccolo. Piccolo is straight up green, samurai. And he doesn't have any traits of that being black.
Exist and don't use them.
Exactly. And then look at Piccolo. Piccolo is green, made by an Asian man, and he has no true black traits like that identifies him as black, but black people identify with him. And even non-black people identify him as like the black character in the show. But he's one of the most beloved characters in the show. Why? Because he's not written like a template. He is written like a character. He was a villain, and he became a good guy and a babysitter and a beloved friend amongst his enemy, Goku, and
in
others.
In the card game we've been working on, we have something like that where characters who are being trained by select people and wear the same outfit but modify it over time to fit how they fight.
Yes.
Darth Goricorn. I think that comics and movies should try that.
They should try that more often. Experiment. It's okay to try something. It's not wrong to. You'll be surprised how more people will gravitate to an original character that's brand new, that it's not a template of something that came before. Or if it's something that comes before, give respect to the one that came before. So if we're making a new Captain America character who happens to be Asian, who happens to be black, who happens to be a female, what you can do is say, okay, you're the new Captain America protege. Fine. You can wear the outfit and even have the shield, but you are a byproduct of what came before. So to show that you actually have that Captain America in you, show respect to the one that came before. So when we see you, or new generations see you, they don't see you as just only a byproduct, but they see you as a branching off point to something that's much better and something to look up towards to. But when you make it just, I'm a girl and or a POC or whatever the hell you want to call it, because I deserve it because I breathe air, to hell with you. I don't care if you're a minority. I don't care your gender. So you identify as such. Don't make those things your personality. Make your personality based on what you have experienced in life, and let that be your thing. Don't be your skin color. Don't let it be your orientation. Be your own person. Be a person. Nothing's wrong with that. But most of these kids can't do that because they don't have any sense of personality. Because all they've been told is, well, you are a victim all day and all this stuff and blah, 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 and this, that, and the third. So you should run with that and just be a victim. And if anyone tells you otherwise or give you opposition to what you're saying, maybe, what's the word? It starts with a C. Contradicts what you're saying, they're just a hater, or there's some type of phobe, or a ist, or some like that at the end of the line. Not say, let me hold back. This person says I'm a person of POC, but they point out something that is true about me that doesn't fall in line with that victim mentality. Maybe, just maybe, they have a point. Maybe I should reflect a little bit more and listen to what they have to say. Instead of calling them a name or a igot or a ist or a, you know what I'm saying? That shit is dumb. You just look like an idiot. Stop being a victim. And if you happen to be a victim, you shouldn't be a victim for long. There should be a time limit for a certain time when you be a victim and start realizing, you know what? I'm a victim. I was victimized. You know what? I'm going to break through this. I'm going to be my own person. I'm going to do better. I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. I won't let this happen to myself again. And I won't be a caricature of something that can be prevented or should be avoided. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But when you just run with being a victim all day, no one likes you. You're an irritant. You're an irritant to everyone. Everyone has to be has to be in eggshells around you all goddamn day. It's annoying. No one wants to talk to you. They can't tell you anything because as soon as they say something that you may not like at the time of your feelings of today, you might say that's offensive, or you want to take it to HR if it's at work. You know what I'm saying? No one wants to deal with that. I don't care if you're a person of color. I don't care if you're a woman or whatever you identify as. If you're an irritant, you're an irritant. Stop being an irritant. Be chill and just calm the hell down. Drink some coffee and just calm down. You know what I'm saying? Just don't take everything so damn seriously all damn day. There are time and place for things, and one of these situations may not be one of them. That's it. That's all you have to do is just say, you know what? Maybe I'm taking things a little bit too crazy. Maybe I should just chill out, give people the benefit of the doubt. They don't really mean anything that is rude. They're just trying to help. They didn't wake up one day and say, I'm going to mess with the person who identifies as such, the person of color, or the she, them, whatever the shit you want to call yourself today. They're not waking up to do that. And let's just be honest, based on my studies, based on being a psychology student, I learned one thing about racism. True racist people do not look for a way to hurt people. True racist people avoid other people as best as possible. A true racist does not confront, they avoid. People who have tried to use confrontation to use racism as their reason is just a damaged individual who's trying to look for a way to let out their anger on whatever they feel is a problem. But a true racist is not one who even engage with the people they hate because they already look down upon them and look at them as less than. So if you see someone as less than, it's like, okay, let me use a perfect example. For those of you who've seen Full Metal Alchemist, right? I think it was Father who said it when the boys found out what was under the military base where Father resides. He said something that was true. And this is why I started realizing, this is when I was still in college. He said something that's true. He said, should I crush an ant because it's an ant, or should I crush an ant because I want to crush an ant? Quite frank, he said something around the lines, I'm not going to crush the ant because the ant is beneath me. Me even crushing the ant gives it acknowledgement in itself. So why the hell would I even kill the ant when I don't even think it's even worth my time? That's a true racist. A true racist does not want to engage with the thing they don't like. Do you see how that works? A true, real racist do not want to deal with you. Now, if they're in a situation where they have no choice but to deal with you, the racists will stay quiet and just do what they need to do to get away from you. They don't do anything to get near you. Anyone else who does that loves confrontation. That's the difference. So it's like being a cop. You can't be a cop and not expect confrontation if you don't take a job that's being a cop. It's like being a soldier going into the military and not expect any opposition from either your peers or someone on the opposite end of that war field you're on. That's stupid. You have to be a confrontational person to take a job like this to expect anything not to go wrong. That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying.
Raiga Samurai. Same with people with
phobias and fears. Fear. Yes. You ever heard someone who has a fear of dogs go around dogs to fight dogs? You see how stupid that sounds? That's why when people say you're a phobe, you're a turf, you're this, they are lying or they're using the term wrong. You'd be surprised how many people use these phobias and things wrong. A person with a phobia does not go around things that causes the phobia. They do everything to avoid said phobia at any cost because it's a phobia. Imagine someone with trypophobia trying to look at holes all day and being mad at the holes and trying to destroy holes when they can just avoid not looking at holes. So what anyone tells you that, like, it's like a woman who hates men. If you hate men, why are you putting yourself in positions to be around men to upset them, to put harm upon you? You just a low-key angry woman who just didn't get the guy you wanted because he either rejected you, he curved you, finessed you, or something to that fact, and it didn't end in your benefit. So therefore, you're using that subconscious issue to be the true catalyst to shroud the problem that you're really having. It has nothing that you hate men. You're just angry at one particular guy and making every other guy that guy. So you're using all men are terrible when it's really not the case. You're just a very disgruntled bitch who just happens to be mad at all men because one dude curved you. That's it. That's usually it. This is why they end up having a bunch of cats in their life, because they can't deal with problems and they don't get constructive criticisms, can't take it, or they don't have a daddy in their life. Same thing with men. It goes the same way for women and men. It's not just women. I'm just using that as an example, but it goes both ways. Father's behavior is usually what caused most of these things. There's no daddy in their life to tell them X, Y, and Z. They have their mom letting them encourage them to do stupid stuff. Not saying all women do this, and not all mothers let their kids do this, but 9 times out of 10, if you have a strong dad in your life, you won't have most of these problems. It is proven that 9 times out of 10, or at least if 2 parents in the household, as long as you have 2 parents, you're going to be more likely not going to be in trouble compared to someone who just having one. Especially if they have a bunch of kids, that's one thing. If you have a bunch of kids and you with one parent, it's gonna be hard for them to parent you, because if they have more than 3 kids or so, it's hard to keep track of them. It is what it is. Especially if you're working all damn day and gone. It's just that difficult. It is, and it's expensive. So it is what it is. That's the point. That's ultimately all the point. So when anyone tells you you're a phobe because you gave a constructive criticism towards something, or an obvious, astute observation of something, they're just a person who can't deal with the truth. That's it. That's it. I have no problem that people say Miles Morales is not the definitive Spider-Man. He is a Spider-Man, but he's not the definitive Spider-Man as if he's a replacement for Peter. He will never be a replacement in my head for Peter. Never. He'll be a sidekick, I can see that, or he can be a replacement in the sense of if Peter died, which has happened, then that's one thing. But if Peter's walking around like Insomniac in Spider-Man, he is not the definitive Spider-Man. Even if Peter's dead, he's still not the definitive Spider-Man. You're just a replacement for what came before, till you break it in your own. I think they did the same thing with Batman. When Batman was gone, they had Robin, Dick Grayson, Nightwing. Nightwing was playing as Batman for a while until he came back. Was he Batman? No. He was just in replacement for his foster dad at the time. That's it. No one lose their minds on that. People took it as it. I didn't see anyone argue, no, Dick Grayson's the definitive Batman now. No, he's not. But so how come the man who raised this boy lived with this man and took his place for a time when he was gone? No one's fighting that. But the kid who Peter didn't raise, not around like that. Well, he was only around for the time. Or if we're talking about the video game, or if we're talking about the comic books, depending on which comic we're talking about. If he's alive, he didn't take care of Miles. And he probably showed him the ropes on how being a hero, but does that make him definitive Spider-Man? No. Just no. There are 2 different entities of people. It is what it is.
They asked Clark Gregg about it the other day, and he's like, well,
Oh, and another thing. We should not even call him... I know a lot of people say he's Spider-Man, but most people, when you say Spider-Man, you're not thinking Miles. You're literally thinking of Peter. The only time we're talking about Miles is when you say Miles Morales. That's literally his hero name. His name is literally his hero name. If you want to change that, change his name from, instead of saying Spider-Man, say he's like the Morales Spider or something. That, at least we'll know who we're talking about when you distinguish that. We don't have this issue when we have Spider-Gwen. When we say Spider-Gwen, you know who the hell we're talking about. There's no question. And no one's saying she's a definitive Spider-Man or Spider-Woman or whatever case may be.
The House of Jack in our game does something like that. They all start out with the same armor but have to modify the base armor as recognition from where they came from.
Makes sense. Makes sense. You have to give credit to what came before. You just have to.
There's nothing saying that Coulson couldn't be a multiverse version of Coulson, you know, so I do think
that's how you build a culture.
Because the best heroes and villains stay loyal to the roots they came from.
Exact. See, there you go. That's how you build a culture. If you give precedence to what came before, what comes in the future will be even more better, because it's going to build off of or improve what comes before. But you still have to give like, for instance, I do artwork, right? I look at a lot of Japanese artists in the past, future and past, right? Even though those artists may have different ideas than I do, I will still give them respect because they did great work to get to this point for me to know who they are. I'm not going to say I'm the definitive artist for Goku because Akira Toriyama said something in, I don't know, 1972. You know what I'm saying? So that makes me the definitive drawer of Goku. What the hell? What are you doing? You know what I'm saying? People have done this. It's very strange. Not that particular character, but I'm just saying they have done this with characters in the West, and it's very disturbing. This is why I was saying to you guys from, I think, a few days ago, be very careful when you're making an IP, because once you give them the right to that IP, they're going to disrespect your IP so fast, and you in the process. They'll never give you credence. They don't talk about Walt like that because they know that Walt had certain ideologies or certain ideas that doesn't align with them. They can't see it as, well, that was a product of Walt's time, but in that sense, we have to look at it this way. Yes, he may have some ideas that wasn't, nice about certain people in the past, but we have to look at what he has done and not what he has said or what he was thinking. Take the art, separate from the person. If you separate from the person and look for the art for what it is, you'll say, okay, yes, we don't agree with what he said, but he was a phenomenal man, entrepreneur, and all these other things. You can't ignore that. If you don't give credence to the person who has built what you are right now, you are a dickhead. I don't care if this man said a bunch of things about certain groups of people. If he made Mickey Mouse, drew Mickey Mouse, or whatever the case may be, and he brought Mickey Mouse to the forefront for you to have the childhood you had to watch all these Disney movies and know who's what and what's who, and he built that, you should give him his props. I don't care if he doesn't like you, and I don't care if you say you don't like black people, I don't care if you don't like Jews, I don't care. As soon as you acknowledge that his work is amazing, that's all that matters. You don't have to like the man, you just have to give credence to what you like from what he has done that made you who you are or what you like to this day. It is what it is. You have to give praise to the people who came before. That's that respect. Once you give that respect, you build a culture. That's how you keep culture intact. Once you sever that, you don't have culture. You're just an asshole. That's all you are. Once you sever that, this is why it is good to listen to your grandparents and look back in your past. Because if you look back in your past, you'll see where you came from. If you see where you came from, you can either build upon it, whether improve it or fix it. You know what I'm saying? But it's not right for you to disown it completely and pretend like it didn't exist. People who does that is disingenuous people.
Darth Goricorn. I hate Batman and Superman, but I have to recognize what they have done before their lore was flushed down a toilet.
Exactly. Because even if you hate a character, you have to give them credence because those characters are branched off from other characters that other people made that you might like. Like, perfect example. They say that in some ways, Goku was derived by Superman, right? They say that in some ways. I think Akira Toriyama said that in some ways. It was kind of derived by Superman. But Goku became his own person once you gave him, fleshed him out. Yeah, their stories are quite similar, but they are drastically different characters. But you have to give props to it. Same thing, My Hero Academia. Most people don't like My Hero Academia, but you can't ignore what My Hero Academia has done, especially art style wise, how much it changed the industry, how much it brought Western, the Western ideas to the Western superhero genre to the Japanese in a way that isn't Japanese, but it's more like Westernized, like the One Punch Man, the My Hero Academias, the what is it? What do you call it? Bunny and something, Bunny and Lion. I forgot what was the anime it was called. You know what I'm saying? All these superhero shows based on in animes are derived by Western ideology. It is what it is, but it's done better because it's not pushing things that shouldn't be. Like if we have a superhero that's an anime, if we have an anime superhero story, 9 times out of 10, they're going to stay consistent on what the character is from beginning to end. They're not going to push things that has nothing to do with the story. Rarely that ever happens. If that does happen, you're going to see that it's not going to end well for that particular story. It happens. This is why the creator of Soul Eater and Fire Force does so well at making new anime, and I don't know if it's the same. No, I don't think it's the same person who made Fire Force who made Gacha Kuda. I think it's a different. I think it's the assistant from Fire Force and Soul Eater. I think he's the original assistant that worked under that. Bunny and Tiger. You're right. There you go. And because of the consistency from that help or that experience from their sensei, they was able to make Gacha Kuda the way it is and look the way it is, and it has that Soul Eater feel. It has that grittiness. It has that in-your-faceness. It has that Fire Force feel. It has that stylized look that you just can't look away. You just gotta, even if the story is trash, the fact that the story, the
Samurai
was his assistant. Yeah, there you go. So like the fact that the assistant was able to learn under their sensei shows consistency. The number one thing you want to keep true, whether it's a superhero story, a video game, or a short story, or whatever, even a one-shot, is consistency. If you keep it consistent, people will take you seriously. If you start doing a bunch of retconning and stupid shit, people will call you out and they won't come back. They just won't. Honestly, I don't know if I will watch a Marvel movie just because Robert Downey Jr. is in it. I don't know. I honestly don't know if I would. Because I know what Kevin Feige and these people has done, and they think we're stupid. They think we're stupid. Just even them telling us that Robert Downey Jr. might be coming back sets a very strange feeling towards me, because I'm like, okay, Robert Downey Jr. is coming back. But just because he's coming back does not mean it could be actually saved. All you just did is brought back a beloved character. Yes. But is the writing good? Because remember, no matter how talented RDJ is, if the writing is trash, that's no saving it. Because you can give the most best quips ever in that show, in that movie. But if the story is dog water, no one's going to like it. Look at Iron Man, 2? I think it was Iron Man 2. Or Iron Man 3. One of them. It's either Iron Man 2 or Iron Man 3 that didn't do that well compared to the other 3 Iron Mans. I think it was Iron Man 3. You guys can quote me on that. I think it was one of them too. But because the writing was... no, it's Iron Man 2. Because the writing was just terrible. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
They're gonna try that one because S.H.I.E.L.D. is very popular.
Oh my God! What if they had Coulson and Tony team up together
from a different
multiverses, and then like, oh my God, they do like a slow-mo high five or something, and then
let's not ruin it.
Be really cringy.
Let's not ruin the moment.
But I'm like, what are they gonna do with the next Avengers movies anyway? Like they killed all the Avengers off. They replaced them all.
Yeah.
What are they gonna do?
They're just gonna
it's
keep
interesting how many heroes and villains were the byproduct of the Phantom as reference point over time. Darth Goricorn.
Including Batman. Yeah. 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 I think the worst and best thing out of like comic books is the idea of the multiverse. The multiverse is a great tool, but it can be easily abused. And we can obviously see that by the movies that's been made. It's just been easily abused. And a lot of potential could have came out of the multiverse perfectly. But because of pandering and stupid nonsense that didn't make no more sense than it should have, that they ruined one of the most greatest storylines of all time. All time.
Darth Goricorn. The multiverse is a drug that is way too addictive for writers to hide behind.
Yeah, it's too much. It's too much of a safe house. It's a great weapon. No, it's a great tool, but it's a monkey's paw. At its best, it's a monkey's paw. It can screw you and benefit you at the same time. Because it depends on the writer and how far they can take it and how consistent they want to keep it. It's almost like the time travel thing, right? Time travel and multiverse almost in the same, not in the same, but they're in the same category of how you can just fix and then destroy at the same time. Because once you mess with one thing, you have to correct another thing. And when you correct another thing, you have to break another thing. It's a break fix type of, it's a teeter-totter thing. So whenever you fix something in one timeline, it ruins another timeline, right? Or if you're using multiverse, if one character is here, then the potential of this character being here. So if there's a dead Iron Man somewhere in a zombie world, then there's a black Iron Man in a different world. You know what I'm saying?
If they wanted to bring back Iron Man in a way that would make sense, couldn't they use Dr. Strange?
They can. I don't think they wouldn't, because it's not possible. But then again, remember, Darth, we're using brain power here. This is Disney we're talking about. Brain power and IQ doesn't really work well when it comes to Disney and in this era. Probably did 20 plus years ago, but maybe 15 years ago, but that ship long sailed.
Darth Goricorn. Yeah, that is too much to expect of Disney, lol.
You know what I'm saying? When you start using common sense, I think it's something that It's a Gundam says a lot. He says, if you don't think about it too much, it starts making sense. But once you start thinking about it, you're gonna hate yourself. It can work if you just don't think about it.
These are all the leftover characters from the MCU.
I don't think it's going to go the way I think it's going to go. I don't think that the new Captain America movie is going to do well because people think Captain America, they think Chris Evans. I'm sorry. It's what it is. And I don't think the Falcon and Winter Soldier did all that great.
No, it did not.
And then there's talking to the Winter Soldier won't even be in it. And then
yeah, you screwed yourself there. Once you took Bucky out of the equation, because let's be honest, more people like Bucky than they do Falcon. It is. I like Bucky a little bit more than I like Falcon. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
Samurai. Yeah, you using too much brain power.
Yeah. I honestly I have no problem with the actor who plays Falcon. I think he does a great job playing Falcon.
Or a clone of himself that he made in secret that would make an interesting situation with Pepper also in the background.
Yeah. Remember, when you start spitballing these type of things to them, they get mad at you. I'm dead serious. You'd be surprised on how many of these artists that idea would probably work for most of these artists who can play off that, but because you're using too much brain power and you're not putting enough ESG sludge in it, they don't want nothing to do with it. If it doesn't push ESG nonsense like their orientation, POC, they're being pandered to, their pronouns, out the window, bro. You didn't mention one pronoun there. Nah. You didn't mention one POC in there that possibly could be praised. Nah. Look what they did to Doctor Who. I don't even watch that show, and I watched the reviews in that. It was wild. Wild. If I was a Doctor Who fan, I would be pissed. Too much brain power. And I'm not lying to you, Darth. That's a great idea. I'm not against that at all. But I'm telling you now, if you're thinking about Disney of today, they will reject you. They might even blacklist you for the fact you even said that without mentioning a single ESG anything. DEI bridge nonsense. I'm dead serious.
Thunderbolts is going to do well at all either. I really do not believe it's going to.
Plus, if you're
as a Hovian, I want to punch the directors of the last few seasons in the
face. Yes, because, and let me be quite clear with you. If you say anything close to being close to a conservative idea, not being conservative, but a conservative idea that makes sense, they'll get rid of you. They'll get rid of you. Look what they did to Captain Chavez. She had 2 space moms or some stupid shit. That was never, I don't think that was ever mentioned in the comics. I don't even know that character like that, and I have this feeling that that character didn't have 2 moms like that. I don't think the mentioning of their parents was even a thing, if that was possible. It is what it is, though. I don't think she having 2 moms was ever mentioned before till like the whole pandering started really coming through.
That are like the most amazing thing you've ever seen, funniest thing you've ever seen. I don't think it's going to do well. I could be wrong, but I don't think it is.
I don't think so either. I mean, to get Marvel back to a place where people give a shit, you've got to have, well, one, you got to get the Fantastic Four right because you're bet heavy on that.
Good luck.
2, you got to get the X-Men right.
Good luck. You already put you. Good luck. Once you said that Pedro Pascal's gonna play what do you call it? Mr. Fantastic. I was out. I was like, nah, no. This man is everyone's masculine soy boy. This man likes to be. He likes humiliation rituals. Watch The Last of Us.
Oh God, it will be The Last of Us all over again.
There you go. You see, there you go. It'll be Last of Us. He will be. I'm telling you, you will hate yourself for watching that. If you played the video games, you will.
The guy can't act his way out of a wet paper bag.
Thank you. Like, perfect example. If you played the video games, you will hate the show. If you have never played the games, you think it's decent. And not saying that too much on that behalf. Because if you if you truly think about it as an individual, even if you didn't play the game, you start poking some holes and saying, how does this make any sense? But, you know.
What are people excited about? But what are people excited about? They're excited about Daredevil Born Again. And they're getting it back from Netflix. And people were very, very excited about it. Every time they announced cast members from the Netflix series coming, they're very excited. They have Deadpool and Wolverine. And people are very excited about that one. And they're pretty excited about the X-Men 97, and they're excited about the Fantastic Four, minus the Silver Surfer issue. But the other things people were like, okay, it doesn't sound too bad. So those are the things people are actually talking about or interested in. You don't hear jack shit about the Captain America movie.
No.
You don't hear jack shit about the Thunderbolts unless you're hearing about reshoots. You're not hearing much about them because nobody cares.
I get the Harkness. Nobody cares.
I mean, I think people are like, yeah, they're not really.
I
they don't really care now. But I think people are care more about that than they are about the Thunderbolts. I don't know.
He said, I would love to see Knight Rider versus everyone. Oh, that'd be fun. That'd be fun.
I just don't think it's going to be, because you're also taking Thunderbolts, except for like the Black Widow movie. Most of these characters, not all, but most of them were TV show, the Disney Plus show related.
Yeah.
So people are going to be like, who?
Well, if they were going to do that, if they were going to do a Disney Plus show characters in a movie, a team up, you've got pretty much everybody from the West Coast Avengers.
Well, yeah, I think they're gearing for the Young Avengers instead.
No. You know, I always kind of found very strange on how when the fruition of the LGBT plus thing, when they put the plus at the end, I noticed that every other company started doing that. Did no one found that kind of odd?
Darth Goricorn. Knight Rider has stomped the devil in hell and taken over hell before. If he can do that, the heroes have no chance.
Knight Rider or Ghost Rider? I'm thinking of two. I'm thinking Ghost Rider, but I'm probably not. Hold on, let me type that Knight Rider. Let me check that real quick. I think I know who you're referring to, but I'm thinking Ghost Rider for some reason.
Darth Goricorn.
Ghost Rider. There you go. Okay, there you go. I was like, wait. Because when I hear Knight Rider, I'm thinking the old.
Wrong name, LOL.
Yeah, when you said Knight Rider, I was thinking of the David Hasselhoff show. I was like, wait, No, he means Ghostwriter. Because I know he's been down to hell and back. Like, wait, it can't be David Hasselhoff. Too many heroes and villains, yeah. But like, I kind of noticed that all these other companies, when they started doing their streaming services, they all have plus at the end. They started doing the pluses around the same time when the LGBT plus thing really started going up going up those letters. I started realizing that more. I'm like, that's too conveniently happening for that to just be a thing. Because I kind of noticed something. Have you not noticed streaming services that don't have the plus at the end? You don't ever hear about, but have like old shows and stuff that most people would recognize, like Friends and shit. Do you ever notice that? Like what was that? Crackle. I think it was Crackle. Tubi.
Darth Goricorn. Yeah, I've noticed that.
Yeah,
too.
you notice that? Like all of them, all the streaming services that doesn't have a plus at the end, you don't hear about. There's no LGBT anything mentioned
Darth
or anything like
Goricorn.
that.
They are always side links on the bigger ones. Raiga Samurai. Coincidence? I think not.
Yep. It's weird. All the big head honchos all have plus, and they push ESG nonsense. But all the shows all the streaming services that don't have a plus at the end, either if they do have LGBT stuff, it's probably very small or non-existent, or if they're not all that known, they have like old shows from way back when that are more popular than shows that's on today. Like Friends, what's another show? Everyone Loves Raymond, like old shows, King and Queens, like old shows. But you never hear them having like new original type stuff, ever, rarely. And Peacock Plus, I think it has Peacock. Peacock Plus, I think it says that then plus.
Goricorn. Gulligan's Island, LOL.
Gulligan's Island.
Don't think it's gonna go well.
It's not going to go well.
Jesus
Young
Christ.
Avengers, no.
West Coast Avengers might.
West Coast Avengers, because you've actually got some connection to the proper Avengers. I think it would go, but Young Avengers,
it would
no.
too. I think it would too, in the fact that it's characters, other characters people know, and it's got the Avengers name, which people are like, oh, Avengers.
Yeah.
And you could set it up as its own thing, and you could have two properties for the Avengers going at once. And it would be smart, but we're talking about Disney.
Yeah, you do Young Avengers,
the
and it's
same
gonna be like,
thing.
oh, it's the kiddie versions of the Avengers.
You're
We don't
giving
want
them
all
too
the
much
replacement.
props.
People want that at all.
No, but you get, Scarlet Witch
Darth
and
Goricorn.
Vision and US
There is
Agent
not enough
and
good
you know what I'm
West Coast
saying?
Avengers to make
Wonder
it
Man,
worth
they're
using.
doing Wonder Man.
You're
You get
right.
those-
You're right. It's like how you kind of look at like Teen Titans. Kind of like when they had Teen Titans East.
Most are mediocre at best.
Yeah, it's like Teen Titans East. When back in the show when it was airing in the early 2000s, you have the Teen Titans, which was the West, but the original Teen Titans, and they have the East. And you look at the East, they just kind of look like more mediocre versions of the original characters. So you kind of don't really take them too seriously at all. You kind of just look at it as like you're just a watered down version of Robin. Like you have Speedy. Speedy and Robin look very similar in the show. So you just look at him as like a very watered down Speedy. And then you look at Aquaman, since he's the only thing close to an animal of like fish. You look at like a watered down Beast Boy. And then you have the token black character, Bumblebee. Well, she was not that bad of a character. She was pretty cool. But she was considered a leader. And I think she was considered a leader in East, I think. So like it was kind of, was she? I think she was. I think she was the leader of Teen Titans East, if I remember right. I could be wrong.
Those
Darth
guys
Goricorn.
and maybe
What they did to Terra in the show was a failed opportunity.
Oh yes, they did. That weird shit that they did with Beast Boy, just literally like, just cucking the shit out of this man in the sense his girlfriend is dead, but not really. But she lost her memory, so she just has a whole new life. Like that, like if you want a blue ball gaslight children, that is a good episode. Like it felt like an open book that was never closed. It was never like a true closure. It just felt like a giant blue balling cuck like shit they did to you. Like you just felt like they did you dirty in a sense for
Raiga
Terra.
Samurai. I thought Speedy was the leader.
I think he was, but I think they presented the Bumblebee more of a leader. Because I think if you type in, hold on, let me check this. Wait, let me confirm this. I don't want to make this. Let me confirm this. Is Bumblebee from Teen? Yeah, Bumblebee is Bumblebee from Teen East.
Raiga Samurai. What was even the point of that?
I don't know, honestly. I think if I remember what someone said, the reason why that episode came through, I think it was an interview. The reason why that episode even became in fruition is because it was supposed to teach kids not everything is going to be it's not even a good like a bad or good ending. Some things are just left unsaid to leave like it's supposed to be that thing like if you had a friend or you knew someone and you guys stopped talking for whatever reason, you didn't have like a big blowout or a falling out or anything, you just stopped talking and there was no real definitive reason why you stopped talking, it just ended up that way. So there's no like reason to patch it up, fix it, or hang out with the person. It just is what it is. I think that's what they was trying to convey. But because this is a cartoon that has some form of result at the end, right? Like they should have just left Terra dead for what she was, right? That would have made her sacrifice still meaningful, right? But because it proved that she was alive, she somehow came out of her state, because if I remember right, Beast Boy went to her grave and it was the statue was gone. So that indicated that she woke up from her sacrifice somewhat. So it left this weird thing in your head like, okay, she's alive then, because there's no statue and no one knows where her grave is except the Titans alone, right? So, and this is after
Raiga Samurai. They could have done that with
another character. Yeah, it was weird. It was the most blue ball gaslighting I ever seen in my entire life as a kid. Now thinking about it as an adult, that makes me even more upset. As a kid, I was just confused. So you thought as a kid that this we'll come back to this eventually. Well, they'll write more about Terra again somewhere. Never happened. Never happened. And remember, this is after Terra's sacrifice. That's when the end of the world came after, because that's when Raven. Because remember, Slade died because of Terra, and it was proven that he's dead because he was under work of was it Vilgax? No, was it not Vilgax? I'm thinking Ben 10. What's his name? Her father. What's her name? The demon, space demon. I forgot his name. Oh my god, I totally forgot his name. Her father. You know what I'm saying? So like he was under rule of him at the time. So because his soul was sold to him. Well, not sold, but I guess he was king of hell or something like that. I guess he was supposed to be Satan or something, because he was under Trigon. There we go.
Trigon.
My god, you know what's funny? I now notice that his name is Trigon, and I just thought of Vash the Stampede. How did I not make that connection till now? I feel stupid. But like, it is what it is. So yeah, I don't think just because they add Robert Downey Jr. back into the fray, I don't think that's enough for me to say, okay, I'm going to watch Marvel again. I don't think that's good enough. And that's sad, because I really do like RDJ's Iron Man. I really do enjoy him on the screen. He always steals it. His acting is amazing. I always love RDJ. He's a great actor. He does a great job. And I still am glad that he did not apologize for Tropic Thunder. That is amazing. I still, up to this day, I don't care what you identify as. I don't care if it's offensive. It's funny. I have never heard of a positive joke. Every joke is rooted in some form of negative, offensive attribute in some form. So I don't know anyone who hasn't. If you ever lived life and laughed, you have laughed at something that's negative about yourself, about someone you know, about someone you've seen, or about a thing or person, or someone you, like anyone you know or you don't know. There's no such thing as a positive joke. Because whenever you hear a positive joke, you don't laugh, you just kind of get it and you move on with life. A negative joke makes you laugh because it's rooted in sadness. Sadness, and you'd be surprised how much sadness will make you laugh. And sad.
Throwing a couple of the OG Avengers. Hawkeye,
because it's relatable.
Led
Darth
the team.
Boricorn.
And I
They
think
should bring Jeremy
I
Renner
don't
back
know
anyway,
what
just
offends
because.
people more, that or Kung Fu Hustle LOL.
I love Kung Fu Hustle. That shit funny. I love offensive shows. I love offensive jokes. I love them because it's rooted in reality. It's rooted in relatability. It has truth in it. As truth, relatability in some form, even if it's like a negative stereotype is a form of truth. It may not be the whole truth, but it's some part of the truth, or it's totally true. There's a reason why certain stereotypes stick with certain races, people, genders, and stuff like that. There is a reason for it. It just didn't come out of nowhere. It's like if I came up to a bunch of like, white people play cricket or something. If I said a bunch of white people play cricket, that might be true, but I don't see a stereotype of that being a thing.
Ryaga Samurai. It's a stereotype for a reason.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense to me.
Because Jeremy Renner deserves it after what he's been through.
Oh yeah,
Dude's a legend.
But
We talk about a hero.
And I always find funny. I always found it funny for people who get mad at positive stereotypes. Like if you're an Asian person and you're considered to be smart or gifted or well versed in things, and you get mad at that, something's wrong with you. Like, yeah, you may not be the smartest Asian in the world, and you may not be a genius, and you may not be a doctor, you may not be these things, but I'd rather be associated being a doctor than being associated being a criminal or an idiot or something to that point. Like let's be honest, if you had choose to be an Asian stereotype or someone who comes from the South type stereotype, 9 times out of 10, especially if you're white, if you're someone who's white from the South, deep down South with a thick accent, talking to someone who thinks of a certain stereotype of Southerners, especially white, in a certain way, they might think you are very not smart 9 times out of 10, or you have done things with your cousin, right? They'll say some stupid shit like this, right? I'd rather be an Asian stereotype any day. I'd rather someone say you look like a K-pop person than you look like you're homeless. It is what it is. At least they think you're attractive enough to look like a K-pop star. That's a win. That's a win. That's a win. That's a win. That's not a loss. Now, if you happen to be in a certain group that happens to be in that fortunate situation, you can see it as like, okay, I find it a bit offensive. But you know what? It's not technically my fault. It's
Ryaga Samurai. Or they think you're a country bumpkin.
Bumpkin, yeah. Or like okay, if you fall into a situation where someone thinks you're a certain stereotype that has a negative connotation. Okay, you can say, well, that's not me. I know that's a lot of people that happens to be in that particular race that I fall into, but I'm not one of them. And maybe by my actions, I'll prove it to you. But it might be proven to you. Or maybe it'll never be proven to you, and that's just your God-given right to be that ignorant. Fine. But I don't think you're an evil person. You might be ignorant to the fact. Ignorant doesn't mean evil. It just means you are lacking knowledge or you don't know. A lot of people use the word ignorant as a form of like a attack or a form of a what's the right word? A form of like an insult. It's not really an insult. It just sounds negative, but it's not. It's just literally saying you lack knowledge of what you're talking about or you just don't know. That's fine. But it's not evil to say it. And the way people use it sound like they're trying to be mean when really they don't really know how to use it correctly is what it is. So you might be ignorant to the fact, and that's fine. That doesn't make you evil. Maybe my action might change. You're perceptive of that, but Maybe it'll never. And that's your God-given right. And that's not it's not my job to actually prove to you. And actually, it's not your job to even be proven that it's right or wrong. It's just not. It's just up to you if you want to or not. That's it. And just move on with life. Don't be mad about it. It just happens this one person thinks that way. That's fine. Move on. They're not attacking you. They're not stopping you from making your money. Don't take it so seriously. This is why a lot of kids can't handle Call of Duty lobbies. Just because a dude call you the F word doesn't mean that's what you are. Doesn't mean you have to make a whole rant about it. It was just a heated game. That's it. In the next 5 to 10 minutes, or probably 2 minutes, that dude's not even going to remember your name, who he was yelling at on the internet. Should he lose his life? No. Should he get fired his job? No. I don't think so.
Corn. I miss Modern Warfare 2 lobbies.
I know. I really do too. I really do too. I really do too. Man.
Badass, there you go.
But they could do a West Coast Avengers. That actually would work. But I don't know, guys. I think this is just a Hail Mary pass. I think now the big rumor is what is going to happen with Secret Wars is they're going to basically reset the MCU. And I think the reason they're going to reset it is because everybody's contracts ran out. So they're going to be like, oh, we'll reset it with a bunch of younger actors playing these characters.
They're going to have to anyway, because let's be honest, a lot of the actors are getting too old to do it.
Yeah.
We're going to be completely fair.
I mean, we're going on what? Like Iron Man came out, 2008? And
yeah.
So we're talking, 16 years ago. And by the time Secret Wars comes out, it's going to be damn near 20 years. So yeah, you're going to have to. But it's going to be, it feels like if they do that, it's going to be kind of like Spider-Man, where they jumped right from the Tobey Maguires into the Amazing Spider-Man, the Andrew Garfield movies. And then they jumped right into the Tom Holland movies, where it's just like constantly rebooting the MCU. And that's probably what's going to happen. They're probably introducing the whole multiverse thing. So it's like, yeah, everybody gets too old or they get too expensive or whatever. Yeah, we just reboot the universe.
Yeah.
That's what we do.
Pretty much.
So, but I think he's going to be back. I think they're going to bring him back.
I think they're going to have to, because their Marvel films and shows have been declining returns. And last year, the only Marvel movie that even did somewhat okay was Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, because it was the same team that you knew.
Yep.
Everything else,
I don't think it's even that. If all they just stop the pandering, stop doing stupid shit, and stop trying to retcon everything and make everything old fucking safe, things will go just fine. It won't be perfect, but things will go just fine. But when you try to play it safe all the time just to piss off Twitter, you're an idiot.
IDE love to see Morgan Freeman as a villain in a villain movie. IDE watch that.
That would be amazing. I actually would like to see that. I would actually like to see that too. Honestly, I would like to see that. Alright guys, so that was Clownfish TV with the whole trying to fix the MCU thing. Give a like and follow to Clownfish TV and all that great stuff. I know I'm kind of hyping up a bigger channel than I am, but it is what it is. They give good information, I think. I like their stuff. So I'm genuinely doing this not because they're just a prop up their channel or anything like that. I just actually genuinely like their work, and it gets me thinking and listening.
He has the voice for it.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, I can see that. All right. So with that said, like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. Laters. All right, we're going to the next one. So this one is Marvel Comics and DC is destroyed by kids in comic sales. So this is definitely saying that, I think in this one, this is about comic book. Marvel is doing too much pandering. They're pushing too much orientation stuff, if you get what I'm saying. So kids are not really flaunting to it. I think kids are now more smart enough to know that they're just doing it because they're trying to make a profit, or kids just don't care because they think this is how the world was anyway, so they don't care. They don't think they have a true need to care about if someone is a certain orientation, because kids who are now being born now think that's normal compared to the kids before. You know what I'm saying? So they don't think there's no need to actively know if Robin is for some boy. You know what I'm saying? In DC Comics. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. This is what happens when you try to force something and think it was a big problem when it was never a problem in the first place. You just made a problem. Now you're the person who made the virus. Try to give us a cure. And now kids who are born into the virus state.
Doesn't help they are losing the crowd they want to cater to because many don't like to be shoved in the spotlight.
Yep. The modern audience. Something that does not exist.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I am here with Geeky Sparkles.
Hello.
And we're going to do 2 comic industry videos in one day. Can you believe that? Can you believe that?
It's a Sunday.
Why
It's a
aren't
Sunday.
you drawing
It's a
on
slow
TikTok,
news.
guys?
Oh, I got banned. Before you say anything, Aaron, look at how cute Gunther is. He's so cute.
Irinikai. Oh my god, for what?
Okay, I'll explain a bit
Raiga
later.
Samurai. Hi, Aaron.
I'm gonna say this one was technically my fault on a technicality, but I'll explain it to you after the stream's over. I promise you. I
Irinikai.
promise you.
MMMHMMM, I'm here the listen Linda listen LOL.
I promise you I'll tell you after the stream. Because I don't want to criminate myself too much on this. I already told I think I told more already. She's like, "Oh, okay, I see what happened." But like I already talked to my agent. She said she can probably fix it within 3 days. So I'll be back on in 3 days or so. Hopefully I can get back on because I've been perma-banned before.
Irinikai. I can't leave you alone for long.
Okay, just be
LOL.
clear. Just be clear. My account isn't gone like before. It's just I can't stream right now. There's no date, so that means I can't stream anymore till my agent talks to them. Usually she can get me. Remember, I've been perma-banned 3 times. So me being just suspended is like nothing. Okay? Like, come on. You know, it's Jace, you know, come on. Just teach. It's what I do. It's what I do.
Irinikai. Bad teachy bad squirts water at you. Raiga Samurai.
No.
Smiling face with open mouth and cold sweat. Smiling face with open mouth and cold sweat. Smiling face with open mouth and cold sweat. Smiling face with open mouth and cold sweat.
Okay, how about this? I will explain it to you after the stream. And you'll be like, "Oh, okay, I see what went wrong." You're still going to be a little bit annoyed, but it is what it is. It will be fixed. I have high confidence that my agent can get it fixed. She always gets me out of my troubles anyway. And if I can't get it fixed, I already have a plan B for that. So there's nothing to worry about. It's just a little inconvenience. That's it.
Why it gotta be cold sweat LOL this man I'ma strangle you like Homer does to Bart.
Oh, why you just like cooking and chucking. But like look at it this way. I get to be more free than I ever could be. Usually on TikTok I'm on a restraint. I have a leash over my neck.
Irinikai. Exactly. So you feel it? Raiga Samurai. Aaron no. Restream.io.
Oh man.
Trophy congratulations.
But don't worry, we'll
You've
get
received
fixed.
100 messages today with Restream chat.
I already told her the whole situation. My agent, I already told everything. So I'm pretty sure she's like, okay, I'll fix it.
True, but TikTok gives you more people LOL.
I know. That's why.
Why your drawing got the whole bakery?
Because the bakery brings people like my students. That's why I get the bakery. You see, right?
I'ma tell your agent this man needs a timeout.
No, don't tell her that. No.
Gotta hit the store quick, but it'll leave you up in the background.
Okay, I got you, bro. Alright, but like now I can be more free than ever on my commentary. I don't have to be I can go a good 90% instead of going a good 65. Let's go.
Tuesday, so we'll talk about comics because comics are like dead last in the list of priorities for a lot of people right now. I'm going to be honest. And it shows. It shows because there's not a lot of interest in the comic book industry unless it's bad news, unless it's to point and laugh at the failings of the comic book industry. But it's sad.
From
it's just a
going
really
right on
sad,
TikTok.
sad industry.
Raiga Samurai. Please don't strangle us, Aaron.
Like, okay, so no, it's not Bri's fault. It's not something I said. It's actually something I did. This is not Bri's fault. It was more of a accident thing that happened. I clicked on the wrong button. Let's just put it that way. And a little bit too revealing of a picture popped up on screen of an anime chick. It's fine. It's nothing Vosh related. It was a grown anime chick.
Irinikai.
You know I don't do that fucking...
No, Bri can't do anything wrong. Bri is the golden boy.
Yeah, he's a good boy. He didn't do nothing wrong.
Helios. Yeah, a little.
So like, I lost my train of thought. It'll hit to me. It will come back to me. But like, eventually it'll be fixed. It will be fixed. All problems will be fixed. But just gotta be patient.
Right now, we're going to talk about Marvel and DC not doing well. Scholastic is still doing very well. But also, Graham Nolan posted this on Twitter. He's talking about Herb Trimp. I think it was Trimp. I can't remember if it was Trimp or Trimpy. But he was the gentleman who drew
I shall
Wolverine.
smite you with your waifu dirties showing everywhere. Raiga Samurai. Hi, hellos, are you Jiven?
He drew Hulk. He drew G.I. Joe. Legendary artist, and he was basically pushed out of the industry.
But just to be clear to everyone, I'll be back on... Oh, you did ask the question. Someone asked me how I someone asked, are you permabanned? No, I'm not permabanned. I'm not permabanned. If I was permabanned, you won't be able to even find my account. Just to let anyone know, the difference between a suspension and a permaban is if you're permabanned, that means you couldn't find my account. So if you type in my account, it will not come up. It will say this account either is disabled, gone, or you just can't find it. A suspension is I can't stream on TikTok.
I'ma go back to drawing, but I lurking, sir, always lurking.
Okay, hon. I can't stream on TikTok, but I can still post on TikTok like normally. You can still send me messages. And for those who are wondering, if you're a subscriber, will that cancel my subscription? No, but don't cancel it because I'll be back in a couple of days. So it's not like you're losing anything. I'll still answer any questions. If you still have a question from my subscriptions, and I'll still have my subscriptions still up there. I'll know who's still subscribed to me. So I just can't stream. I can't press go live. That's it. They didn't give me a due date, so that means that they didn't give me a due date when I'll be back. So that means that I wouldn't say it's called a permanent suspension on my TikTok. It's just that it's more of a very big warning of like, listen, we're not giving you a time where we're gonna let you go. We're just gonna feel when we let you go. That's where you have to get an agent. You guys sign up with a TikTok agency because they help with permabans and bans. They always help with permabans and bans. Actually, I've been unpermabanned 3 times without the help of my agent, because usually my agent gets it too late, and I already send like a big explanation of what happened and said permabanning, and they usually can look into the video and say, okay, I see what the mishap is, because half the time when they actually have someone review it, it's usually just some type of robot. I'm thinking, and then the robot makes a decision. I think. I'm not sure it's an actual person, but I think. Because whenever I get permabanned and I have to go tell them a big explanation of what happened, they tend to give it back to me almost instantly. So, like, I think it's usually a robot making the decisions, which makes no damn sense. Or if it is a person, it's just a person who's just don't give a shit and just permabanning everyone. It doesn't really, it is what it is. And I don't think they're going to permaban me. I think there's a good reason why they didn't permaban me based on what I showed on accident, which was funny because TikTok only got till September to like get bought. They need everyone as they can to make whatever money they can to save themselves from this situation. So getting rid of the creators wouldn't make a lot of sense, especially with, even though I don't have a big following compared to other creators, just the fact that I have the following I have and the money I bring in for TikTok, they'd be like, it's not a lot of money, but it's money nonetheless. So therefore, getting rid of you doesn't make a lot of sense given our situation. So therefore, I'm going to you know, just stop you from streaming. You can still post, you just can't stream till your agent talks on your behalf, and then we'll forgive you, and then all is done. So yeah. All right, let me restart this whole video because it's just me explaining that makes no sense. All right, so guys, this is the whole video with Marvel Comics, something with kids, blah, blah, blah. Kids are not picking up sales because probably pandering. It is what it is. So let's play this.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I am here with Geeky Sparkles.
Hello.
And we're going to do 2 comic industry videos in one day. Can you believe that?
Oh, I just saw, oh my god, I just saw that. Oh my god, hold up. I almost got confused for a sec. Hey, Dominic. Sinnerman, did you just come in? I'm sorry, Sinnerman, I didn't see you there. I forgot that is up there. Just keep withholding the wallet. We can change the tables. Okay, Sinnerman was on. I think he's talking about the Marvel thing. I got you, Sinner. I don't know if you're still here, bro. I'm sorry that I didn't even see your message. Like, just to be clear for anyone who's here, if you're messaging me on YouTube Shorts when I'm streaming on YouTube Shorts, it's not that I'm ignoring. I just forget it's in the background because there's no notification. It doesn't read out. It doesn't make no sound. YouTube needs to change that. There needs to be a sound system. So whenever you guys make you guys send a message or something, I would at least know or something. It just kind of bugs me a lot when that happens.
Can you believe that?
It's a Sunday.
It's a Sunday.
So,
it's a slow news day, so we'll talk about comics because comics are like dead last in the list of priorities for a lot of people right now. I'm going to be honest. And it shows. It shows because there's not a lot of interest in the comic book industry unless it's bad news, unless it's to point and laugh at the failings of the comic book industry. But it's sad. It's just a really sad industry right now. We're going to talk about Marvel and DC not doing well. Scholastic is still doing very well. But also, Graham Nolan posted this on Twitter. He's talking about Herb Trimp. I think it was Trimp. I can't remember if it was Trimp or Trimpy, but he was the gentleman who drew Wolverine. He drew Hulk. He drew G.I. Joe. Legendary artist, and he was basically pushed out of the industry when he was in his 50s.
Well, I remember when we first met, you told me about how they would burn you out and then get rid of you.
Yeah.
And how it was like something that a lot of artists were concerned about because, some people just they couldn't change up their styles, didn't have longevity, or some people they just would work to death until they were just like tired. And then next,
Yeah, and a lot of times it was like you were only as good as, your relationship with your editor. And when the editors would switch out, they would want to bring their own regime in. And this happened, and we had people that, worked in the industry for 20, 30, 40 years, and then they were out of work. And I always thought it was really sad. I would go to Artist Alley, and I'd see these legendary creators that had phenomenal careers. Basically, I hate to, be that guy, but kind of panhandling, like, buy my prints, buy my this, buy my something, and then you ask them, well, why? You were fantastic on Spider-Man, or you're fantastic on Hulk, or why aren't they calling you? And they're like, I don't know. They just don't call me anymore. Was it something you did? No, they don't call me anymore.
No, because you use tissue. Bye.
Yeah, you're used tissue. And all these people now that are...
Take that how you will. Anyway.
All these people now that are delighting that they've got control of the comic book industry. I'm like, these people actually had sales behind them.
Yeah, I was going to say they're delighting in that, but the comics are falling off a cliff.
Yeah. So we'll talk about that. So maybe that actually is maybe the point is like, well, they're not going to get rid of you because nobody else is going to work as cheap as you do, and
they did it to themselves.
They did it to themselves.
You set the price. You said I will do this for this amount of money to get in there, and then you're mad when you don't get more money.
Yeah, I'll draw
another discussion.
I'll draw your comic for $50 a page. Sure, whatever.
It's killing me. I'm underpaid. Well, who's the one who took the money?
I don't understand why I can't survive in Manhattan. So let's talk about this. Before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, guys. Get woohoo if you do.
Woohoo!
So yeah, let's go out here to this is the Tilting at Windmills, which the Comics Beat puts this out every year talking about book numbers. Now, these are just book numbers, but we know that Marvel and DC are not selling nearly what they used to sell. In fact, the highest selling monthly comics right now are the Transformers and G.I. Joe comics.
No, we're talking those are floppy comics.
The floppy comics.
Right. I think most people just would rather go with graphic novels.
Like, I have no problem with G.I. Joe and Transformers. they're cool in their own right, but like, how?
This is Brian Hibbs. Invaluable analysis. Analysis of the 2023 book scan numbers. So Marvel and DC combined are less than 10% of the book market. And this is like they were trying to pivot to that. And the thing with the floppies is a lot of times the floppies were considered fodder for the book market. Like, oh, we're only doing 6 issues of this series because we're going to bundle it up into a graphic novel, you know, and that's how we're going to sell it. And oh, Ms. Marvel is a huge seller in the book market.
Yeah.
she's a massive hit. I think at first, yeah. 10 years ago, maybe, yeah, but then the quality fell off. But that's what they're trying to say. Like, oh, you can't look at the monthly comic book numbers, guys. You got to look at the book market. That's where we're making all of our money. You just don't see it. No, it's less than 10% combined. And that's with DC doing Batman books that have been perennial bestsellers for like 30 years. Yeah, Dark Knight Returns and Batman Year One and all that stuff has been sold.
They combined for fewer than 750,000 books sold, 10% of what Scholastic sold.
Wow.
Well, that doesn't surprise me because the Scholastic, you have to remember too, like they're sending out books besides going to the bookstores and stuff. They're sending out the book orders sheets to schools. They have the book fairs usually in the fall and the spring. I know I used to run them. They're getting it into the hands of kids that the parents will buy them books, and they're getting it into the hands of readers. So I'm 100% sure Scholastic does really well because when you're given a sheet, you can pick from one of these books as a reward, and kids love book. I loved the book orders as a kid. I was all about it. Our kids loved it as they were all about it. So parents are buying their kids books. Of course, they're going to sell a lot. It's given out to a ridiculously large audience.
Marvel only had one book in the top 750, while Viz, Disney, Scholastic, and Abrams beat every single comic Marvel itself published.
I believe it.
DC had a bad year with their lowest sales since 2004, down 25% from 2022 in the book market. Even with their highest ever number of titles in the total list. In 2023, they only had 14 titles in the top 750.
Oh, no.
In 2013, they had 130. That's a huge and troubling drop. But then
it's only like 10% of what it was. Oh.
But laying off nearly your entire sales marketing team is not a great strategy for growth. I don't think they care.
Some of the people you're hiring is not exactly a great strategy for growth either. But hey.
Yeah.
You chased off your audience. It's 2013.
Yeah.
Well, you guys all started a lot of this shit in 2012 to 2014, and it shows. So maybe if you hadn't chase certain demographics and got rid of people for other people that will take a lot less and their art looks like shit, you might not have that big of a problem now because everybody's going to manga, which has better stories and the art looks good.
So they're saying that IDW had the best year of any traditional comics publisher in the book market. But they said The Last Ronin, which I know is huge, and they're making a movie based on it. It's the biggest Ninja Turtle story in like forever. Yeah, 148,000 copies in its second year on the chart.
That doesn't sound like very
compared
good.
to manga, it's like nothing.
I was gonna say it doesn't sound very good. I'm just looking down on crowdfunders.
They're talking units, 148,000 units. Yeah, Berserker sold over 615,000 copies.
I mean, to be fair, it was Berserker, but still.
Yeah, but it was. I mean, not in the crowdfunding, but later, and I think the crowdfunder definitely caused it, buzz. But there's a lot of talk around this comic. People said it's the best Ninja Turtle in like forever.
148,000 copies sound that great because I know
compared to manga, it's.
Compared to prose, even it's just like what the heck.
Yeah, so this is not good. This is not good. And I think the book market's down overall. I think I've heard it's actually down overall. But again, manga, I'm sure, is dominating most of the sales chart. Dogman, of course, because you can.
How many copies did Dogman sell?
Dogman number 11 was best-selling graphic novel with more than 1 million units sold.
I rest my case.
Yes, the graphic novel market in the U.S. sagged from pandemic highs. Everybody was locked in their houses. They had nothing to do. I'm sorry, they're not going well. And so look, what we're doing is we're basically getting to the point. The point is you can't depend on the comic book industry to take care of you. That is the point. I'm seeing this more and more as a lot of the creators I grew up reading are, retirement age now. Some of them not even but they're still basically retired, not through their own choosing, but because the comic book industry has decided that it's done with them. And these are perfectly viable creators. I mean, it broke my heart to hear that Larry Hama, who wrote G.I. Joe for years, and created like so much of the backstory of G.I. Joe and should be getting millions of dollars from Hasbro, is working at 75 years old because he has to. It's not because he wants to, it's because he has to.
Yeah.
But at least he's
That's
working.
a lot though.
Wow,
We hear
that's
this a lot.
serious.
But usually they're working in other fields, or they're trying to do crowdfunders like GoFundMe and stuff like that to try to get money to survive, because they don't care. And I'm sorry, it is what it is. This is one of the reasons we don't do it anymore.
Yeah, it was like we looked at the long-term future, and other than, get your stuff picked up in, Netflix or something, or a movie or something, there is no future really in the traditional comic book industry, just making comics, selling them through the traditional. I mean, it's very limited. You can do it yourself. The people that are actually doing it and doing it well are doing it themselves. And this has been true for years. I mean, going back to Image.
Someone mentions Image. That's what I thought of.
Yeah.
When they don't have people wanting to be unionized so they can tell people what they can and can't make comics of.
Oh, I would have shut that shit down. I would have been like, look, if you think you're overworked, and I've said it before, if you're overworked, you think you're overworked, that's one thing. But if you're doing it just because you want to have editorial oversight, you're not the editor. You're making the copies.
Go work someplace else.
Go work someplace else. Go start your own publisher. Anyway, this is Graham Nolan, notable comic book writer, worked for many, many years in the comic book industry. And I think he was basically pushed out. Partially because of politics, I think, and partially because you get to, I hate to say it, but you get to a certain age and they're just like, you know what? You're just not the flavor of the month anymore. It doesn't matter how many hundreds of thousands or even millions of copies of books you sold for us. We don't want your stinky old man comics anymore. So this is Graham. He said 24 years ago, Herb Trimp wrote this op-ed piece in the New York Times. We're going to go through that. And I heard about that and it was horrible. He had to change careers. This is the guy who was the first artist to draw Wolverine. It's a cautionary tale I posted every year since then on the anniversary of his death. The importance today of the independent comic movement and crowdfunding options can't be overstated after reading this. The big two publishers are not your friends. They will chew you up and spit you out when they're done with you.
Use tissue.
And you will be left with nothing. Creatives don't choose a paycheck. Start building your future today. Create and own your properties. You will be happier. So here is the article in question. And just refresher for those of you who don't know Herb Trimp. He worked for a very long time in Marvel. And yeah, he basically got pushed out. And I remember hearing about this and I was shocked. He was one of the artists, I think he was at one of the comic conventions here in Pennsylvania. And at that point, it would have been Eastern Pennsylvania. And
God
I think
mode
I actually asked him, I'm like, well, why aren't you working for Marvel?
Someone help me
anymore? And
loudly
this would have been
crying
like
face.
98, 99. And he's basically
good,
like, they won't have me. They won't have me. That for whatever reason, I'm just not cool anymore. This was written in 2000. 2000. Old superheroes never die. They join the real world. So he got fired at 56 years old. He had 2 children, still in college, no job. And I remember reading this. This is 96. 29 years he worked for Marvel Comics.
God mode
Things had started to
779.
get shaky 2 years before.
There is a
Comic
streamer
industry
kidnapping kids
had a
and he
crash.
said I am
Yeah, I
next.
remember the 90s, yeah.
You know, they flooded the market with spin-offs and endless number ones. By 95,
There's a streamer. Yeah, I don't care.
a new wave of artists and writers had supplanted
God
the
mode
older pros. And my employer
779.
was giving me less and less
What do
work.
I do?
This guy joined Marvel in 1967. Said March 15th.
Need more time to file your taxes this year? Get a free 5-month IRS tax extension now.
1995. Fantastic Four has been cut. Fantastic Four Unlimited is the only regular comic I'm drawing with pages reduced. My work is cut in half.
God mode
Called
779.
Nell's editor, I guess,
Should
who
I lock my
apologized and tried
doors?
to get me more work.
Oh no, I don't want to hear about it. Mention it again, then you get out of here. Please don't bring that up again. I know you're just kidding and memeing, but TikTok, Twitch don't like it when you start talking like that.
God mode 779. Sad face.
You'll be fine.
To meet the four-page weekly quota, things didn't look good. April 1st, I began to hate drawing comics. It becomes harder and harder to compete with the new creative stars. Experience doesn't seem to matter. By May 27th of that year, he turned 56. Send my application today to the State University of New York's Empire State College. The Center for Distance Learning offers credit for life experience in independent study for people like me who can't attend regular classes. So he's looking to retrain at 50 some years old. He got accepted. Mentor is going to help design a degree program. November 20th, they canceled his book, No Warning. Went down to New York yesterday. All the editors are either in meetings or at the lunch. Talked to human resources at Marvel. The lady seemed embarrassed. Said maybe I should consider retiring.
Oh.
I told her I wasn't going to hold the gun to my own head. They have to shoot me themselves. But the family, I need the health care benefits and income. December 6th or 15th of that year is 95. No matter what I say or who I call or write at Marvel, I can't get assigned another book. I've tried reason, outrage, guilt, trips, and begging. I haven't been able to scrounge together enough work to meet my monthly quota. God, this is heartbreaking. The place is in shambles. When I press, they admit sales are down, so is morale. Scuttlebutt is more layoffs are coming. January of 96, more
God, that
firings.
is sad.
19 people gone, including his editor.
Yeah.
Yep. But January 8th, worked on my own comic strip about a minor league baseball team. He's just not really, like, it's not going very well, basically. January 11th, finally talked to my tutor for my first Empire State course for Far Eastern History. January 23rd, the job thing is a downer. I'm generally excited and optimistic. Tom DeFalco at Marvel called me after dinner to see how I was doing. When he was editor-in-chief, he kept me working during... That's the thing, too. People don't understand. Like, if you have a good relationship with your editor, that's the person that actually gives you the work. And if they like you, you're getting work. So a lot of times what happens is you're like, I haven't seen this pro working in a while. Well, who's the editor of the book? Because if it's a different editor than it was, that's probably why that person's no longer there. When he was editor-in-chief, he kept me working during another slow period when all the new editors were hiring their pet artists. Great chat. He knows some people at King Features. That's probably about the comic strip. Rumors. Marie Javins, who actually, I know her somewhat. She worked on the Duck books. We worked on the Duck books together.
Oh, is that? Yes. I
Yeah.
Yes.
But she was at DC Comics, and they got rid of her, too. Same trouble. Getting the odd coloring job, no substantial work. Checks keep coming, but this is getting weirder and weirder. February 3rd, I feel like I'm turning into somebody else. This is awful. So we're seeing what's happening in real time within the span.
By using commands like /donation and /cash app.
That's incredibly heartbreaking to hear. That's incredibly heartbreaking. That is incredibly heartbreaking. This is why I would always tell students, always have a second ability to do something, because if you don't, you're going to be screwed. Because they don't need you like that anymore. You can do your own thing. If you're creative and you can do your own thing and make life like that, but if your only thing was solely getting work from, if your only thing was just getting work from comics and that was it, this is what happens when you put your eggs in too much in one basket.
Raiga Samurai. Yeah, that sucks.
That really does suck. It really sucks.
End of a couple of months. Now, this kind of stuff is happening all the time in comics right now. But back then it was unheard of because everything was copacetic for months, for years. You know, you'd get a job at Marvel or DC and they would keep you unless you wanted to go. And in fact, they were angry when like Todd McFarlane, Rob Liefeld, and all those guys, because historically, like you would stay at Marvel for 20 or 30 years and make them money, and people weren't doing that anymore. Nobody's going to answer his calls by February. March 5th, it said to go for a BA in art. This just goes on. Got rejection from, God, this goes. Where's Marvel? Why bother? Don't even call them. I mean, this just goes on and on. I think if I remember correctly, it ends with him getting a job in another field. And he just is like keeping track of everything that happened. Let's get to
his diary kind of
This
thing.
is diary. He's basically, telling you to go get out of the industry. And he's a teacher. Yeah, I remember this. I remember reading this, and I remember there were stories about it. He basically trained to work in another field. And but I know he was still doing conventions because he did a convention in the late 90s. And I do remember, I'm like, why aren't you doing, probably, I had no idea. At that point, I had no idea this was going on because, you know, the internet wasn't as big as it is now. But like, I was like, why aren't you working at Marvel anymore? Well, they won't have me. And I just did a convention Just did. Last Wizard convention I did, and there were.
Oh gosh, that was a while ago.
That was a while ago. It was probably. Oh God.
One thing you learn about Neon is he has no concept of time.
I really don't.
So what is a week to him has been like 4 or 5 months for everybody else.
That is called age. But
well, I'm older than you.
Okay. Well, I don't have a concept of time, but no. So we're talking like maybe 8 years ago. I did it, and I used to do panels with Danny Fingeroth, which was awesome. But I would ask these guys because there were all these great like Marvel and DC editors that were legends. Like everybody knew why aren't you working for these companies? Why aren't you? And it's saying that they won't call me back. I'm like, but you were like the biggest thing there, and they won't call you. No, and that's why they were doing conventions and selling prints and stuff. It's sad. So. Took us a long way around, but basically really comics won't take care of you.
No, which we've been telling people that for a long time.
So you're standing for these companies and you're pushing people to the breaking point, sometimes past the breaking point given what happened to.
And you're paying how much less than before.
And they're paying how much less, and is it worth it? Because at the end of the day, you might fight tooth and nail for the honor of DC and Marvel Comics, and they're not going to give a shit about you. They're going to chew you up and spit you out or sell the company off or something.
They were doing it back when comics were a lot bigger, a lot more popular,
Yeah. Yep. So there we go, guys. That's comics. It doesn't love you. It's the industry you may love, but it doesn't love you back. So we're going to wrap it up.
Yeah.
Please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, rants. We'll talk later.
Bye.
That really does suck. I'm not going to lie to you. That sucks. That really does suck. I'm not kidding. Always have a backup plan, fellas.
Darth Goricorn. What a majestic cake. I wonder how long it took to bake that.
It would have been like 5 minutes, but it took me because I kept on talking too much, kept on yapping. Okay. No, that was Clownfish. Is that it? Oh, we got one more from them, and then we are off to the other creators. Alright, so I think I should do more smaller creators, so just the bigger ones. That was Marvel. That was Clownfish TV. Give them a like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment for this video when it comes out and all that great stuff. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Thank you, and follow. Thanks. And them too. Oh. Okay, so I wanted to do this the other day, but didn't get to. So this one is the other half of the gaming thing. So it says, Gen Z gamers are choosing retro games over new AAA titles. Makes sense to me, because all the games of today is shit. They keep telling you how to think, and you're a bad person if you don't think a certain way, and you deserve to not have fun. You can't have escapism. You always have to be told what to do, especially if you're a straight white a white heterosexual male who may be Christian, maybe, or if you are the problem. So yeah, 9 times out of 10. And if you're anything but, you are championed, and if you're anything but you speak common sense, you are the devil. You are just as bad as that straight white male, apparently. So yeah. So if you're a POC, that racist term, towards anyone who's not a white person, you are a devil if you think with logic and reason and being fair to others, even if towards white people.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon, not here with Geeky Sparkles in this episode, but we're going to talk about video games. We're going to talk about old video games again. Did a video yesterday talking about how players are playing older games on Steam. They're going back to the old classics, games that are 10 years old, and now there's an article floating around that Gen Z is embracing retro gaming.
I wish I was championed, lol. I've been told there is a place in hell for people like me who hurt feelings, lol.
Yeah, I don't know. It really does suck, but, what has happened to the world?
AAA developers are trying to appeal to are going back to older games. Because if you're younger and you've never played older video games, I mean, there are decades worth of games. There are more games out there than any one person can play in a lifetime. And I think it's fantastic that younger players are discovering these games for the first time. And it's interesting though, and I'm not going to go into too much detail, but let's just say that we do have firsthand experience with younger people trying arcade games and pinball machines, and a lot of them don't even know how to play pinball. Like, wow. I'm dead serious. Like, they don't know how to play pinball.
Ooh, that's not good.
Or they've never seen a pinball table. They don't know how to play arcade games. They don't understand. Like, I've seen so many kids, younger kids, like I'm talking, under 14, 13, like walk up to a 2-player cabinet and like grab each joystick in each hand and try playing it that way. Like, no, dude, this isn't a PlayStation controller. These aren't thumbsticks. Like, so I would actually have to explain to these kids about how to play arcade games. But I think it's.
Are you kidding me? Bro, are you kidding me? No way you witnessed that happen. No.
Darth Goricorn.
No.
Wait, what?
If what Neon is saying.
Darth Goricorn. How?
Oh, bro, if Neon's saying what I think he's saying, is kids really trying to play with a joystick as if it's like an analog stick? Are you serious?
Samurai. No way they actually did that.
Bro, we are cooked. We are doomed. We are doomed as just a species. Are you serious?
Darth
man, are kids that stupid?
Can the Death Meteor not miss the planet next time, please?
Oh my god. Are we that stupid? Is our kids that stupid? Oh man, I try to be optimistic as best as I can, but I can't acknowledge when I can acknowledge when there's no winning in something. Oh my god.
Cool. Because, and I don't know if it's because they're going to talk about in this article from The Guardian, they think it's because of TikTok, but I think it really kind of started maybe with Stranger Things,
Oh, these are amazing.
Wow, that's good.
Wow, these are good.
It's delicious.
What if I told you that you could get your daily dosage of greens with this one packet of Groons gummies?
These are really good.
You got the kids going to the arcade and playing arcade games, and there's this fascination with the 80s and 90s that these kids have, and I don't know, I just think it's really cool. So I think this is going to be another blow to AAA gaming, because a lot of these kids might just go back to old games. Because if there's a game that's 20 years old that you've never played before, it's new to you, right?
Darth Goricorn.
And these publishers, they just keep releasing the same games over and over and over again.
Stranger Things was overhyped.
Yeah, it was. I don't overhype. I think it was a bit overhyped. It's competent writing. I think the writing's competent, and it tries to stay consistent as best as possible. Fine. I think overhype is a strong word, though. It's a competent show that makes you feel not stupid to watch. It's pretty simplistic in its storytelling. It's not complicated. And the acting is alright. The acting is pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. Especially with I don't really like kid actors. It takes a very special kid actor to act, and it doesn't feel stale, stupid, or just off. But the kids did a great job when they first started. But I don't think it's a good show. It's decent. It's confident, but I don't think it's like there where it's like Game of Thrones or anything like that. I don't think so.
Just with better graphics or whatever. Or
it's just a competent kid show. Let's put it that way, with actual death in it, because they didn't really how they try to steer clear from death as much as possible. Which I think that's what's ruining kids. They need more death in their stories, because I think it's softening children. I get it. why you don't want to traumatize children, but sometimes traumatization does make it bring a form of constructive trauma in shows and stories, bring a sense of truth, a sense of awareness, a sense of caution, a sense of just being vigilant. Because if you look at fairy tale stories, they're very gruesome. They're very, very gruesome. Right? And because they're so gruesome, I think it tends to give kids a sense of not everything is like sunshine and rainbows. It's not everything's going to be a happy ending. Not everything's going to end well. Sometimes things are just not going to go as planned. And usually things won't go as planned. Actually, quite frank. It never ever truly goes as planned. It can. And it's not rare, but it's not a prominent thing. Especially if you plan it like 5 years down the line. Even probably 2-3 years down the line. Some things change. But given circumstances and blah blah blah. So like I think honestly, because it does have death in it. It has like what? If I have to count all the deaths in like legitimate main character deaths, or at least supporting characters, I think it's a total of like 4 or 5. There's that one friend of that girl, Mike's sister, the Eddie, the brother of the redhead, the stepdad. I think that's it. I think I have 4 total deaths. So, and then like all of them was male except like one woman.
So why do you need to support the modern AAA gaming space? If there's more out there than you can possibly play in a lifetime. I mean, I literally grew up in and around arcades. My uncle actually worked for a vending machine company, and I used to go with him when I was 3 years old. He used to take me with him in the truck, and we would go around and get the quarters out of the arcade machines. I literally grew up around arcades, arcade machines, coin ops, and pinball tables, and he actually refurbished pinball tables for a while. So like for me, it's like I saw the beginning of video game history, and I got to live pretty much the whole thing. But for these kids, there's like 30 years of history that, 40 years of history, 50 years. If you go back to the 70s, oh my God, that's new to them. So I think it's really cool. We're going to talk about this because I think there's definitely going to be a market for younger people playing older games too. It's not just disgruntled middle-aged gamers who are tired of all the politics and crap in AAA gaming, or tired of all the microtransactions or all that. It's actually going to be Gen Z and possibly Gen Alpha too. So before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, guys. If you want the audio edition of Clownfish TV, go out to any podcast app. We're there. Just look for Clownfish TV Audio Edition. And we also have another podcast. It's called D-Res, where we do more in-depth interviews with people. And we're going to get some more video game personalities on, I think. But yeah, so I saw this strip the other day, and I had to retweet it because this is 100% true. This is from Clueless Hero. Feeling old. Man, this game was my childhood. This dude's like, no way, it came out like 3 years ago. 10, actually. What? I only played the remake, though. The original is like 16 years old. Stop. And he looks like he's just getting older. Such a classic, and now he's dead. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, this is how I feel about Kingdom Hearts fans. Like, I remember when Kingdom Hearts came out, but in my mind, it just came out like 10 years ago. But we're talking over 20 years.
Yeah, it's been 20 years. Holy shit. Came out in 2002. Holy fucking shit, it's 2024. Holy shit. I feel old. I feel old as shit. God damn it.
Somebody mentioned on Twitter the other day, they're like, oh yeah, we're going to get ready for the 25th anniversary of Kingdom Hearts. I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? And to this day, nobody knows what the plot of that damn game is. Nobody knows what the...
This is FTMO, and it's a trading firm that funds traders. If you're 18 or older,
shut up.
The plot of the game is, and it's been around for 25 years.
I feel old as a stare at my 4 walls of old video games and my totes of old systems.
Yeah, kind of feels that way. I know how you feel.
Years. I'm just saying. But yeah, this is true. You know, kids are going back and they're playing older games. And they talked about, you know, in the other video I did that, you know, Minecraft is so incredibly popular. Minecraft came out before a lot of these kids were born. Can you believe that? Like, I remember when that was new. My kids played Minecraft when they were little. And it was new. It was like, oh my God, isn't this cool? It's kind of like Legos, but as a video game. And before Microsoft bought it. And now it's like these kids grew up only playing Minecraft. But I think it's really cool that they're going back and looking at retro games. So it's coming from The Guardian, which is begging for money, you know, because... But
okay, I get what Neon is saying, but what this is going to do is that they're going to say, how can we get them to play these retro games and sell them transactions? That's what's going to happen. They're not thinking about, okay, they like playing retro games. Maybe we should bring back cartridges and all that stuff. No. How can we digitize it so we can change it whenever we feel like it, and then if they piss us off, we can just take it from them even though they paid the full price for it. That's what's going to happen. That's what happened to every physical media now today. That's what's going to happen.
Darth Goricorn. They will load new skins into older games.
Yes, they'll do that. They'll do everything. What this is going to ultimately do is just going to make the remaster or remake genre even more stronger now. Because all they're going to do is like, maybe we shouldn't make any new games. Maybe we should just take our old shit and just constantly repackage it to people. Nintendo's been doing this for a long ass time. So why wouldn't Sony, who has a catalog of Spyros and the Crash Bandicoots and the Kingdom Hearts, and then you have Xbox, you have the Gears of War again. They might do Gears of War again, remaster it again. They'll take the remaster and remaster it again. And put extra polish on Kim's head. If you know who Kim is in Gears of War. The bald Asian guy. If you know it, they'll put extra polish on that head of his.
Rare W for them. This article is pretty interesting. Why are younger generations embracing the retro
Darth
game
Goricorn.
Revival? Retro video
But
games
on a
and
good
aesthetics
note, I mean,
are
some
having
games that are really hard to find physical copies of will be buyable at least.
True.
moment, but it's not just Gen X and older millennials reliving their heyday. Younger millennials and Gen Z are getting in on the nostalgia too. And again, not to go into too much detail, but I can tell you from firsthand experience, it's also Gen Alpha. Younger kids too are like, yeah, I want to play the Pac-Man. How do you play Pac-Man? They said on TikTok, retro gaming videos have amassed over 6 billion views. On YouTube, uploads have increased 1,000-fold. Spotify users are creating 50% more retro gaming themed playlists than they were at this time last year, and live streamers are cashing in on the repetitive catchphrases and mechanical movements of NPCs. So why in this age of hyper-realistic graphics and ever-expanding technology are younger generations captivated by an era of technological limitation? That might be it. You might have just answered the question. They said for Kingsley Ellis, a millennial raised on the bleeps and bloops of Mega Drives and N64, we were out of the bleeps and bloops by then. Just saying. The allure of retro gaming is simple. It's all about nostalgia. He has a TikTok account called Unpacked. It has 1.5 million followers. He says his interest lies mostly in old gaming hardware. His most watched videos revisit the gloriously bizarre world of retro peripherals.
Darth
Those
Goricorn.
often ridiculous attachments
Chrono
designed
Cross
to
got
enhance
a
or
remaster a
over-engineer
while
the gaming
back
experience.
because
See
of it, and you
Sega
don't
for an
want to
example
see how
of,
much a PS1
that.
copy of that game
Some
costs.
of the attachments I wasn't even aware of as a child blow my...
Okay. Am I gonna die?
No, you got really bad diarrhea.
Oh god, I'm gonna die. Chrono Cross got a remaster a while back because of it, and you don't want to see how much. You don't want to see how much PS1 copy. You might be right, but is the is the translations on point, or they changed that? You know how localizing goes.
My mind.
Darth
Wow, they had a
Goricorn.
snorkel.
It has been so
A
far.
Game Boy controlled
Okay.
sewing machine. I did know about that one. I watch mostly, when I'm not watching news on YouTube, I watch mostly retro gaming channels. I would actually recommend GTV Japan is probably my all-time favorite, and I wanted to give them a shout out. Somebody said he's from Pittsburgh too. I don't know. I think he lives in Japan, but anyway, his channel is fantastic, and it's like watching what Electronic Gaming Monthly used to be. And he doesn't get nearly enough love. He needs more subs because his channel is awesome. I said the sentiment seems to resonate with a growing segment of Gen Z and Gen Alpha. The popularity of channels such as Ellis's reflect a broader fascination with retro tech that's evident in the rise of reaction videos, the resurgence of Web 1.0 era, Frutiger era aesthetics. Think futuristic optimism, glossy buttons, gradients, and Windows XP screensavers. A filter transforming people into PS2 characters, and the increasing adoption of Y2K.
Yeah, I kind of noticed that shit on TikTok a lot. That's been kind of getting on my nerves. People have been doing that PlayStation 1 cover art thing. I kind of noticed that. That was been a thing. I thought it was just like, oh, it's just a filter type thing, but it's been popping up so frequently. It's kind of annoying after a while. It's like, bro, please stop.
Era devices by young consumers. Last year, I did know about this. Last year, Urban Outfitters sold out of refurbished iPod minis, and a 20-year-old Olympus digital camera was dubbed the hottest Gen Z gadget. I think my kids bought an old low-resolution digital camera off of TikTok or something, or a replica of one, and it looked like a camera that I had like 25 years ago. Like, no, actually, our first.
Okay, Brian knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, noticing a lot of that has been kind of annoying after a while. Like, it's not like it's a problematic thing. It's not like it's doing anything to me, but it's just like it's been like more prevalent than ever. I'm like, what is the? I get the appeal because it's like, oh, it's just a retro thing, but like,
digital camera, I think my wife and I bought together. It took floppy disks. I am not kidding. 3.5-inch floppy disks.
If you know me, you know glasses have always been a big part of my life.
Remember back in the day having a floppy disk or having a gigabyte in a floppy disk, if possible, was a thing. Now we were running with terabytes in our computers now. Like now consoles are running with, now standards for consoles are now going to be like terabytes now. Who knows that? Back in the day, between I think PlayStation 3 to Xbox 360 to I think Xbox One to PS4, it was 500 gigabytes. 500 gigabytes was the standard. Now, because games are getting ridiculously big for like no reason, because
Samurai.
Updates.
Yeah.
You have to have a console that has a terabyte, because I remember when I downloaded Genshin Impact. Genshin Impact alone, if I type in Genshin, hold on, going on the top of my head, hold on. If I go to
Darth Goricorn. Ark Survival Evolved ate up a ton of memory space also.
Yeah, like, I think... Genshin Impact... A game is fantasy requires cinematic amount due to detailed environments and such texture. However, the requirements are vary across platforms. It's 130 gigabytes alone. That's 130 gigabytes alone. I think the minimum storage requirement for the game is 8 gigabytes on mobile phones such as iPhones and Androids, and 30 gigabytes for gaming. But this was January 24th, 2024. Game program station. Okay, so like it's 30 gigabytes for platforms like PlayStation, and Windows. So with 256 gigabytes, you will have a ample space to the only installing Genshin Impact. So like, yeah, it says 130 something gigabytes for Genshin. That is a lot of freaking gigabytes taking up for just one game. Now imagine if you want to play Genshin Impact, you want to play the Call of Duty game, you wanted to play Grand Fantasy, Blue Fantasy, you wanted to play Helldivers, you know what I'm saying? That's 4 games. That literally just probably ate up more than half of your memory. You probably have 200 gigabytes left of storage. And then if you have videos and you have things saved on that computer, it's gonna dwindle so fast. You're gonna have like 100 gigabytes left of storage. And that's gonna be like enough for like one game if you're lucky. Because I think Fortnite alone is like Fortnite. For Fortnite, it is 26 gigabytes. Not fairly too big. Wait, no, that's a lie. It was updated since February 2024. It's 80 gigabytes. That was 2 months ago, 2 or 3 months ago. That's 80 gigabytes, bro. That's a lot of storage.
Darth Goricorn. On the PS4, Ark Survival Evolved took up 178 gigs.
Oh my god. And that's what you said for PS4 only? Yeah, that's for PS4. I can just imagine for like PC. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's why now these days, if you want to experience your gaming quality, I suggest buying, I know this is a lot, but I think buying a lot of terabytes, like buying 10 worth, and that's a lot of money. Buying 10 worth of terabytes of memory is worth it. You have so much space. So much more space. Because I think 1,000 gigabytes is 1 terabyte. If I remember right.
Darth Goricorn. I think some of them don't compress their data to stop other games from competing with them.
I think so. Interesting. Never even thought of that. I never thought of that once. That already came through my mind now. Speaking of that, you just remind me. I have to go buy new T4 sticks for my PC, cause I need to clean. I have to do some spring cleaning. I have to spring clean the data out of my computer. I need to delete all the pictures and all that stuff. There's no need for
them. The less games you have, the more you are likely to play their game.
Yeah. Yeah. The less games you have, the more likely you'll play the game. Yeah. That's why once I get... This is part why... how big is that game? Hold on. You made me think now. AFK. Shit. Damn, are you serious? No, that's Ark. I'm stupid. I said AFK. Is it called AFK? Is that what the game's called? Yeah, I think, yeah. I can see myself. Okay, so if I get back on TikTok, I will be playing AFK for the sponsorship because it's only 1 gigabyte. That is nothing. That is literally nothing to anyone. That's why games like I enjoy games like Cuphead. If I remember right, Cuphead is like what, 300 megabytes? I think the best way to make a game is make it small. Small games make all the difference. Roguelite RNG type games is where it's at. I think that's where it's at. If you want your audience to stay on your game, make it RNG and make it a roguelite. Just like what do you call it? Like Gungeon, like Into the Gungeon. It's a fun game. It's a generated game. And it's always a different experience every time. And it gets highly addictive. And it's a simplistic game. The more simplistic you make your game is, and the more opportunities you can do stuff, more people are more likely going to play it. In my opinion, I think that's how it should go. Honestly.
In this thing, it was ridiculous. I think it was a Canon. I can't remember, but yeah, it took floppy disks. That was our first digital camera. It was like, wow, these are fantastic low-res images. Yeah, they said that they're even sampling Golden Axe. Jay-Z's sampling Golden Axe. Golden Axe is probably my favorite arcade game of all time, by the way. I didn't know
Jay-Z?
that. Let's see. NTS's monthly Otaku show dives into specific games or themes from iconic franchises such as Zelda to the history of video game sampling and rap. Interesting. So they're talking about how they're using video game samples in rap music now. And they're talking about Super Nintendo World, which is based more on the older...
Dude, freaking Drake's been doing that for a while. Now. If you, like, Drake did one song, it was called The Sixth God. I'm the Sixth God or some crap. That stupid shit. That song. If you know the song, you know what I'm talking about. If you know the song, you know what I'm talking about. He uses the Donkey Kong sound, what is it? Donkey Kong country song. Or sound effect.
Games. By older, I mean, GameCube era, which again, go see this strip for how I feel about that. Like, oh yeah, the new Mario games, like Mario Sunshine. It's like, shit, that game is really old. Plenty of artists and content creators are taking familiar retro game elements and spinning them into something new. On TikTok, the whistle sense of G-Funk inspired Grand Theft Auto San Andreas theme and the whimsical Me Channel music. I know the Me Channel music is huge. The Wii music is huge. Like I'm listening to our kids, they're on TikTok, and I hear the Wii music in the background, and I'm like, oh my God, but that was their childhood, right? They were really little when we got a Wii, but yeah, like that music, and they're doing dances and everything too. This is crazy. Yeah, so they're going back and playing Game Boy Advances. I think this is actually really cool. Plus, there's hope for guys like me that would rather play retro games on stream, which I have, by the way. If you go out to, well, not really retro, but retro-inspired games. If you go out to our Twitter, I was messing around trying to stream a couple. One was like a GTA 1 themed game, and Vampire Survivors, which is, basically 16-bit, Castlevania knockoff, but also bullet hell. It's fun. But yeah, we have a lot of games on our Clownfish Gaming channel that are retro. And I'm like, well, I'm an old man. Nobody's going to care about these. I'm like, no, that's what they want. I'm like, well, shit, man. Perfect timing. Yeah, they said in the world of relentless technological advances and increasing AI anxiety, Rivera wonders whether Gen Z's affinity for retro gaming is connected to its stability. It provides a constant. It's not going to morph into something else tomorrow. Given the continually disrupted times this generation has grown up in, it's not hard to see why younger players might find something comforting and unthreatening in pixelated graphics. The janky character animations of GTA or the ever-predictable NPC sound bites. I think they want to experience, in a lot of cases with younger people, when they want to experience something that we did as kids. And I keep forgetting how lucky I was to grow up in the 80s and 90s. to see all this stuff firsthand, to see it happen when it was new. And I had a conversation last night with Jason Lennox, who's a comic book artist. We've known Jason for a long time. He does the convention scene here in Western Pennsylvania. And we were talking about how wild it was to explain to people that like all these movies and TV shows that these kids are watching now, like we were there when they happened. We were there when they blew up. And, you know, we're just like, it's this record that just keeps skipping, right? It just keeps like playing the same thing over and over again. Like all the stuff that we grew up with is still around. And I think in a lot of ways, you know, I feel bad because it feels like this generation isn't getting their own unique pop culture. But at the same time, I think in a lot of ways, the 80s and 90s, we kind of peaked in new stuff, right? And now we're just kind of like recompositing all of that. And especially with AI, it's just like taking a little bit of this and a little bit of that and just smushing it together. But it was a really cool time to grow up. Like every console generation was different. It was a significant
Darth Goricorn
leap in technology.
I'm wondering when Pogs will become a thing again because everything else is.
Like,
Pogs isn't the thing that I wonder when Pogs will become a thing again. Everything else is. You mean the icon, the Poggers thing?
Darth Goricorn. No, they were round pieces of cardboard with art on them.
Oh. Oh shit. Oh, look at it now. Oh, wait. Have I ever dealt with these? I think I did. Hold on. You see a picture of that? Oh, those. Huh. I don't know. I'm looking at them now. Like, I remember. Oh, now, okay, I remember having this. Oh, you saw the Pokemon ones.
Darth Goricorn. Yeah, I feel old again, LOL.
Yeah, I used to have the Pokemon ones back in the day when I was a kid. I always wondered what happened to those. I had a whole stack of those bitches. It was like, it was like Pokemon cards to me, but it didn't have like stats or anything. It was just like pictures of Pokemon characters, like a Pokemon from Gen 1. And I had like a whole stack of them, like a circle stack of them. I always wonder what happened to those shits. Was that ever a game? I had them, but I never used them. Like there was no real, other than it was just Pokemon. I never played with them if there was a game behind them. I'm pretty sure there was some form of game of how to play with them. But now looking back at it now, it's just like, I see a Monster Truck one, I see a Simpson one. I see a bunch of like aesthetic ones. I definitely see the Pokemon ones, the ones that I had. Some are just art stuff, I believe, or from like Pog Battle. So I never ever played with them. I had them, but I had no one to play them with if there was a game with them. I just had the Pokemon Pog cards, if they considered as cards. Damn, I feel old.
Pac-Man to Doom.
Damn, I feel
in 15 years.
You unlocked the memory.
Years. Pac-Man came out in what, 1980, and Doom came out like 1993. So in 13 years, we went from Pac-Man to Doom, Pac-Man to the PlayStation 1 in about 14, 15 years, Pac-Man to the PS2 in about 20 years, less than 20 years. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was crazy. Like, every generation felt distinct. Now, I really, like, to me, it feels like, okay, we peaked about Xbox 360, PS3 era, and now we're just doing the same thing, just with better graphics. And with PCs, it's hard to tell. You know, a lot of the games that the kids are playing now, are lower poly count games that aren't as graphics intensive. And I kind of wonder if it's just because, like, maybe it's just harder to get invested in a game that's like super hyper realistic, and it's just the learning curve in a lot of cases is very, very high. I think people do want simpler games, like you can just pick it up and go. You can pick up, I mean, it takes a lifetime to get good at Pac-Man, right? But you can just, everybody can understand Pac-Man. Everybody can basically understand Among Us, Lethal Company, games like that, you know, and it is a lot easier. It's a much simpler time, but I think we're seeing a desire to go back to just kind of like a lot of younger people want to go back to vinyl and stuff. I think it's just the simplicity of it all. And I think maybe they're on to something. Maybe it's just like things are way too complicated. There's too much noise. And when I was a kid, it was fantastic. Like we went to the arcade and we hoped that the games we played in the arcade would eventually come to the Nintendo. We knew they were going to be shit when they came to Nintendo, but maybe we'd get a Genesis version. It wouldn't be as bad. You know, then we used to fight over Genesis and Super Nintendo. And then we made the jump to 3D, and that was a thing. We went from like Super Mario World to Mario 64. Like you have no idea. That was like the jump to VR. It was huge. It was like, oh my God, Mario's in 3D. Oh my God, this is crazy. Oh my God, he's talking. Mario is talking. He's not saying much.
He's talking.
But that was huge, you know. And kids today, like they will never experience that because everything is so good now. You're never going to experience that.
Yeah, I know he's talking about. It's like he's right. We kind of peaked at like 80s and 90s and early 2000s because when you think about it, once you pass the threshold of what can you do on a screen, there's just so much you can awe people with, right? So like when you had the 2D era dimension, the Super Mario Brothers, the Pokemon, you know, and then as we start transitioning into the world of the 3D, it was like crazy cool, right? It's 3-dimensional. You can go down the XY axis instead of just going down your horizontals and your verticals, right? So like what makes it funny now is like
Darth Goricorn.
It was all about
Elder Scrolls Oblivion is my favorite of the series, and so many people don't like it because they are spoiled by modern tech.
Yeah, that's what's the problem. Because like when you had your Mario 64s, like you mentioned, it was an amazing feat, right? But now Mario's is as realistic as it can go, to the point that we have people dressing like Mario in movies. I'm saying it gets so to the point that it became a drawing, a 2D sprite, a 3D model, to a full blended modeled character, to a $1 billion franchise where people were thinking of making a live action version of this particular IP. You know what I'm saying? Like it's getting to that point where we can't go beyond that till the only way for us to have that awe moment is for having characters literally come off the screen. I think the two next steps are the 4D dimension, where we're going to be more in virtual reality. I guess you can say that as 4D, or like or the AR era, where everything's going to be more augmented reality, where there's going to be 3 steps. It's going to be like the VR, and then we'll have the glasses for the virtual reality, where you see that Google and Facebook
Darth
and
Goricorn. OMG 4D Pokemon
will
games
be awesome.
would be
Yeah, like think about it. We already have people playing Yu-Gi-Oh games in VR, right? Now all we need to do is bring that into the real world now. Like and there's a lot of potential in that, because like I said, VR, and then from VR it goes to AR without the glasses. That, I think that's going to be the major step, where people can have a Pokemon character, right? Have a Pokemon, a 3D model Pokemon walking around in real time in their world, not realistically, but like as a 3D sprite or a 3D model of Pikachu from all angles without the glasses or with a glasses, or not a headset but like a glasses that is so technologically advanced it can see in a 3D scope without the wires, without a whole space, or even if it has wires and stuff, it has to be so seamless that the wires doesn't even, is not even there. Like how you can like have a desktop like setup and you see little to no wires at all. That's the illusion. It's supposed to look as clean as possible. So like say like the Pokemon company will make like a Pokemon experience where you're buying the toys, you're buying the merch and stuff, and then they have the AR technology where you can have the Pokemon of your choosing to walk around in the store with you, so you can feel like an actual trainer. You can have your own Pikachu. You can, or it can go even more further down the line with AI and stuff. It can go down more further where if you're playing like you're a Nintendo member, right, and you have a Pokemon subscription to or something, and then you can customize your character avatar whatever with your own Pokemon, and then whenever you visit say the Pokemon store in Japan or in here in America if they have one, if you want to go to the store and buy some merch, you can take your code in your phone, like the what do you call it, the QR code, scan in your profile into the booth, and then you can pull out your Pokemon characters for a certain amount of time, whether you're paying for a certain amount of time or something like that.
I would totally dress as Team Rocket in that
situation. Yeah, like, and people, they'll get their I think it's Ghastly, and then there's the snake that Jessie has. I forgot her name. The name of the snake, I forgot his name. I think it's Ekans. I think his name. And then you can dress like the Team Rocket duo, and you can take pictures and stuff with your 3D models, right? You can't touch them, but you can definitely walk through them, but they won't be like, you can see them walking in real time and stuff. So that would be something cool to see with the glasses on, and that'll make the experience even more sweeter. It would bring the idea of Pokemon Go back in fruition, because if you can do the AR thing with the app and stuff, it will make people go outside, right? And you know, it's an interesting concept. You know, it sounds extremely expensive. I'm not gonna lie to you. They're probably almost near to impossible and like expend like billions of dollars to do that. But like, it's an idea nonetheless, and I don't think they're against the idea of that happening. But for that to happen, that'd be like probably 20 years plus in line. But given the rise of AI, that probably might be more of a grasp of something possible to happen in the next couple of years to probably 10 years down the line, probably. So 20 plus or 50 plus from now. So we never know, because remember, we can now do video editing with AI, and the AI can just make up something within seconds and give you something now based on the demo that we saw from Sora. Now imagine 10, 20 years from now with that more retuned, wind up. You know what I'm saying? It's the possibilities are pretty much endless. We have our kids now have their awe of today, but the problem is it's not a big event. It's just something you heard in a post. You see what I'm saying? That's the difference, because growing up as a kid, we had because for me, when I grew up as a kid, when E3 was an event for me. That was my Christmas as a kid growing up within the summertime. I always looked forward at E3 events, right? So like whenever July will come up and E3 was doing their whole press conference, it was a big thing. Everyone was at their phones, they was on their TV. Before the internet became the internet and YouTube became more of like a place where people can just do whatever they want, before the YouTube really became a thing, the TV was where it's at. If you wanted to hear the new gaming stuff, the new titles and stuff, it was an event with your friends, your family, whoever was in the games. It was just a big thing. Now E3 is such a backwards like memory. It doesn't even come into vision of happiness. It's literally like this depressing idea of what it could have been, or what it should have been, or what it should have stayed as. But now, because of corporate interference and ESG and DEI and the crazy colored haired women, and then the token minorities and all these other stuff, and we have to prove that we're an ally with everyone and everything. It just became a whole cesspool of just pandering. If I remember right, the last time E3 was around, I think it was E3 or it was named something else at the time, when Starfield was being announced, it was a bunch of like, we're allies to some group because of they was discriminated against since the early 2000s. You know what I'm saying? It's like stupid nonsense. It's like, this has nothing to do with games. It's not important. And they'll get this no-name streamer that you don't know or don't care about to talk about their so-called, when I was a streamer and I used to play games and this, that, and the third. And there's be some out-of-line, insane-looking streamer, not even a normal person. They'll have like crazy color hair. They probably identify as something. They're probably overweight as hell, and they'll talk about the bullying and X, Y, and Z. You know what I'm saying? It's usually some no-name streamer you don't care about, you don't know, talking about their experience, not talking about the game that you came for. They're talking about everything but what you came for. That's what E3 has become, a big cesspool of pandering. That's it. That's it. And then it really killed it, definitely, with the whole pandemic. That definitely killed E3 from that point. Like, it was already annoyed when people was getting annoyed at the fact that they was not showing off games. It was, or not showing enough games and stuff like that. So,
oh boy.
It was wild.
I can't say what I think of E3 on Twitch, lol.
I understand. But like, it is what it is. That I am man enough to say that E3 did its time, it did what it had to do, but it's dead now. I don't want it to come back, because it's the way I look at E3 is how I look at G4. It was something special for the time, and it was something that was part of my childhood. Now it's dead.
The words would get me in trouble.
I know. I understand. But like, honestly, like, I look at E3 like I look at G4, because they was kind of synonymous with each other back in the day. If you had DirecTV, or I think it was on cable, but I really doubt G4 was on cable. But if you had DirecTV or T-Bill or whatever the case may be, E3 was a big thing. Oh, and Comic-Con too. So, you know, it is what it is. I look forward to those two things. It was fun for me. The newest game console, the newest games that was coming out, what was coming out in the Christmas time.
Samurai.
It was just different.
Talk to me,
Frosk. What was she said? What was the first? What did she say that ended everything from that point? The first starting she said, she says, sexism in gaming. What she said that? It was over.
Talk to M. Frosk.
Talk to them, Frost! Talk to them, Frost! That simp. Oh my God, I wanted to punch him. I was like, you are the reason why Frost exists. I'm not even mad at Frost for sitting here. It's because of people like you. It's because Frost exists. She is the byproduct of your negligence. You, the simp in the back. Yes, you. Because you over there saying, talk to them, Frost.
Comic-Con is now a Burkle jerk amongst friends who keep people out.
Yes, it is. It's literally what that is. Ultimately, it's not about games. It's literally just a total circle jerk. It is what it is. It's true. It's true.
Logical leap. I mean, the closest thing is how frightening AI is and how good it's becoming. But yeah, it's awesome. It says technology fixates on the latest and greatest. Retro gaming offers a refreshing break, perhaps a comforting idealization of simpler times. That's exactly what I think is going on. Same reason that kids were into knitting for a while, crocheting, I think, churning butter. I don't know. But more than that, the games of the 80s and 90s are the foundation on which the gaming giants of today were built. Thank you. The music, the graphics, the dialogue, the clothes, it's the whole experience. There's a deeper cultural significance. It's a piece of history. Yes, gaming as we know it today began in the 80s and 90s. I would say probably more so than 90s with PlayStation and N64, but basically 90s PC games, 90s PlayStation games, and N64 games, you know, they all we're getting are better versions of those ideas. Like, we're not getting a whole lot of really revolutionary concepts. Like I said, FPS started with Doom. Doom and Quake.
I'm not gonna lie. The only thing that's going to get that awe moment for kids now is that it has to be the VR thing. And then now companies have infiltrated VR chat now. They have finally infiltrated VR chat after this long time it's been around now. You can't watch free movies and anime or anything over there now because they finally caught up onto VR chat now. So that's frustrating in itself. So that's really frustrating.
And Unreal. And
the way I looked at VR chat was like the second internet, because it was, in my head, it felt very unfiltered. Like, it felt like you can say virtually anything. You can still get in trouble in the sense of people like blocking and stuff, but that's not getting in trouble. You can still do what you please. It'll take a very long time for you to actually, I don't think it will take that long, but it'll take some time for you to actually like not be banned or permabanned, but like just be suspended as far as it goes. But I saw like the second internet. There's a lot of people saying insane stuff over there on VR chat, but it felt fresh and natural. But remember, it felt fresh and natural because of those frustrations that they can't talk normally in real life, because obviously they'll get the opposition. So that's why people are much more aggressive now in the computer on VR chat than they would in real life. But it felt natural nonetheless, because there was no real like regulation like that. But now, because the companies have, and I think this has to do with a lot for VTubers and streamers, because more streamers and VTubers are using VR chat to make content, because the unpredictability of how people react to situations and things you say makes content nonetheless. So companies are kind of paying attention to that. So people who used to work for Crunchyroll or people who are like for companies, for influencer companies and agencies, are looking at that and saying, you know what, they have a bunch of stuff over here, we can make money off this. So what they'll do is take like a known VTuber. And I remember I walked into an event without realizing it. I walked to a VTubing event where this VTuber was having this full themed out VR chat event where they were selling stuff. So how they sell stuff is like, you go up to their little booth thing online on VR chat, you click on the item that you think is really cool or cute or whatever, and it will open a link to the website of that item, so you can just purchase it through VR chat on that link, like you was there, like you're literally buying stuff. That's how they make money. So like it was a VR chat, it was a VTubing mod influencer who I guess dabbles in gaming tech, and she was selling a bunch of graphic cards. I think it was like 300 series to 400 series. 30 series to 40 series. So like she was selling a bunch of PC parts and stuff. So like if you wanted to buy it, you can just go up to the graphics card that you think you like and then click it, and they'll open like this link to that website of that booth that you was in VR chat. So that's how they're getting kids, or getting these new influencers, these virtual influencers, to sell to their customers without being a talking head in that sense in the real life. So like that's how people can make money from home without actually going anywhere. They can just make content on VR chat or have a audience that's on VR chat, and then get a sponsorship. Though the sponsorship will build a whole like theme out thing for you, and then you have your audience come there for free, and then if they choose to buy stuff, that's potential money in that sense. So it doesn't cost. So like if it's like an event or a concert, you don't have to drive nowhere. You can just have to hop in, get on, or you can buy, I guess you can buy virtual tickets to get in early, I guess, or something like that. That's a thing. So like things are getting more digital. Like the awe moments are here. It's just that they're quietly just passing you through. That's the sad part about any of this. That what makes this future a lot more depressing, because the more you start realizing, because everything keeps happening so fast, new information comes out every 5 seconds with a new console, a new celebrity doing something, a new something on the line, right? So when that happens, it becomes so numb to you. Like if okay, so like when you got news from in the early 2000s, it was only through the TV, and that's all everyone knew. There was no like internet like that. There was no Twitter, right? Now Twitter is a news place now where if it's considered fake news, the AI will tell you if it's fake news or not. Same thing with YouTube and Instagram. Now they tell you if someone posted something and they say this is what happens, the AI will correct you or tell you if it's true or not. So we live in a time of you're just totally like desensitized to all information. Like you want you're overloaded with information, but you're desensitized to it too. So that all moment of the next console coming out will not be a thing for you. It will not be like that expiring to most kids because they're always going to think that's how things are when it never was. It's kind of sad. That's why people from the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and early 2000s had the best moments of a milestone in technology compared to people who are like now. Because like the blenders was always here, so they always made the realistic looking drawings. They always made the realistic looking dogs. The robots was running around this entire time. So kids who are born to this will never understand such things like the internet. Like they will be born with the internet, like literally born with it, unlike us who had to adopt and understand it and see it as it changed as it goes. Now it's just like it's kind of like this sad moment of like it is what it is.
You know, we just kind of just have a better version of that now. And that's pretty much it. Like it's just like, okay, well, let's make a more realistic first person shooter, you know, rinse and repeat, add more DLC or whatever. So Fortnite really is just kind of an evolutionary branch of these games that started in the 90s.
Yeah.
And it's kind of cool. I think it's kind of cool.
I'm surprised they never stopped and called Fortnite Ready Player One. That's literally what Fortnite is. Fortnite is literally Ready Player One. Nothing more, nothing less. It's not. It's literally if you just take like Fortnite is Ready Player One. The movie Ready Player One is Fortnite. In a nutshell. If you stop and think of it, it's just VR Fortnite in a nutshell.
Wanting to go back in time because it really was a great time to be a kid and a teenager. It really was. Things were a lot simpler back then. And I don't think it's just nostalgia goggles because I'm comparing my childhood to my kids' childhood. And I'm like, we didn't have to be, probably should have been, but we didn't have to be afraid as much. You know, it seems like in a lot of ways we didn't, you know, we were blissfully unaware of things. We weren't constantly connected to social media like we are now. We used to hang out at malls. We had malls. Malls were cool. That was basically our, you know, malls were our TikTok, right? Like we went there and that's where we would connect with other kids our age and we'd go to the arcade, play games together, talk about stuff. It's just a very different time. And I miss it. I miss it. And I think a lot of kids today are looking at that and they're looking at idealized versions of it on, you know, in movies and TV shows. And it never was really quite that way, but you know, it was a good time to be a kid. And, I feel very blessed to have lived through that. And even though I feel like an old man now, especially, you know, this is 100% true. It was a really cool time to grow up. And I'm glad that they appreciate this. So I'm going to wrap this up. Please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. We'll talk later.
Wow. Okay, that's Clownfish TV. There's no more of that. We're done with Clownfish. So like, subscribe, share, follow, comment, give them a follow, and great stuff. That was a good talk. For those who will watch this, because I like to rant, it is what it is. So let's go on to the next one. Like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment. And see you guys in the next one. Alright, so it's a Gundam. If you know who he is, you know who he is. So here it's a Gundam. It says here, Star Wars Outlaw, Girl Boss Too Close to the Sun. So I'm going to put this right under... Included. I'm going to put this right here. Because they're pretty much in the same situation. So what's after that? That's right here. Okay, so we got...
It's Endymion, and today
we got 3 videos left, so I'm going to let them run. I'm not gonna go on a whole rant because I know that gets annoying. So, Star Wars Outlaw Girl Boss Too Close to the Sun. So, like, apparently, it's a Gundam's gonna talk about the Star Wars thing. I think Kyle will too in the next video, but more in depth because obviously he doesn't want to get in trouble. But we're gonna talk about that because obviously the whole Star Wars thing is a problem with the Outlaws game because the female protagonist looks drastically different than she did before in the tech demo. She looks really like a dude. It's really androgynous. Looks weird.
I've lived long enough to see all of your favorite franchises go down in flames.
Feels great.
Well, here we go again. Disney parades the bloated, rotted husk that was once a pop culture icon for another failed business venture, Star Wars Outlaws, from the creative mind of Kathleen Kennedy. We now have a female Han Solo. Yippee! Hooray! In a bold move that no one saw coming, the protagonist is another in a long line of girl boss characters that have been saving the franchise.
Overall, I think that's what's been so inspiring.
Alyssa Mercanti from Kotaku agrees.
Star Wars Outlaws Backlash proves we need more women protagonists.
The progressive mindset, a broken record of ideas, in a feedback loop of bad decisions attached to buzzwords, women of color, handy-capable, indigenous, representation, till before you know it, somebody's out of a job. And then they start blaming a boogeyman. Gamers, Trumpers, systematic racism, patriarchy, ingrained misogyny.
Everything is sexist. Everything is racist.
In fact, ask Ubisoft's community manager, Shawana Jones, community manager, Ubisoft, Star Wars Outlaws, hashtag, oof. Whenever you see a pronoun in the bio, you know you're dealing with a jackass. Her LinkedIn profile also lets you know that she worked on Just Dance, absolute classic, Riders Republic, oh, that game sucked, and Skull and Bones. Good lord, if there was ever a resume for You Should Fire Me, this is it.
Please don't tell me gender isn't an issue in the game industry when you are a white male. Diversity in general is an issue in the industry. I guess they're the white male who blah, 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 blah. Ninja is boasting about white privilege by doing this. He's a potential to influence millions of kids and chooses to be a sack of beans.
Yes, it's a good thing he got that skin cancer that he recovered from in like a day. 2 days ago, the trailer dropped, and in typical Ubisoft fashion, the game was underwhelming with facial animations that I can best describe.
Whoa! Holy moly! Oh my god, she looks like that? This is my first time seeing like the up-close shot of this character. And the fact that he compared it to the that movie with the puppets, I forgot something, America something. That comedy movie.
Darth Goricorn. Yeah, it's bad.
Whoa, bro. Damn, look like Jay Leno. And Jay Leno's good looking in this.
As Team America-esque. Outlaws is set between The Empire Strikes Back and The Return of the Jedi. This leaves the developers open to lean heavily on nostalgia and past events.
Raiga Samurai.
Game story gets a little thin on plot. Oh, look, it's Boba Fett. Have you seen the Millennium Falcon?
That's wild.
Oh my god, it's Jabba the Hutt.
And bro, I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna be honest with you, I am not a Star Wars fan. I am not a Star Wars fan. But I can identify with Star Wars fans if your franchise is being fucked with in the way that it shouldn't. I can sympathize with you. Those who used to watch it back in the I think the 80s up to now, I can sympathize with you. I understand what happens when they take your favorite show and they screw it up because they want to put something in it that didn't make a lick of sense, or they just change it because they can, not because it has to be, or it actually is needed. I understand.
Very cool.
Very cool. Very cool.
Very cool. Very cool.
All this for a game that most likely will leave you wondering how in God's name did Ubisoft think that this game justified such an expensive battle pass? The standard game, €69.99 euros.
That's $70, bro.
Only €109.
Darth Goricorn. And people like to say the prequels were bad, then Disney touched Star Wars.
Yeah. Yeah. You gotta look back and say, no matter how much you hate the prequels, or even the Anakin with Anakin and all that stuff, you have to say it's more of a masterpiece what they're doing now. I know it's not the best response, but it's a better response than what's happening now. It just is what it is. That's what happens when you let crazy people drive the car. Now you broke down with a crazy person who won't allow you to fix the car because they don't think nothing's wrong with the car, but the car won't start. Euros is a lot more money than is it euros? Yeah, I think euros is a lot more money than American money. So that's a lot of money. 69 euros? That's a lot.
The Ultimate Edition, 130 euros. You get a little extra bells and whistles. What do you say, little dude?
Not a bad deal if I say so myself. Kill me, please. I want to die.
Ubisoft has regressed as a developer, and it's plain for all to see. But they still try like hell to sell you shit you don't want or need. Just looking at the trailer, you could tell the cutscenes are running at an asthmatic 30 FPS. With choppy gameplay, borrowing from the Assassin's Creed engine that was cutting edge 15 years ago, with a female lead that suffers from Western game developer syndrome, where they face scan an attractive woman and then beat her with an ugly stick, because God forbid you look at a woman that's attractive in America today. Twitter was rife with memes. My God, the woman looks like the dude from the movie The Warriors. Of course, there are people
oh my God,
saying
God,
it didn't look really that bad and there's lighting, but guess what? I don't care to get you those tweets.
You get mad about it being brought up, but you can't deny it's happening. Western game devs are purposefully making women in games ugly. Eastern game devs make the characters look like they're models. Male actors often look the same. Why is that?
Because I can't tell you, because if I did, I'd get in trouble for alphabet soup. In the aftermath of the failed launch trailer, Ubisoft and Disney sprang into action. By paying for bots, the chuds lose again.
It'd be funny if it weren't so pathetic. No, what the heck, I'll laugh anyway.
Master of the TDS has made it his mission on Twitter to point out the overarching issue of bot usage by major movie companies and game development studios. Now let's just read a few real quick. We're not going through a lot of them.
Excited for the new Star Wars game. Can't wait to explore the galaxy in 2020. Finally, a new Star Wars game to look forward to.
Really?
So excited for Star Wars Outlaws. Can't wait to explore the galaxy.
Why can't they get a real, hire me. I'll write your bots. I'll do it for like $1 million though. And I would write, Star Wars Galaxy. My life is devoid of meaning, so I guess I'll play this in the meantime. Somebody might just go, that sounds real. Oh boy, another bad Star Wars game. Well, I'm single and ugly. So I guess I'll play. You know, that's realistic. As it stands now, the trailer isn't going over well with the fans, with a dislike ratio that could be a sign of another skull and bones type failure for Ubisoft. Wow, how many is that?
It's 79,000 still that said they don't like it. But on the other hand, there's 32,000
There is a
Disney
forest
kids
that would
think
like to
it's
say the
cool.
sticks they
When I
produce
say
do not
Disney
make
kids, I
anyone
mean
that
those
awful
really
to look
weird,
at.
creepy adults.
Sad. Makes anyone look at.
Very sad.
With devs like this in Ubisoft, it's par for the course that the game would be what it is. You can already tell it stinks. It's like a interactive version of The Acolyte, another piece of garbage. And they expect you to buy it and be jazzed. Now let's look at what these developers have to say, because they're taking a stand against bigotry, Stu. What equality means to me, not having to do other people's emotional labor. This lady literally probably was talking about dating. You could look at her and tell she's probably single and 44, and she's not having a good go of it. For me, equality is providing a cerebral opportunity for women.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just to let everyone know, the reason why you're not seeing me draw anything is because I'm talking to the agent right now. She says she can get this TikTok thing fixed, so that's great. So I'll be back on TikTok. I know some of you may be like, shit, I don't want him on TikTok. I like it, the fact that he can talk normally and not have to censor himself, but I kind of need TikTok. Sadly, I'm not at that place where I can say fuck you. So till I have more of a broad spectrum of people on different platforms, then I can definitely be who I want to be. But I have to play. I have to play.
That's
ball.
awesome.
Yeah, that's why. Just so if you guys are wondering why is he not drawing anything, I'm just talking to the agent on my phone. I'm just talking to her about like important stuff. She said she'll get it taken care of. It's just that I'm making quick conversation. So like with her, because it's fairly important, I need to ask some like TikTok questions. So if you're wondering, that's the reason. But I am paying attention and I'm here, obviously. So
where they could be mothers and CEOs at the same time. You never notice that like single mothers always want to be CEOs? You never see these types of women go, she could be a single mother and a successful custodian.
No. Okay, I understand that women has been told this lie that they can be a CEO and a mom. It's not that it's not impossible. It's not that it's not possible. It's just very difficult. Kids suffer when okay. If you have a dad or a mom.
No, there is a needed time for both and they don't overlap well.
They don't over. If you're a CEO, okay, these are the type of jobs are usually very destructive but very beneficial. Doctor, CEO, I'm not going to say lawyer, and I can't say scientist, because scientists can actually work from home depending on their situation, if they're a botanist or something. Lawyer, you're gone, I don't think 90% of the time, I think half and half, because, you're not always gone. But as a doctor, especially if you're a higher up there doctor, like a neurosurgeon, you're gone 90% of the time because you're always on call. You're never really there. You're always constantly working.
Surgeons and cops also.
Oh, and cops too. I forgot. Oh yeah, cops. But I don't think it's. If I had to pick between a surgeon parent and a cop parent, I think I might pick the cop. Because even though the cop parent might be busy, the likelihood of me not seeing them is unlikely. I'll see them probably more than the surgeon, but they are pretty much the same in their own respectful way. But like these jobs are high paying, but they're very demanding, and because you have to look at it like that. The more demanding something is, the more likely you won't be home, and the more like you're not. If it's very demanding, you're making a lot of money, but you're not home. If it's not that demanding, you're usually home and you're making very less money. It's very rare you're somewhere in the middle of that. Like you have to be pretty skilled or you have to be pretty connected in a certain way depending on what that job is. If you're self-employed, that's one thing. And if you're successful at it, great. And if you can work from home, awesome. Good for you. And then you probably may be able to be more spending time with your wife or husband or kids.
Also pilots.
And also pilots. It is what it is, right? But you can't be a CEO mom and because it can be being a parent, especially a mom or a dad, is a full-time job. And if you're gone 90% of the time, you're not with your kids 90% of the time. And after a while, they're going to get used to that. And when they get used to that, they're going to start resenting you over time. They will have that. They may have a good work ethic because they see you work all the time, but they may not have great personalities because they don't have that connection with you. It happens a lot. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. It happens a lot though. And 9 times, it's like almost having no parent in your life, or in and out parent in your life. It's funny. It's like having a surgeon dad is like having a crackhead dad. He's always in and out of jail. He's always in and out of situations. He's always gone. He's never around. He's always around when he wants something type stuff. Your dad probably does care about you. He does want you to do well, or your mom. But they're always never around because they're always at work. They miss majority of your games. They're never there for holidays because they're always working on holidays, depending on what their job is and how needed they are. The more demanding the job is, the more likely they won't be there. And because they're not there, you're not gonna have that connection. It's like that episode. It's like watching Boruto. This is the sense of where you can kind of sympathize with Boruto in that sense if you watch Naruto, because with Boruto doesn't understand why his dad is the way he is. We do, so we look at Boruto as a problem, but or a grateful kid. But we know this because we understand who Naruto is based on the journey that Naruto had. But if you look at it from Boruto's perspective, he just sees it as his dad doesn't want to be around him. That's why they have this awkwardness with each other, why we can't talk. And what makes this really odd about Naruto's personality with his son is that he was able to connect with other people that he did not know like that, whether in his village or outside said village, somehow to be able to connect with people on a level where people believed in him. But he can't do that with his own damn son. That is very sad and very odd at the same time. That is very odd and very sad at the same time. I know Naruto made this statement saying that the village is his family. To be honest with you, I would say fuck them people. Because those same villagers was the same people who bullied you almost to nothing. Let's just call it for what it is, Naruto. I understand that he's now the hero and he's now loved by everyone. But when you stop and think about it, fuck them people. Like right now. You stop and truly think about it, F all of them. Even some of his friends too. Remember, some of his friends, like Kiba, and
Hinata was too good for him anyways.
I honestly believe Hinata was a little too good for Naruto, to be honest. Same thing with Sakura. Sakura was an asshole to him, too. And somehow he kind of liked her for some odd reason. It was dumb as hell. Sakura was always annoying and just annoying. To be honest, I honestly still think Hinata is too good for Naruto sometimes. Just is what it is. But like, you have to look at it in that sense. Women who tell themselves these insane things are usually insane feminists who is not connecting with reality, and they believe the more money they are, good person they are.
Rock Lee deserved to have a love interest that showed affection to him.
You're right. Rock Lee was the most hardest working character in the show. I think even more than Naruto, to be honest.
Darth Goricorn. Tenten preferably.
But it is what it is though, because like when they tell them these insane feminist ideologies, it is very destructive. Now, I'm not saying a woman shouldn't want to work or don't want to be something. You have to choose between the two. If I'm going to choose to be a CEO, don't get married. Just don't get married. If you're choosing to be a CEO,
Samurai. Good point.
If you're trying to be a CEO, some type of high demanding type person who's always on the gone, always going, always at a business meeting, always gone, always going to some country because of business, don't get married. It will save you, not you, it will save your kids the heartache. It will probably save your wife the heartache if you're not a crazy cheater or anything like that. And she's probably a cheater herself. It saves you a bunch of ample time of heartbreak on that behalf, but you will be heartbroken because you'll be alone. So this is why you need to find a balance. This is why being, I think, independently, make your own business is the best route to having a family. Because if you build something on your own, you can always give it to your kids if possible. You don't have to check in with some boss, you know what I'm saying? You don't have to worry about losing your job depending on what that industry is. Right? Especially if something in demand. Now, I'm not saying that if you're having an independent business, you're guaranteed to be always around your kids. No, there's got to be situations where you may have to make a few sacrifices, but it's not on the same level as that as like a neurosurgeon. I don't think so. Especially if you make it into a family like business, like making soap or something like that. So the kids can learn a skill, they're with their parents, you're making money, you build those relationships, those good family values with them, or something to that extent. You keep them, you keep an eye watch on them. They learn good work ethic. They have that loving and that support from them and yourself, and to them back. It goes around a whole circle of love and respect on that behalf. But like, you can't expect your kids to love you when you're not there. They may respect you because you have a lot of status and money, but you don't have time, and that's something you can't buy. So once you become a CEO, as this bitch is up here saying, the chance of you being connected with your kids will be unlikely. You think that Diddy really connects with his children? You think 50 Cent and all these people are actually connected with their children? 9 times out of 10, no. Look at Kanye West. He can't connect with any of his kids. He can't. He said he can't control his kids. He said he has no control whatsoever over his kids because, well, the woman he picked, and then 2, his daughter, I forgot her name, is hanging out with Ice Spice. Worst person to ever be around your kid. She is not a model of children. I don't know why kids think or Kim K thought it was a good idea to bring this insane woman around this child and think that was cute. But then again, this is Kim K we're talking about. Remember how she built her career from, so she doesn't think anything wrong with it. Imagine if I was like if it was the reverse and Kanye West brought his son around someone as destructive as, I don't know, the Island Boys. Because they're right now the hottest thing that's happening in the industry. Right now, at the moment, in the week. You bring the Island Boy, I'm an Island Boy, around your son? Are you mad? Have you seen or heard the things that they've done with each other and others? And it's not like this is a teenager.
Wait, they are still relevant?
Oh yes, they did some insane stuff. They did a video. They just I think they got into a fight with some interviewer because the interviewer asked them, did you do X, Y, and Z with each other?
I've not seen them in a while.
Yeah, they did a video of them kissing each other in a video. The so-called brothers, I believe they're brothers.
Samurai. I'm an Island Boy.
They was kissing on each other in a video. I'm not kidding. And they try to play it off like nothing's wrong with that.
EO to the 10th degree.
Yeah. And when people bring it up, they get mad because they know it's off and strange. Now, there's a new video that has surfaced with them not only kissing each other, but kissing some strange man. Some effeminate man. Because they want to stay relevant, because I guess the money was just so good, they sold their souls. They technically sold their souls. Because remember, when they was doing the Island Boy thing, there was no servicing of these type of videos. But when their relevancy started dying, you see instantly what happened? They started doing everything but. They were doing everything. They sold their souls to the devil, and now they're just doing everything. Now they're facing the consequences of that. This is what happens when you have no father in your life or no constructive parents in your life. You will do everything and anything to be accepted by anyone, to look like some type of person in status, when you're really just selling your soul to the devil. That's really what that is, ultimately.
God mode 779.
You don't even have to be religious to know that. Hello. You don't have to be religious to know that. It's literally true. It's literally true. It's so sad. It's not even funny. I would criticize Kanye West the same way I would criticize Kim K on that same
God mode 779.
Issue.
What are few drawing?
I was doing a drawing of a gesture drawing, but we're doing reactions. Okay.
God mode 779. R.
Yeah. All right. So let's continue.
Look at that. Where you could be a single mother and work the drainage ditch. You could be a single mother and work in raw sewage. Never hear that. It's always CEO. What equality means to me, equality means that all people, regardless of their birth or background, deserve the same respect and opportunity. For some, this will mean being provided aid so that they may aspire to rise above social, mental, or physical friction, which might otherwise prevent them from succeeding. Yeah, you know what's prevent them from succeeding? Sucking. All right?
Yep.
You know, it sucks to suck. That's life. But I'd expect that from a man with red nail polish.
Yep, I expect that too.
No.
When you have they, them pronouns or whatever in your bio and you color your nails, I already know where that's going.
Oh. If you're going to like put on nail polish, at least look good doing it. Christ almighty. James Charles is here and he's figured it out. What equality means to me, renouncing all forms of repression. Someone dropped this man.
And it was funny.
Like,
it's not
Haiti.
even it's not even them painting their nails. That's the problem. That's not the problem. It's the problem is shows how much a sheep they are, because that wasn't a thing till like, I think since what, late September, or like no, like mid 2022. No, 22 last year. It was like in the beginning or the mid of last year, or a little before 2022. Boys was not doing that till like some celebrity started doing that, and then all the boys started doing that. Hassan started doing that. Every dude started doing that. I was like, you guys are sheep. You guys are sheep. Like, there was no way Hassan had his nails polished just conveniently around the time of every other dude was doing it. Like, come on, dude. And the reason why I don't think that is feminine in itself, because gothic dudes was doing that way before anyone was doing that. Like,
Darth Goricorn.
It is what it is.
The only people allowed to paint my nails are my nieces because it's part of their development as people.
Yeah.
Spubbly Muhas.
Yeah.
Yo.
I know what you're gonna say. Alright, so we got that away. Oh, is this done? Is it finished? Yeah, it's finished.
I'm out of here, Stu. I quit.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here.
Alright. So, with that said, that was, It's a Gundam. He did the whole, like, thing with the Star Wars thing. So, we're gonna move on to the next one. Like, share, comment. If you like It's a Gundam, follow him as well. I know these are bigger channels and they don't really need my support and slides to do this, but I really do enjoy their content, and I think it opens conversations and dialogue on these topics that are plaguing the industry in that sense. So let's go on to the next one, and we have... what is it? What is this? I don't know what this is. I don't know what that is. Let's like get rid of this. What's this? Nothing. What's this? Nothing. What's this? Okay, we got about 3 videos. We got 3 videos left. We got 3 videos and we'll be done.
You're not wrong.
Oh, this is Sayel. I can finally do one Sayel video for obvious reasons. But I can do one Sayel video. I'll do one. So let's see where it goes. So he's going to talk about the Star Wars thing, but in his own Sayel way, and Stellar Blade, because that blew up. I think that was like last week, I think. When the demo came out, and it did well, and a lot of woke journalists did not like that.
You are valid. You belong.
Raiga Samurai.
You are
Let's go.
included. You're not wrong. You're represented. You're seen. Diversity, equity, you are valid. You belong, you are included. You're not wrong, you're represented. You are seen. Diversity, equity.
I believe every word that man just said, because it's exactly what I wanted to hear.
Yeah. Where I can really put myself in the work. That's why they call it business.
Darth
But
Goricorn.
if that's wrong, I don't want to be
this
right.
guy's level of snark.
I know, I love it too. I love every level of it. It's amazing.
All about finding your muse. My muse talks to me all the time. She whispers encouraging words in my ear like sandwich.
Hello, beta testers. Maybe you've already seen it. The agenda push that Ubisoft and Disney are calling a video game with Star Wars The Ugly Strikes Back. Of course, I do not condone reaching out to or interacting with any of these identity-obsessed racists. Treat them like they're contagious. But Shauna Jones, a community manager for the upcoming flop Star Wars Outlaws, who made an overwhelming amount of posts angry at white males, the apparent root of all her problems, recently deactivated their account before bringing it back up to say, quote, "I'm back, and I've decided I'm not going anywhere. The folk attacking me, using me to push their agenda, are not going to win this one," end quote. Because I guess posting proof of the things you said before you hastily deleted it, realizing it looks and sounds bad, probably because a man told your stupid ass, because Sweet Baby did the same thing in the midst of their furious revisions of their site, when one of their employees was freaked out over a list of the games that they publicly made clear on their website. But I guess I could say, playing devil's advocate, that I'm using racism to fuel my tank, informing customers, because as I love to reiterate, my voice would be just another lost in a sea of people you ignore, because our feelings are not valid unless we agree and share your sentiment. Otherwise, we only matter if we pose a risk of bad optics. You don't need us for bad optics now. You can't blame people for what you're doing, and you need to stop calling people saying that they won't pay for ugly, dated, lazy slop an agenda. Hostility towards the audience is exactly what puts Saints flop where it belongs. Community manager, the trash. I offer this same warning to Sushi Squad because I'm not illiterate to the writing on the wall.
Damn, what? Was that a Power Ranger? What episode was this?
I offer this same
God damn
warning to Sushi Squad because I'm not illiterate to the writing on the wall.
Jesus Christ.
Since Star Wars community manager is so scared of their own fucking tweets, allow me to highlight a baffling display out of Volition's community manager back before Volition shut down because no one bought their game, of course. Because antagonizing fans was apparently necessary, hostile before the game even launched. Telling fans that they're not backing down. Look at this guy having to say I'm not a hater. This entity goes on to call fans terrorist, and in a Discord is ironically demonstrating who really is out of touch as it pertains to their product, because only the brain damaged would argue with the customer about what they do and don't want, because what that translates to is what they will and are not willing to pay for. Let's get a man in here if there's some kind of difficulty understanding this. Beta tester, like this video and comment and correct me below. Subscribe if you're not, because I may just go up in smoke one of these days. Your sentiment may not matter to the industry insiders and people with access, those fat cats, but they matter to me. I salute your organic returns to old games when new slop lands to send the message that you don't just reject the new, the other incarnations were better. Just as I've said, you're in an arcade and where you choose to spend your coins decides which cabinets stay and which go. You're voting with your wallet and you're seeing that you shouldn't pre-order. Not after this many times. Spread that message. Stellar Blade has gone gold, and I celebrate and congratulate Studio Shift Up for bravely weathering the stupidity, hostility, and identity-obsessed, politically correct mental asylum escapees pushing their fucking pronouns down the lane. It's a blessing to see unfazed people that are willing to stand up to a cult who is ruining Western media that people in America hate just as much as you do. Not the people, the politics, the forced identity politics. Put succinctly in this picture, can a character modeled after a real person's body be called unrealistic? No, it can't. But reality is not where the lonely, ugly, untalented grifters reside, so they must create a problem to sell the solution and gaslight you into reinforcing their delusion. I'm not their paid therapist. I will not reinforce their genjutsu.
Thank you! Thank you! I know he said that many times in his videos, but yes, I will not reinforce your genjutsu. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. This is why when people come in here and say to me, on my TikTok sometimes, I think Bry's seen it a few times, when someone comes in here, is this stream LGBT friendly or some shit like that? I'm like, sir, ma'am, whoever you are, what you identify as. This stream is about having fun, keeping chill. If you like anime, if you like video games, if you like being a fair person, if you like art, that's all that matters. Because I'm pretty sure anyone that's part of that group likes 5 or all of these things, or at least one of these things. If you like one of these things, I think you're accepted by default. If you have to ask, all that tells me is that you are an individual who wants to be catered to at every second of the moment. And if I say something that you don't like, you might report me one day. I'm not going to have someone who's in my community who's going to make me walk on eggshells around my community that I built around my friends and family, or whoever chooses to sign up on my behalf. I'm not doing it, because once I start catering to you, and specifically to you, I have to cater to one other person again, and the next, and next, and next thing you know, it's not even Artextric anymore. It's something completely different. It is a perversion of what it was supposed to be. That's what I'm saying. That's why when you come to my stream, be respectful, be nice, be cool, be chill. But the one thing I'm not going to do is reinforce your genjutsu. That goes for heterosexuals and all the way to down to the T of that plus sign, or whatever you want to call it. I'm not doing it. Just be cool. Just be aight. Learn how to laugh. Don't take things so seriously. If you're here to learn, cool. If that's all you're here for, cool. You don't even have to interact with anyone that's in this stream that upsets you.
We don't have to agree on everything, but we have to coexist in a healthy environment.
Thank you.
LOL.
I'm not playing this eggshell game with you, because once that day happens, oh man, it's not fun anymore. The fun has died from this point. We can't have fun no more, because if we say one thing, because remember, this is a forever changing thing. It doesn't stay where it is. That's why I always say, no matter how bad or how good something is, it doesn't stay where it starts. It tends to manifest, it festers, and it sits where it wants, and it just spreads to whatever it wants to go when it feels like it. And you never know where it's going to go. You don't know how it's going to pop up. You'll never know how it's going to even end out. So might as well not give it the chance to breathe, much less even fester in the slightest. Once that wound starts festering, you better get rid of it fast as possible, because if you don't, you're the one who has to amputate your arm, your leg, your head. You know what I'm saying? It ends in a very bad situation for everyone. No one is happy. Everyone hates each other. They're parasites. They like to parasite their way into your situation and then ruin it for everyone. And then once the whole thing is done, it moves on to the next one. It's exactly what Demion said. Once the termites get into the tree, you can't stop it. You might as well destroy the tree now before it festers the entire forest. It is what it is. I'm not going to enforce your genjutsu. It ain't happening here. This is not a place of hate or that stupid nonsense. It's just being fair amongst everyone. This is why I always say that the people who made Helldivers is base as hell, because they're trying to keep it neutral for everyone, not for a specific type of people, for just everyone. For everyone. That's why I like it when you die in the game, you either come as a woman or a man. You're neither nor. You play as all genders at this point. It just is what it is. Everyone looks exactly the same. It is what it is. You can't have racism if everyone looks the same, right? It is what it is. I think that's a great way to come across everything. Because once someone looks a little different from everyone else, everyone wants that, because it's human nature to want what we don't have. But if everyone has it, no one wants it. It is what it is.
me on Twitter, I can't even congratulate Shift Up without some cum gargler wiggling in between me and this AB fucking interaction I'm having. To hit me with some incorrect shit that they believe. They're on the internet and they can't live like Jesus Christ. They wish to be enveloped, cocooned by this ignorance. No matter how hard they force, controversy will only work in this game's favor, and you better believe some things are going to change if something like Stellar Blade does well. They need your views for revenue, and without your dollar, they live in squalor.
Strategies.
Let's get something straight. I welcome any tinfoil accusations because it helps me create more compelling evidence. I hope others learn to reinforce their points and honestly embrace whatever is thrown at them, the way Rowling embraces turf, because I guess when buying a Hogwarts Legacy video game made me a T-phobe, so be it, man. Do you guys think you could mock Magneto into taking his helmet off? Is he stupid?
I love that analogy. You think you can you think you can make him take off his hat off? You stupid.
Into taking his helmet off? Is he stupid? Maybe a woke version of Magneto, you know what I mean? In time, that's all any of this is ever going to be, the woke versions of things. So calling someone ugly is not a racist statement when you're saying this person could be prettier for this role. For a movie, I congratulate anyone willing to admit that this will not sell the tickets that it could if they cast a Halle Berry in the role. They cast this person with the intent to generate conversation so they could then claim that it's racist, and it's this particular brand of gaslighting that's really going to wind some people up, you know what I mean? I would like to stress, how many millions are thrown into the gutter with this forced, political, deliberately divisive crap? The amount of slaves dying every minute gathering materials for what makes these multi-million-dollar productions possible is unfathomable. So the gaslighting that you've subjected these people to, these good people for a decade, you know, the most cool and collected among us, they're exploding in ways that, are more calculated than you could imagine. An insane change is happening behind the scenes with people that have the time now. They're not being entertained. They're learning about AI. I've seen the message echoed over games in the anime industry with Disney very loudly right now. The message needs to be sent to this online connection necessary game as well. That the industry that loudly denounces white men, heterosexuals, normal, or what they call cisgender people with forced ugly. But
yes, that term is a very stupid term. I really hate that term. You don't ever hear me say that cis nonsense. You know what a cis is? It's a puss. It's a puss. You call yourself a puss? Is that what you think of yourself? I don't know how they even thought. I don't know how did these people manage to make? This is where I kind of blame white people here for even agreeing with this. I don't know how, but like, how did you manage to Jedi mind trick people into saying
LOL.
this? That's why what's his name? Elon Musk considers it is a slur. You are a puss.
Of course, specifically targeting the women. Listen, you can enjoy dwindling sales. I'm proud that so many no longer feel so gaslit that they can't openly be real about the fact that these developers and designers must be able to do better. The East appears to be running circles around them. What's the difference? Oh, they're not choking on political correctness. This hasn't been the result of a lack of talent. It's been deliberate, a la Doris from Shrek. And if anyone's got an agenda, it's these gaslighters. Keep playing, though. I don't think you know how rough the job market is, but those of us looking for an escape, that you're ruining. We do. You've used our art as a canvas to ruin, making your bitch-made statement and your protest in the gaming space, and we got you at great personal risk. I sought to impress upon people, now beta testers, a pattern that I recognized. And now they will help others notice, too. If the noticing is what puts you out of a job, you were never good at it to begin with. The worlds that I once escaped.
Say it again.
A pattern that I recognize.
Darth Goricorn.
And now they will
Funny
help
thing,
others
if you heat up gas enough, it explodes. LOL.
notice, too. If the noticing is what puts you out of a job, you were never good at it to begin with. The worlds that I once escaped to were a refuge that I owe my life to. And many people can say that they've had a book, a song, maybe some jokes, games that they've experienced that helped pick them up at their lowest and adjusted their gaze when they felt lost. But woke is compromising all that it touches with forced pandering and self-inserts, but it always had a time limit because no one cares and you'd need an endless flow of money to keep forcing it. Gaming's entities constantly limit my hobby, my passion, and I'm on their lists because my impact has been felt. And I work alone. Can you imagine if I decided to change that? If I can get you to do me a favor in the comments, guys, just write your top 2 favorite characters that you think would be amazing in Stellar Blade as a skin. You know, you can write more if you want, but don't feel limited to what's probable to end up in the game as a collab. Just put like your dream. Imagine it's on PC right now and you can just have it modded in. It can be a video game character, movie, TV, real life person, anime character, any of that. For me, it would be like Modoko from Ghost in the Shell, and probably Felicia from Darkstalkers. And I'm not into that, you know, but, you know, she just looks so... It's a good, man, you know, come on, what the fuck, man? And maybe instead of the sword, she's just swiping her claws. Right? If these people cared as much as they said they do, they wouldn't invalidate the invested time from the short lives of people who are spending themselves on projects that these woke motherfuckers are just shooting in the foot right at the beginning of the race, shooting them in both foot. You have no chance. You don't even have 2 feet. You have both foot. Damn, woke.
Darth Goricorn. A female version of Duke Nukem and Tristana from League of Legends. LOL.
That would be cool. That'd be cool. Man, they did my boy Duke wrong. Man, when did that came out? In 2008? Was it in 2008 that Duke Nukem game came out? Ugh. That was So with that said, that was Sayal. I love his work. He's funny as hell, and he speaks the truth. So with that said, like, share, follow, comment. Please give him a follow, and myself, if you like this reaction, like great stuff, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Later. Okay, we're on our last controversial video, last one, and then we could do the anime stuff and call it a night. I was gonna play a game, but it's already 8, so let's just get this out of the way.
2024's biggest game so far, which is...
It's from me, D Beyond. It's about Helldivers 2, destroy Sweet Baby Agenda, and woke journalist hates white male players. And that really is a big shock, but let's see.
Helldivers 2, and why it's doing so well when other AAA Western games seem to be faltering, underperforming, and in some cases even resorting to bot farming in order to fake success.
Yes, it was.
Beyond this, there's a GameSpot editor who is basically attacking all players and saying they're awful human beings for existing, and that using terms like JRPG are racist apparently. We'll get there eventually. To begin, let's start with an article from Forbes titled, Helldivers 2 player retention continues to be remarkable. Helldivers 2 has easily become the breakout hit of 2024 so far, and has captured the hearts and play.
I bet you Jeff Keighley and his cronies will never acknowledge this game. I bet you Jeff Keighley and his cronies will never acknowledge this game. Stellar Blade, I'm telling you. Or the Hogwarts Legacy 2 game. I bet you. That's not happening.
Playtime of millions of players across the world. So far, the latest info we have when it comes to how many copies have been sold was in mid-March, which confirmed that Helldivers 2 had crossed the 8 million copies sold, meaning that the game has sold almost as much as Spider-Man 2 has in less time. Of course, It's also available on PC, where the game is currently averaging around 200,000 players plus every single day over 2 months since release. I just want to further state for you all to understand just how crazy that really is, especially these days. After all, when that report came out stating that over 60% of playtime in 2023 was consumed by older games, Helldivers is a remarkable victory where most players don't really budge out of their gaming habits. But this proves that the hype train surrounding this game isn't dying anytime soon. A few days ago, I had a 5-hour binge session of Helldivers myself. Might not sound too long to some of you, but for me to sit there and play a live service multiplayer game for 5 hours straight in 2024 is crazy for me. Considering most of my time playing games these past few years has been absorbed by predominantly single-player story-driven games. Yet even I feel the pull to return to Helldivers every other day to blast bugs and robots in the name of democracy. A big part I think of why Helldivers is killing it so much is because it feels like the anti-Western game in a lot of ways. For starters, the game obviously rejects real-world symbolism, and for good reason. But beyond that, if you hadn't noticed, Helldivers also doesn't really follow the mentality and structure of other live service games. Most other multiplayer-only games have seasons which are themed with cosmetics and so on. Destiny 2 and Call of Duty are obvious examples of this. Yet in Helldivers, that sort of structure isn't present, and when you think about it, that actually works in its favor. Most multiplayer games, when they bring new content, they'll have a seasonal trailer like Destiny 2 does, showcasing new weapons, armor, and so on. They'll also show a detailed roadmap where certain events take place and such as well. Which is fine if you like to see what's in store for the upcoming season before you buy in, but it also in a way removes that sense of mystery from the game's world as well. Because you know that on this given day, this event will start and will end on this day. Take things like Destiny 2's recent update with the whole Onslaught game mode, you can see where things begin and end very neatly. But when it comes to Helldivers, its world feels more alive and reactive because you not only don't have any seasons detailing content, you genuinely have no idea what the hell is going to happen on any given day at all. For example, a little over a week ago, Arrowhead said that we had successfully pushed back the automatons and called the Terminids. So players were having victory laps, just killing stuff and having fun. Then out of nowhere, on a random night suddenly, a massive automaton fleet had entered the system. And players scrambled to push back these crazy robots as all hell broke loose. And it's that reactive, almost real-life like dog of war.
Wait! Was that the same day I was fighting? That's why all those automatons was just running up into the Whoa! What? I was part of the event. I didn't even know it. Holy moly! What? What?
Because I can't tell you when that automaton fleet will be eradicated completely. It's not like Destiny 2 when I know the event will end and begin. Instead, I'm just sitting here, naked on my couch with my legs spread like a hooker in church, and all of a sudden a swarm of filthy robots invade the star system. And I gotta say goodbye to my girlfriend and grab my laser cannon because democracy calls. That's really cool to me.
Why no
and
live
I think
on
this sort of
TikTok?
gameplay dynamic...
I got suspended. But it's not Bry's fault. It's not Bry's fault. It's not Bry's fault. It is not Bry's fault. It's mine. And I'm not trying to shield him from criticism. It is literally my fault. I'll explain it.
Samurai. Hi Bean, he just suspended pensive face.
I'm just suspended.
Beanbag. Why no tell me :
Because I thought it would be not a big deal. I thought it would be like, okay, I got suspended, but I didn't get banned. So that means that if I got
Beanbag.
suspended,
Hi Bri growing heart.
well, this could be fixed. I didn't think I had to technically tell you.
Beanbag. Bad :
More like sweep under the rug type shit. Especially how I got in trouble. So wait. I already talked to my agent. She already said she would get it fixed since I only was suspended.
Beanbag.
It's not like I was
What did you
permabanned.
do?
I will explain it after the stream for obvious
Beanbag.
reasons.
You tell me each time.
I'll tell you at the stream. I promise. We're at the end of the stream anyway.
Hello everyone.
Hey, Robbins, what's going on? You was here last time and you said to me, oh, wait, I just remembered. Hi, it's usually higher.
Beanbag.
The job was you're around kids. Ah, there we go. Are you still on live? Hey, Hum. I didn't see. I need to get
Beanbag.
I need
It's
to get.
Important
okay.
You tell.
It's important you tell. Let's just say your teacher got real excited because your teacher, for those who are still here, was doing a skin study, said here on screen. Now, listen, for anyone gets any crazy ideas, this is not why I got suspended.
Ryaga Samurai. Hi Hum.
Hi Hum. Hum's on the short. I think she's still in. I did not know that. I gotta get
Angela
a
Robbins.
thing.
I'm Ari but under a different name.
Oh, okay.
My original name wouldn't go through when I signed up for
Twitter.
Angela Robbins.
Oh.
Twitter.
No, I know. Okay, it's Ari.
Beanbag.
Okay.
MHM. Okay.
Okay, so it was not something I drew. It was more like something I showed. So like I was showing my, the video's up there. It's kind of funny though. It is kind of funny though. But the video is up there, from Twitch. You can go see it if you like. I even highlighted it, which was funny. But what got me in trouble was that
I should have notified y'all in the mod chat.
I was kind of glad he didn't, because I was kind of hoping that this could be just under the rug, but anyway, the point is, it was not this that got me in trouble. What got me in trouble was that I was showing my reference to my students at the time, and the reference wasn't problematic. It was actually the same thing I was drawing. It was a thigh. It can't be problematic because it's just a thigh. It's just literally anatomy. It was not problematic. What got me in trouble was I was showing it from Instagram. I accidentally clicked on the slider button, and not to the next slide on the carousel for this drawing, but it was the next literal picture that was saved. And lo and behold, the video, the picture, which I clicked off really fast on, but not fast enough, happened to be an anime girl in her birthday suit. So yeah, that happened. Pretty much boshed myself without being the creeper. I was just
Angela
doing studies.
Robbins. I may not be on as much. New prescription on my glasses has my eyes all wacky.
Yes, all right.
Beanbag. Yes, Bri, you should have, but it's okay. Just let us know next time.
So yeah, that happened. So I wasn't banned. I did appeal it, but they said no. So I was like, okay, got appealed, got in trouble. I have to go and tell my agent what happened. So she said she'll get it fixed. So I'm hoping that she'll get it out of the way, because I've been permabanned 3 times. So if I've been permabanned and came back from the dead.
Teach you should have that out of the way, but all right. Ryaga Samurai. Got it.
I know. I didn't mean. I was doing studies. I was so excited. Okay, if you watch the video when I started doing it, you understand. I was super excited. how to do skin much more efficiently. As you can see, I can't get in trouble with this because this is Twitch and YouTube,
Beanbag.
so I can get away a little bit more
That's
than
fine,
this.
just keep your eyes open.
Yeah, and then when I click the button over here, like the button on Instagram, that little arrow thing, it went to the next post, not the next slide. And when I click that, it's sent to an anime girl
Angela Robbins.
in her birthday suit.
Yeah, but the action she was doing was a bit daring.
She was actually being milked. She was milking herself. Funny enough, because the reference that she was milking herself was based on a old century statue. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I will send you the link of the video of the post so you know what I'm talking about. It will make sense. But yes, it was a art study.
Ryaga Samurai. He was having a Gojo moment.
Yes, I was drunk with power. I was drunk with power. I was laughing and having a good old time, and then it went left. It went left. Completely left. But I'm not even mad. Disappointed, but not mad. But next time when this happens again, oh, well, there won't be a next time.
Beanbag. Okay, no need to explain yourself.
Fine. Alright, so let's finish this off with Endymion, and then we'll go to the anime recommendations and call it a night. Let's go.
Would be very cool to see in other games as well.
I got it, continue.
It also helps a lot that Helldivers actually kind of bucks the trend of FOMO, or fear of missing out, to an extent as well. Since you could sign in, not play much, and just go enjoy your life, and the community can go shoot
Angela
stuff
Robbins.
and kill a plenty and win
Well,
back
that
major
and you were
orders,
challenging China on TikTok pretty much a lot as well.
Or, but then again, China don't care about that. They are perfectly fine with the anime drawings. They have a problem when I show anime nudity. That was the problem. That's not what got me in trouble. China loves it when I believe China loves it when I start saying, all hail China. They can't get mad at me for that. I'm literally praising the country. So they can't get mad at me of that. Now, if I'm doing racist stuff, saying like a Chinese American accent, and saying something about their eyeballs, then you're in trouble. But the fact that I was saying Zhongyong Ping and you're a great person and you look like Goku, I don't think he has a problem with that. And if he did, well, I tried.
You can just sign in at a later date and reap in the awards like medals, even if you technically didn't really do anything to contribute to it. Helldivers is
Angela
one of the
Robbins.
only live service multiplayer
LOL,
games
fair
where the
point.
developers actually kind of reward you for being lazy. But they also realize that, hey, people also have lives, and we can't all be playing a live service game 24/7. In a lot of ways, Helldivers 2 is kind of the perfect game for people with full-time jobs, kids and
I'm not gonna lie, if Helldivers is smart, they will learn what they did, they will learn what Fortnite does in their own way, right? So like, I don't know how live service the game truly is, because, you know, I only bought the bundle, but then again, we'll see. But like, if they're smart, they'll do what Fortnite did. You see how Fortnite have like big events and stuff? See how I was a part of an event that I didn't even freaking knew about, but I was part of it without realizing it? That right there could be a gold mine of possibilities at any moment, right? Because if you do what Fortnite is doing in that type of way, you can build an audience off that. You can build off just curiosity. It will make people want to tune in just to see if there's anything happening. It will keep that curiosity going. But if you just tell people what's gonna be, they're gonna have they're gonna have their preconceived notion how it's gonna work. Just like how he used the Destiny metaphor or comparison to that. That is amazing. I didn't know I was part of the event without realizing I was doing an event. I thought I was just killing robots. But now knowing that now, I understand why it was just so hard at the time. It was because they had this event going and I didn't know. That's wild.
So on. Because in other live service games, they usually have a battle pass and such, and you gotta grind those suckers out to level 100 in order to get all the rewards. But if you don't grind enough before the expiry date, you lose the ability to gain those rewards, and that content is then vaulted into the ether and you just kind of lose out. Which means you're forced to engage and push constantly every new season of any given game in order to get anywhere. Whereas Helldivers just kind of goes, nah, we're good, and instead your mini battle passes are just kind of there. and you can level them up whenever you want to in whichever order you want to do it, and you don't feel entitled to reject your family, girlfriends, boyfriends, or job in order to get to the latest content. I don't know about you, but I really like that. I really do, because it means I don't ever feel like I'm missing out in a sense. And I wish more games had their battle passes just available for use even if you weren't there when they released. I think Halo Infinite does this as well, actually. I could be wrong about that, but let me know in the
I wish my mods had these games. I would play with them. I would love to have my mods have, like, what's that game? Content something? That content game? I would play that with my mods. That's not a game you play with randoms. I'm just being honest. As a streamer, I don't think that's a game you play with randoms, because the not the F-bomb, the N-word can come at any moment, at any place, at any time, and then the stream's over because, like, someone said something on stream, then you gotta, like, stop the stream, or you gotta get banned. Especially if they're crazy, and you can't even tell them if you're on stream because, you know. But if you do it, like, this is the weird monkey spot. If you tell them you're on stream and if they're a dickhead, they'll say something wild. Like, right at that moment, they don't care because it's not their stream. But if you don't tell them, they'll probably say something wild without being aware that they're being recorded. So you're kind of screwed. That's why I'd rather play games like Lethal Company or where I can be with my mods than play a game like, or I will play a game like Helldivers any day on stream because I don't have to talk to anyone. Because my experience alone could be enough for my viewers. They like it when I get upset, or like it when I die or get freaked out or something. That's perfectly enough for them to watch. And the interactions would be more greater if I had a cluster of people. But like most cases, my mods are either too busy or they can't get it yet. So
if I'm remembering that correctly. But this is just another reason why Helldivers 2 is just absolutely
It's kind of like
it.
telling someone
Then,
if
for
you're
example,
ticklish
you
or
have
not.
This article
Yeah.
from that Park Place.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. It's a dangerous thing because people just don't care. Some people just don't, and they're kids. And I noticed that's a lot of people. I'm gonna send that game back. I'm dead serious. I'm not even gonna play this game. I might send that content creator thing, what is called content warning, back. Because I don't really see that game really blowing up like that. I see it kind of like a star in the sky and it will just burn out. But I don't think the game is like a phenomenon like that of like Lethal Company. You know what I'm saying? Lethal Company, you can actually play that game by yourself to a certain extent. But a game like Content Warning, it's not a game you play by yourself. And the game doesn't even look done. It has a bunch of issues and problems, and the monsters are not all that scary, to be honest, except like one or two. And the rest of the other monsters are kind of stupid, and it looks like it's still in beta, like it's not done. It looks like the game is not even close to finish. It looks like it's just there, and the monsters are just kind of stupid. Especially the snail ones. They don't feel all that scary, unless that's the purpose. I think the purpose was to make them stupid, and then as you go up in money, then you start doing that. But I don't know. It's weird. It's a weird thing. And there's a bunch of stupid kids on it.
There are some games that let all that stuff fly and act like it doesn't affect anyone.
Yeah.
Place.com titled Sweet Baby Inc. influenced Alan Wake 2 allegedly using bots to boost sales. This has become a worryingly prevalent move by publishers and studios in recent years, and it's not a good sign at all. So apparently Remedy Entertainment has been boosting their social media channels when it comes to their games, Alan Wake 2 to be specific here. According to Twitter user The Master of the TDS, who's compiled boatloads of screenshots of these bot accounts artificially boosting their channels, and it's so obvious it's painful, like look at some of this stuff. I'm excited to hear that Alan Wake 2 has updated its minimum PC requirements to be optimized for older gaming rigs. This opens up the game to a wider audience, allowing more players to experience the thrilling storytelling and immersive gameplay. Can't wait to dive in. And just look at what these bots are saying. Yes, finally, my ancient potato PC can run Alan Wake 2. I can finally dust off my old PC and join in on the Alan Wake 2 fun. Good.
Ew. Yeah, you are definitely an AI, and if you're real, you're an AI by default. You're an NPC. You honestly believe Alan Wake is that much of a masterpiece? That didn't even sell as even half of anything it's supposed to sell. That game is ass, yo. That's not even like a. Man. That game is not fun. It might be technologically good looking, but that game is not fun. Shit, I don't even think the first game was all that fun, to be honest. It was decent, but I don't think the game was all that fun.
That sounds disturbing on so many
yes.
levels, FR.
For them to even sit there and have the bot say that, like, guys, you are that desperate? God. This is one of those moments where it puts in perspective how much back in the day when you're a kid and you look at adults, you think of them as the, like, I don't want to say it in this way, but like the upper echelons of what to be adult, what, I want to say the word perfection, but like what, what's the right word? What competency looks like, what being a responsibility looks like, all that stuff. What it is to be at a job, have a job, be good at your job, and stuff like that. And as time goes by and this internet becomes more prevalent in our lives, it starts exposing how stupid most people are. Most adults are not even adults; they're just giant children. And companies are not these entities that you should respect. It's kind of something quite the opposite. You just kind of hate them more. The more you start realizing the veil keeps pulling back. You start realizing how stupid they truly are. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know how to cater to said audience. When these same people know how to reach the audience, but doing everything but doing that. I'm looking at you, Disney. Like, it is what it is. It's wild, bro. This is getting out of hand now, that they're using actual bots to promote their game.
Angela Robbins. It's also been proven to be very, very dangerous depending on the info given off by the internet as Angela Robbins. Well.
Jesus Christ.
News for my old PC. Finally, I can join the Alan Wake 2 fun train. As you can see, the bot comments, they just keep coming and they all sound similar. First of all, if you're a terminally online cretin like myself, you know these comments do not sound genuine at all.
Nope.
The use of exclamation marks aplenty and how every comment is just people saying, yay, my insert PC here can run Alan Wake 2, can't wait to get my game on stuff, it's just not genuine. The comments would instead be someone making fun of Remedy, one guy posting a meme, and someone else saying they want jiggle physics in the update. These people, however, aren't real. And as you can see on screen as I post more of what the master of the TDS has compiled here, the engagement is just fake across the board. But this is the difference between a game that is struggling for relevancy and
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, I would love bots that was in my stream that will at least pretend to talk. I get annoyed when I see a bunch of
Are you ready for the new WoW seasons?
Yes and no. I am kind of curious on that whole like talent multiverse thing that's going on that they're doing, but we'll see. We'll see. I'll play Overwatch tomorrow. I was gonna play game today, but I'm definitely playing Overwatch tomorrow to see the season. I'm kind of curious on how that's gonna go. Hopefully my agent will get me back on
2000
Twitter. I mean Twitter, TikTok
OMG,
tomorrow.
I need the Mercy skin.
I see. But like I don't know. I wish I had those bots that was in my stream that was talking at least. At least look like there was people there instead of like there's 70, 80 people sitting there and there's like 10 people still talking. That should be pissing me off. Like yesterday, we had like 7? It was, I think we had like 70 people the other day, just sitting there, and the only 3 people was talking was
_ There's 17 hours left anyways.
Yeah.
Ryaga Samurai. I look in the mirror and go, oh, that's me.
Me?
Angela Robbins. Yeah, they were bugging me.
It was pissing me off.
That organically has built its audience like Helldivers has. The master of the TDS has also found the same sort of botting on other platforms like IGN, who are also doing the same thing to farm engagement as well.
Damn!
And we've also seen this sort of bot engagement from streams like when G4 Tech TV came back. And their streams had like...
Who is playing this fucking game?
30,000 people apparently watching them live, yet their chat was crawling at a snail's pace. Which, if you know anything about online engagement and live streaming, if there's 30,000 people in a chat watching something, that live chat is going Sonic the Hedgehog levels of fast in terms of comments coming through.
Yep.
The reason why a lot of these companies from IGN, Remedy, and more are attempting to boost their platforms is simply because they're losing relevancy, and whatever they're pushing is not resonating with audiences.
Listen, I'd rather have 5 people talking in the chat, 4 out of the 5 is talking, than having 200 plus, and then the same 4 out of the 5 people are talking. You all pissed off? That makes me so angry. Like, it's 200 plus people, and only the 5 is still talking from previously. How is that possible? You are such good children. I would love to have you as a class. You guys are quiet as hell. You know how much a teacher would love you as a teacher, as a student, to sit there, to be quiet and be listening to the so-called lesson that you're just so in tune with. You know what I'm saying? That pisses me off. Why would you do this? Why would you do it? Like, literally, are you serious? Like, that proves to me that they must be bots. There's no way. That must be NPC bots that's up in TikTok. There's no way. Because I sit there, I'm thinking to myself, we've been talking for 30 straight minutes. It's been 200 plus people.
You seem used to it, TBH. I didn't realize it got under your skin that badly.
No, I was used to it because I was like, okay, what I was used to is that because there's 200 plus people, the people who comes in will see, okay, I see 200 plus people too. But most people don't think. They'll just see the 200 plus people and then start following because of, what's the term? I would say the word peer pressure, but like the idea of that because there's 200 plus people, it keeps other real people who's coming in curious in the stream. At least with TikTok, I can at least tell there's people coming in and out because it tells me that people are coming in and out. With Twitter,
the herd mentality.
Yeah, there you go. It's a herd mentality thing. So you're more likely to engage in an event when there's a lot of people when there's just only 2. You know what I'm saying? When there's like 5 people compared to 200 plus, you're more likely to hang out with the 200 plus because they're doing some form of event. You're more likely to engage because there's a lot of people, so it gives that herd mentality type interest to work. But when there's 200 plus people and the same 5 people are talking, not even 200 plus like saying random things, it's literally 5 people plus the mod Bri and that's technically 4 talking, the same people who's in here previously at the beginning talking, and there's 200 plus. Come on, dude, that looks bad on my behalf. Imagine that's why when people come in, I'd rather people come in and say, you know, you have 85,000 people on your follow, but you only have 10 people in here. How's that possible? I'm like, because I can at least come with the literal excuse. TikTok is an asshole and doesn't tell people about my stream because, well, they don't do well when it comes to notification. And many times Brian's told me, I didn't know you was on till I just got the notification an hour later after I've been in your stream. It has happened many times. I have seen it happen thousands of times. Many times people say, I haven't seen you stream for a very long time. It's about time you're streaming. When I've been streaming for 2-3 straight months straight, I have missed a day. And some of this individual who's told me that they've been waiting on my stream has not seen it for God knows when. Either 2 things that they're lying, that's one, because I'll be streaming every day for 9 hours straight, and for some odd reason, this idiot did not think, maybe, just maybe, I'm going to check on my own fruition to see if what he's doing.
I've heard the more bots, the more it drives the audience away from a stream.
Yes, I believe so. It causes a weird, because anyone worth their salt or have a brain will think,
Not sure if that's exactly true or not too.
I think it's true, but then again, it's also at the same time. It's true because if there's 2,000 plus people and you only see 50 views on 50 people talking, and it's not going like that fast, then that's a problem. You can see it. If you're a content creator and care about this type of stuff, and want to build your stream, you got to pay attention to these things. This is how they can expose you easily. If it's like 200 plus people, before you joined, I used to get 200 plus, 100 plus something people, and they used to talk. It used to be a lot. But now it's been annoying me lately that it would be like 200 plus people coming in on live and not saying a damn thing. That annoys me. And then when I ask them, you know, you guys, you don't even have to hit the like, hit the follow. If you care, if you want a meme, I don't care if you're even trying to bully meme me, hit the follow.
Angela Robbins. WDYM, they can expose you? You make it sound like it's a bad thing.
It is a bad thing. Because if you have a bunch of bots, because it looks like you're being fake. Think of it this way. But then again, people are caught on that bots are a rampant thing. 9 times out of 10, you don't have to buy bots to be seen as popular. Sometimes you can just get lucky with the algorithm and you have a bunch of bots just running through this shit. It happened on Twitter. It's annoying as hell. 75 people in there. And I said, hey, if we got 75 people and no one's talking, that's weird. And it was only just Bry. Or it was, I don't think it was Darth. It was Rye. It was Bry and Rye. We got Bry and Rye. And then it was Ari at one point, and then she had to go. That's it. It's only 3 people
Angela
actually talking.
Robbins. I don't get how bots can expose you though. They're bots, not actual humans. Teach.
No.
Darth Goricorn.
When I say the word
I'm only
expose,
in Twitch.
when I say the word expose, it's not them exposing you, not the bots. The bots are just bots. I'm talking about people outside of that, like human beings who are walking, who has a brain, be like, you have 200 plus people in here. I only see 3 people talking. How is that possible? It's a difference when you have 500 followers and there's only 2 people in there. Because it's not their focus to come and watch you. Most people who watch, 9 times out of 10 when you're growing, it's not even your followers that watch you. It's new people that follow you, that are follow or watches you, because they're brand new. When people follow you, 9 times out of 10...
Oh, gotcha, sorry.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
My brain is super tired over here, lol.
Yeah, because what it does is it's like you're fudging the numbers. This is why when you do a sponsorship, they tell you directly, for anyone who knows this, if you're doing a sponsorship, they tell you directly, do not send these links to your families and friends. The reason why they don't want you doing that, or put it through a bot generator. Because when you do this, if you have a bunch of people have a bunch of views, and they come through your stuff, and you're trying to promote a game, and they can see you have a bunch of high engagement, but there's no one buying or commenting, that tells the company, your analytics don't make much sense. How do you have 5,000 people in your live stream, but only 2 are talking, and you're playing a game called Genshin Impact, which maybe a good 5 of those 5,000 of those people, maybe a good 1,000 have not played the game yet. How is it possible not even 50 out of that 1,000 is not even trying to click on your link? How is that possible? Because we can see the analytics on that. Do you see how that sounds stupid? How insane that looks? This is why buying
Angela
bots
Robbins.
doesn't make sense.
Surprisingly, when people do a video of something they bought on TikTok, they have a lot of views.
No, that's different. That's TikTok. Because when you buy something on TikTok and you link it, that gives TikTok the indication that you are trying to make money
Robbins.
on the
I don't
thing.
know if it's cause of advertising or sponsorship or both.
No, it's both. Because if we're talking about TikTok, okay, what I was referring to as sponsorships, I was talking about from Steam Labs, not from TikTok. If you're talking about TikTok, yes, you're going to get views at a certain rate, depending on your size, your reach, and how much you post. But if you're posting something from the TikTok shop, especially from the TikTok shop, you're more likely to get a lot of views. That's why I did that sponsorship for the what do you call it, the One Piece phone. I thought it was really cool. I wanted the One Piece phone. They gave it to me free, and they said if we give it to you for free, you have to do a video. And I said yes, I'll do the video. I don't have to show my face, so therefore I did the video. Simple to the point. It probably would have got more views than I did a minute long, but I only made it 30 seconds to 45 seconds long. So it is what it is. It is what it is. So every time people click that link, I get a percentage of whatever that phone is. That's the difference, because they will push because it's on their platform. They're trying to make money on their platform. So they're most likely going to push you if you have an advertising item from the TikTok shop. That makes sense. But when I'm talking about sponsorship, in this case, when I'm talking about Genshin Impact, I'm talking about Steam Labs. They're looking at your analytics. Same thing, TikTok does the same thing with you, but they're more likely going to give you a pass because you're on their platform. You're already a creator, so whatever can happen, they're probably going off the fact that you can pop off at any minute, whether you're small or big. Unlike Twitch or YouTube, you can't just pop off like that. Very, very rarely people are popping off like that on YouTube or Twitch, unless they're doing some insane shit or something like that. It is what it is. Like, for instance, I'm drawing a big thigh anime girl. I have a big ass looking anime girl. I have a thigh on this live. If I was doing this on TikTok, I'll be blowing up right now. But because I'm doing it on Twitch and YouTube and Trovo and Kick, platforms where the algorithm doesn't favor you like that, no.
You mean they pay attention to the sort of games you play on your phone on your off time, right?
No, they look at your analytics based on the views you get on the platform. So like, for instance, if you have a Steam, this is why when you have a Steam account or you have a TikTok account, you get something called analytics. If you're a content creator, if you choose to be a content creator and post stuff, they'll show you something called analytics. And then that will indicate to the company, TikTok or YouTube in this case, they'll say, okay, you got a bunch of views, you got a bunch of followers, your engagement is high. We're going to let the companies that we are affiliated with, let them know that you are open for business to do work with them. So whenever you get a sponsorship deal, it's going to come through us to them, depending on whether through email or directly through our site. That's how it works. Usually that's how it works. So they look at your analytics. If your analytics are low, they're not going to notify you. You're nobody. You're nothing. You're literally a nothing. This is why I try to stay on TikTok, because TikTok does well in my analytics, whether I post something or I'm doing a live stream. That's how it works. So they look at your analytics and be like, because that's how I was able to get part of the partner program now, because I don't know if you guys notice on TikTok, majority of my videos now are a minute long. They're just a minute long. They're not 30 seconds. They're not 10 seconds anymore. They're a minute long, because TikTok said to creators, if you're making a minute long video, you're more likely to get more engagement. We'll push those videos more than we would 30 second to 10 second to 1 second, because you're not making any money on them. Because if you make a video that's a minute long or more, we will push your content, because it tells advertisers that people are more likely, because what they're trying to do is they're trying to fix y'all with your well, these kids mainly, but fix everyone from fucking up their attention spans, because TikTok has destroyed people's attention spans, and they realize the shorter their attention spans, the more likely they're not going to click on an advertisement or stay for the advertisement if it is an advertisement. Because once they start seeing or even feeling it's an advertisement, they click off, because they don't have the time, patience, or money to do it. But if they have enough patience, they might listen to it, most likely, than people who have a short attention span. You're more likely to listen if your attention span is higher than it is shorter. So, that's how it happens. This is why they have a bunch of creators now trying to get you to be a part of the TikTok shop and push the affiliate thing upon you. Because if you have a creator that you really like, you're more likely to buy from me, Ari, than you would some stranger that you don't know. Because you listen to me and I talk about whatever we're talking about, or whatever what I engage in that interests you. So whenever I say, hey guys, I'm doing a sponsorship for AFK or whatever case may be, you want to try the game, most time, and it's free, most time you're going to most likely click it, Ari, because you enjoy my content and you are a regular and you're most likely want to support it. Plus it's free, it don't cost you a thing. So, it is what it is. Then someone you don't know, you don't listen to, or you don't really want to hear from, and you don't have the time for, or don't probably share the same interests as you. So the 9 times out of 10, you're not going to listen. So there you go.
By the way, the Alan Wake 2 botting situation was to promote some update to the game. Yet Remedy clearly saw that when that update was released, not nearly enough people cared or were even paying attention to it. The difference between Remedy's lack of engagement and something like Arrowhead's Helldivers is evident. What we're seeing are companies failing to make products that actually resonate with the worldwide audience. But I also find it interesting how every game that doesn't resonate, it leans a certain way politically and ideologically as well.
No shit, that's what I said to Darth and Bry earlier. No shit, every company that is majorly known amongst the zeitgeist of most people, if they have the plus in their name in their streaming services, they're politically driven as hell. But the ones that are not, you hear about, that doesn't have a plus in their streaming service, they have base shows. But when I say base, I'm not talking about brand new shows that are like breaking the seams. They have like old shows that are consideredly base because they're not politically driven. Like Crackle, Tubi, some other one I can't think of. And they're all forgetful streaming services because they don't have the plus at the end. Every major brand that that is part of an entity that you like or used to like has a plus. Disney Plus, Hulu Plus, ESPN Plus. Look at each company and don't see any form of ESG pandering forcefulness in that stuff. Look closely at them. Anything with a plus in the streaming service is widely driven politically, like up the wazoo, for like no reason whatsoever.
Alan Wake 2 is of course a Sweet Baby product, and it's evident that their fingers can be felt throughout the entirety of that game's DNA. As someone who played and platinumed Alan Wake 2, I can confirm the game is not a good time, and I do not recommend it whatsoever.
Ooh.
Whereas with Helldivers, which just removes the real-world symbols and nonsense from the equation and delivers a fun game where stupidity reigns supreme, like airstriking your friends or getting thrown around like a rag doll, instead most Western games are far more interested in the diversity and inclusion of their games. Here's a post from Remedy's Annual Report 2023 that user Mangalawyer on Twitter posted, which is called Remedy's Materiality Matrix. It says here, as a result of the materiality analysis carried out in 2022, Remedy has 7 key topics on which it focuses in sustainability work. These can be placed in a materiality matrix which illustrates Remedy's most material and impactful sustainability topics.
Ryan Reynolds here for Mint Mobile. It turns out one of the fastest growing segments of people signing up for Mint are people
don't care.
In the matrix, the y-axis shows the level of importance of a topic to our stakeholders based on the materiality analysis. The x-axis shows the potential impact caused by making the right choices regarding a topic. As you can see based on their graph here, the thing that reigns supreme above all else is diversity, equity, and inclusion.
No, it doesn't.
Yet at the very bottom of what's important to Remedy, according to their own report, is responsible gaming, which is signified as the color gray. If we look down here, it even coincides with what says memorable experiences for fans across the globe. So what this means is that in Remedy's own vision of what's important when it comes to making a video game is that the diversity and wokeness of a project always takes precedent. Yet your actual enjoyment as a player and consumer of video games is the least important thing to Remedy when it comes to them making a video game for mass market appeal. Isn't that crazy to see? That these development studios are openly stating confidently that your enjoyment and your actual satisfaction with a product is last place when it comes to what's important when it comes to making their video game in the first place.
Wow.
As someone who played Alan Wake 2, I think this graph perfectly encapsulates that game's experience because I never felt like what I was playing was being made for my own enjoyment. And the game would constantly pull control from my hands to show me another cutscene instead of just letting me play the game. And often than not, whenever someone tells you what their favorite moment of Alan Wake 2 is, it's almost never actual gameplay or the systems within it. No mention of how the enemy variety is terrible, the guns lack any imagination, and the actual interactability of its environment is piss poor at best. If we had a graph of games that don't respect your time or money, we would have Alan Wake 2 on the far left, with games like Helldivers 2 on the far right of the same graph. Everything Helldivers is, from its ragdoll physics, dynamic live service elements, and how all the different stratagems react to the world's environment and so on, are things that would be, in Remedy's opinion, not deemed important. If Helldivers 2 was made by Remedy, the game would be 80% cutscenes, feature 1 or 2 single enemy types, and you could basically just wield your standard pistol and maybe a shotgun at best, but this sort of experience is considered what these game companies prioritize. And need I remind you that in 2023, Alan Wake 2 won big at the Game Awards and on video game websites, while the actual player base at large rejected the game pretty much entirely, and for good reason. Which makes you wonder what the hell is going on exactly with what these Western game studios and the websites want versus what the players actually desire instead. Because based on the critical reception to Alan Wake 2, it should have been a big winner, right? Why didn't you all play the game? Why didn't you buy the $80 Canadian single player game where you can walk through hallways shooting the same 3 enemy types sparingly? Why don't you enjoy games that constantly rip control from you to feed you a nonsensical story where they race swapped a character because Sweet Baby told them to do so? The truth is that what they're selling and pushing you are clearly not buying, and they obviously hate that. They want you to accept it, and they're angry anytime they push these terrible games that audiences always reject them. As I said before, Alan Wake 2 has not turned a profit yet. It's been out for 7 months as of the making of this video. And in terms of AAA development, what Alan Wake 2 has managed to underachieve is terrible, all things considered. According to GameDeveloper.com, Alan Wake 2 has sold around 1.3 million copies since release, which for a AAA Western game, that is horrendously bad, by the way, like biblically bad. And Helldivers 2 has sold 8 million as of last month. I doubt Alan Wake 2 would even reach Helldivers numbers in 10 years, never mind 10 months. Helldivers does seem to be the rare exception to the rule when it comes to the continued underperformance of Western slop coming out these days. It's also apparently the 5th most played PlayStation game right now. Of course, the other 4 spots are held by the usual suspects like Fortnite, COD, and so on. But this just keeps proving time and again that the best received games by actual players are the ones that respect their time, money, and most importantly, themselves. Then of course you have GameSpot employees saying that all white men are the devil and JRPGs are a racist term. From thatparkplace.com we have this article titled, GameSpot editor Jessica Cogswell attacks gamers as incel gamer dudes previously shared animus against white people. Don't harass this person or anything because they have lost their mind. Anyway, Jessica said stuff on Twitter in terms of Gamergate 2 and such as, man, I don't know how all these incel gamer dudes are expecting games to have hot characters and characters representative of them. At the same time, at these replies, get a life, weirdos. When did we ever say we wanted representation? Every other
there they go. Yeah, that's how they start off. They think that's smart. They think that's actually smart. And they never learn. This is why you never, ever, 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 for the love of God, if you want to make a profit, do ever, ever, ever hire an activist. Never do it. Never do it. You will hate yourself because they will make it hard for you to make a profit. It will be harder for you to make money, and they will sue you for your company because they don't like what you said or you tell them the truth.
Collective tweets it's about how woke characters and women are in every role and you miss cis-het white men being allowed in things. Right away, Jessica is clearly yet another woke weirdo working in games, which is nothing new at all. Secondly, why does representation seem to matter to people like Jessica, but also conveniently doesn't matter if white men are asking for representation as well? Why is it that in these people's minds representation is somehow only exclusive to people who aren't white men? This Jessica lady is just another crazy person who's drank the Kool-Aid and has the same opinions as literally every other person in her industry. All of these people, they feel like NPCs you'd see in a town in a video game or something. There's no original thoughts in any of their heads. Everything is just white people bad, everyone who isn't white man good, and all the same nonsense. Then of course Jessica goes off on the deep end where she claims the term JRPG is somehow racist. Back in 2023, one user said, the term was created to differentiate JRPGs from Western ones, so you're literally saying that it was a term created to otherize an outgroup. Interesting that you can somehow think that's not literally a racist thing, to which Jessica then said, I've used the term JRPG for years and honestly Hannah is completely right and I'm going to stop. It is a category that doesn't need to exist. Games should be separated by content, not the race of the people creating them. I think this is one of those things we need to do away with.
So what you're saying is, if I say I want to get some Chinese food, is that racist because I want Chinese food? Is that racist? Is it racist if I go up to someone and said, or not someone, I said, what's a good example? This is a black-owned business. Is that racist?
Ryaga Samurai.
Sounds ironic. Yeah, it's insane. You're just specifying what food it is.
They are just hurt they lack the talent to make games as good as most
JRPGs. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Like, is it wrong to just really specify what that is? These people want, like, the problem is they like the amalgamation of everything at once, but they want to be in the... This is the most weirdest thing about this progressive movement. We want to be individuals, but we can't be different. You see how insane this sounds? We want to be special and represented, but we can't be different from each other.
Maybe they need to go back to their safe spaces and cry to their emotional support teddy bear.
This is fucking stupid now. Like, this woman is idiot. I'm sorry, I don't give a shit. This woman's an idiot. Who sits there and be like, it's racist to say JRPGs. Why is it racist? It's a Japanese fantasy game. Made by the Japanese. It was made by Hispanics. I'm pretty sure they'll have a term for it too. Or African. But because these groups of people don't make these type of games, and it's not a prevalent thing, we call it JRPGs.
Where they be finding these people?
I don't know. Off the street, off a mental asylum. It's wild to me. This is ridiculous. This is what I'm saying. Never, ever, 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 ever subscribe to this DEI, whatever this is. This poison. I don't know what this is. This is the
Darth
I tell you.
Corn. They are daycare escapies.
This is wild to me. She's saying here it's racist to point out something that's made by a group of people in a specific genre that they do well in. So instead of just calling a fantasy game or an RPG, it's a JRPG. It is something really specific and different because obviously the Japanese does things differently.
They always finding a problem with something that's not a problem.
Because there's also extra reason why we call it JRPG, because the Japanese has a certain culture and how they look at things and how they put in things. There are certain things that is in Japan, whether in video games, movies, or music, and they have their cultures and they have their way they look at things, and they have their culture based on comedy, horror, whatever case may be. That wouldn't be too problematic to us Americans or confusing at the same time. You have to be part of that culture to live in that place to understand those specific things. Now, you don't have to be Japanese. You can live in Japan and learn those things. You can research those things right here.
Corn. If you really want to make them cry, play a true Japanese imported version of a game.
Yes! Like, perfect example of this is, I can at least use this as an example, is, Silent Hill. At the end of the game, there's a spoof or some type of joke where there's a dog controlling everything in the game, in the horror game. It's supposed to be a joke. Now, most Westerners who saw that probably was either laughed or were like extremely confused.
The pretty girl on the screen will emotional scar them more than even looking in the mirror does.
Exactly. Oh. And then what makes this funny is that no one said that part was canon, but it was put in there for laughs. For people who are Japanese, that must be really funny because the Japanese are known as very conservative people. They're very conservative. So when they put something as silly as a dog with the headphones doing all the work of causing this man mayhem in the game, in Silent Hill, it makes it funny because it's like a dry humor thing. It's like dry humor in itself. It's so ridiculous to the point that you'll be confused, but it's funny confusing. Us Westerners, we like certain things in a certain way. So when you have a dog at the far end pressing every button, you'll be confused and thinking, is this a joke? Most people will be annoyed by this in the Western. I'm not. But like, most people will be annoyed by this. You see how stupid this is? The lady said it herself. She said, you can't call it a JRPG, but you can't be different at this. You can't be different, but you have to stand out. So which one is it? It's stupid. This is why the game industry sucks, dude.
Even if you don't mean it in a negative way, think about how it comes across for a few minutes, and I think you'll realize it feels a bit ick. Sure, we can talk about the differences between Western RPGs and Eastern RPGs, but Western should not be the default for the term RPG. Also, I think if you are white, please consider thinking before tweeting, actually I don't know that it's racist because, then promptly delete that tweet and listen to the opinions of the people you're putting in a box. Good lord, the NPC behavior is off the charts with this person. Listen, saying something is a JRPG is not racist whatsoever. In fact, it's actually a good thing to say. Because JRPGs versus Western RPGs are completely different in terms of how they're structured. The
Thank you!
characters look and act,
Just
not to mention
said
the usual ideological nonsense of the stark difference between the two as well. Looking at a game like Fallout, for example, that's a Western RPG, and then you compare how that game looks to something like Final Fantasy, which is obviously a JRPG.
Thank you!
And they couldn't be any more different in terms of themes, music, and more.
Like, literally, like he made a perfect example. Is Fallout anywhere close as the same as Final Fantasy? Hell no. Hell no. You can see a giant difference between that. Graphic-wise, story-based-wise, construction of just gameplay-wise, just like everything is just significantly different, and you can feel it's Japanese. It's like, for instance, if I play a game like Kingdom Hearts, and I play like Final Fantasy XIV, they feel similar in their structure. They may be different stories, different universes, but based on how the game is constructed, it feels like similar in their own way. Now, if you compare Final Fantasy XIV with Noxus and friends, and Kingdom Hearts with Sora and friends, and compare it to that of let me think, Fallout, you can see a significant difference in sound structure, menu, UI structure. You know what I'm saying? It's a giant, big change between the two. It is what it is.
And honestly, at this point, using a term like a JRPG when talking about your game is likely going to boost your sales than anything else. Because whenever I see a Western RPG these days, I just know they're going to fill it to the brim with nonsense at any given moment. You know the stuff, multiple pronouns, ugly female characters, boring and repetitive gameplay, all of it. I also notice when it comes to Western-made RPGs, many things are just not as interesting, whereas in Final Fantasy, for example, they have a certain tone and flair to it all that Western games can't hope to match.
Correct.
So using a term like JRPG is...
DirectFile is a new free tax filing.
I didn't know that. Is not racist at all, and I think anyone who believes that is a moron, but also completely out of touch with what players really want in games. If these people haven't noticed already, a lot of players are looking for anything that actually isn't made in the West already. Whether it's manga, anime, or games, they want nothing to do with the slop that's being pushed out of the rectums of Western studios.
The rectums.
And I think having a term as old as gaming itself like JRPG be able to differ which game is what is very important. Because obviously Eastern developers have much different wants and philosophies.
Imagine. The first post I make is blocked. What an introduction on my behalf. The sad noise. LUL.
Hey, what's sad noise? What's going on, bro? The first post. What are you trying to say?
When compared to their Western counterparts, and for good reason. And again, like I said, there's a stark difference in how these games look and play when you compare stuff like Fallout against Final Fantasy.
The sad noise.
And of course, when it comes to women,
here in
it's
America.
just a night and day
Here in America.
difference. Western games, you have ugly, giga-chinned monstrosities that have no curves and look gender ambiguous.
The sad noise.
Whereas in the East, women actually look feminine and look actually like women, which again, they hate that as well in the West. And like always, when it comes to woke activists, it's never enough no matter how much virtue signaling you do. Jessica said more moronic things like, sorry, but I'm very tired of certain groups
I think
of
the words
feminists
I
mourning
use
the
as
death of
descriptors
very
are
old
blocked. The sad noise. Oh well.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Oh, what are you trying to say? Try to PG it or something.
Problematic white women, while remaining quiet when women of color who had their whole lives ahead of them are murdered. The amount of white women I see constantly mourning the Queen or RBG when there are people of color and trans women being attacked and in need of support is giving me a constant headache. Like I keep telling you guys, it's never enough to appease these sort of NPCs. Another really tiring example here is another user who is friendly with GameSpot's NPC employee Jessica, who sees the board of the Xbox gaming leadership team and then says this is barely diverse, this is below the bare minimum. To which both of these NPCs then agree by saying, yeah, I've been seeing people praise this and I'm so confused. Yeah, like this how things have looked for many years now. It is not progressive or radical at all. Like there are 13 people on this board and 10 are white. These morons can't fathom that when it comes to jobs, you have to hire the best people for the job. But that's not important to them. It doesn't matter if these 13 people at Xbox are competent or not. What only matters to them is simply that they're too white.
Darth
But this
Goricorn.
is how NPC...
It happens to me a lot. I just work around more creative descriptive wording sometimes.
Yeah, sorry about that. This is not up to me. If it was up to me, I would let most people speak. But because Twitter, Twitch gets mad at not policing the thing, I get in trouble, which is dumb as hell. I don't understand that, but whatever.
Think it's all about diversity and representation, and actual skill or talent has no meaning or place in the conversation.
You're fine. You have to keep your stream safe.
Jessica is peak NPC behavior, and she's the kind of person who would definitely get robbed and then refuse to give the cops an accurate description because she doesn't want to perpetuate stereotypes.
As long as they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, who cares?
I know, that's all I care about. I don't care if it's a white guy or Asian. As long as they're doing their job, as long as you're doing your job, that's all that matters to me. I rather hire
here in America, realism seems to be the goal. Even if real means making is not pleasant to look at. I don't agree, yet that's how it is.
Wait, here in America, realism seems to be the goal. Even if it means making it not pleasant to look at, I don't agree. It's how it is. I see.
Steal her car, and she would actually think to herself, well, maybe they needed the car more than me. And that somehow this is white men's fault. Remember that one liberal guy who
someone said that insane nonsense. Hold up. What? Go back.
What matters to them is simply that they're too white. But this is how NPCs think. It's all about diversity and representation, and actual skill or talent has no meaning or place in the conversation. Isn't that weird to you? Jessica is peak NPC behavior, and she's the kind of person who would definitely get robbed and then refuse to give the cops an accurate description because she doesn't want to perpetuate stereotypes.
To answer your question, to even say that sad noise, realism isn't a bad goal. But the problem is that you can't make realism work when you're trying to fudge the numbers, right? Realism is letting something naturally happen in its discourse. Like, you have to let it be. Let it sit. You know what I'm saying? But like, once you try to modify that, it's not realistic. It's stylized now at that point. It's stylization. Once that happens, it's not realism. Like this, I'm trying to draw this as realistically as possible. But it's not accurate yet. And will never be, because a person's head is not that small. And maybe even the physics of how I drew this is not incorrect, based on the reference I saw. But to acknowledge it and say it's realism, that's insane. Not saying you said that, I'm just using an example.
Someone could steal her car, and she would actually think to herself, well, maybe they needed the car more than me. And that somehow this is white men's fault. Remember that one liberal guy who got stabbed and then died?
Yeah, I remember that.
His girlfriend went to apologize to the guy who murdered her boyfriend in jail. Jessica is likely like that as well.
I heard that. It was on Twitter. The dude stabbed the dude up on the street. And what made that funny was the dude who got stabbed and died was a Black Matters activist, X, Y, and Z type person. He was some type of coordinator for Black Lives Matter, and he got killed by, obviously, a black person. And the black person didn't know who he was. He just killed him. I don't even think he robbed him. I think he just killed him because he was angry at something. And that dude went to prison, and the girlfriend who was there with him, who witnessed her boyfriend being stabbed, went to the prison to apologize to the dude that he killed.
Samurai. I heard about that from SFO.
Yep, it's wild. That was wild to me. That was wild to me.
Be a support hero.
I saw that video on TikTok, on Twitter.
Like
it was wild.
Donation and /cash
and the fact that I heard that she actually left.
I'd haunt her for the rest of her life after that.
Yeah, I would too. That was wild. When I heard that and I saw the video. I didn't think it was real, but when I saw the video, I was like, "Whoa!"
Raiga Samurai.
What the hell?
Apologize for what?
She went to the prison to apologize to the dude who killed her boyfriend for putting him in jail for killing her boyfriend. Make that make sense. Let that sink very in there.
Darth Goricorn. She would never get a full night's sleep ever again. Oops, a lamp fell off a table and broke LOL.
Yep. That's wild, man. Dude, the dude was a
samurai. There's nothing to apologize. He should be apologizing. The sad noise. Also nice drawing. My art is dookie.
No, your art is not dookie. I'm an art teacher, so I'm just doing studies. I'm not even doing actual artwork. I'm just doing studies as we listen to the reactions and giving our one takes on this. But anyone can draw well. Anyone can draw well. You can do it too, Sad. It's not like it's not a given gift. Anyone can learn this. Anyone can learn how to draw. It's not that hard. It's just you just need to have the time and the patience. That's it. Usually it's just time and patience. If you have the patience, great. If you have the time, even better. If you just sit down, get rid of the distraction, don't let anything bother you, and just sit there and just do your thing, you'll be fine. Trust me. It'll just take a little practice. It'll take a few thousand hours to get it right, but eventually you'll get it. And you'll intuitively make instinctual decisions that might lead to your success. With enough practice, you can use your head and figure it out. You're an art teacher? Any place you recommend for lessons, practice, methods? Oh yeah. Yes, I'm an online art teacher. I recommend my channel. I do give tutorials. I don't just do reactions. But if you are looking for an art teacher, I can teach you. And the best way to do it is either be a Patreon member or you could be a TikTok Live subscriber. I would go TikTok Live subscriber because it's only $2.69 a month. $2.69 a month. That's it. But if you don't have the money, that's perfectly fine. You can always learn from my videos whenever you're on and just watch me, and you can and see what the other students ask, and I can answer their questions. It might answer your question, maybe. I don't know. But I only usually answer the students best, especially if they're asking for help or they're looking for character design questions, because I do character design in that sense. I give lessons on this. I give anatomy lessons. I do what do you call it? Color theory lessons. I just learned how to do skin a lot better than I did before. So yeah, I do a bunch of that. I do a bunch of that for students and stuff. And yes, I'm drawing anime girls because I got suspended on TikTok, so I'm getting to do what I please. That's why you see a bunch of anime girls right now. I'm just playing it risky today, alongside with a bunch of videos. So yeah, but yeah, that individual was dumb.
To put it in a supportive way, I have a box of failed art concepts that I keep. Practice does not make perfect because perfect does not exist, but it does help you get better.
Exactly. See, practice doesn't make perfect.
The sad
practice
noise.
leads to perfect.
As my senior in this skill, can you point me to references?
Yeah, Pinterest is a perfect place. I would go to Pinterest. I would go to Sketchfab. If you want to learn to do anatomy, there's one called. I'll put it in this. Maybe I can put in the link. Let me get you the link here. I think I saw it the other day. I think I added it. Is it this one? No, it's not that one. Hold up. Let me get it. I added it in my history, in my favorites. Extensions, bookmarks, miss. I got it from, let's see here. Hi, show bookmarks. I have one particular one if you're looking for doing anatomy, perspective. I had it the other day. Wait, it says all social media ethics. It's in that one? Oh, I think I know where it is. Remote magic poster web. Is that it? Got it. I can give you this if you guys want it. I think it might work out for you, but it might be a little bit browser heavy on your browser. You don't have to download anything. That one makes it awesome. You can take that and practice with it. I'll put it in the YouTube shorts as well. Hold up. Well, I avoid TikTok, but is your Patreon something that I can go back and look at beginner level? I would. Okay, so most of the time, what keeps me funded is not that you guys also put in the work of like supporting me, but I post most of my strategies on TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, all that stuff. I do have a few lessons after this exclusive on Patreon. I'm still working on new stuff because it's hard to make money, but like I'm still working on new stuff on YouTube videos. I have two versions. I always make two versions of the video. So there's the free version, the YouTube version, and then there's the long form version that's for Patreon. I have about, I think, 6 or 7 videos up there talking about how to make certain elements like water, fire, I think, earth, like rocks and stuff. But now, since I have gotten better at doing skin now, I might do the skin tutorial and go back making YouTube videos much better, free, and also make the exclusive stuff even better now. Because that's something that's been plaguing me for so long, and I finally think I figured it out on how to do skin. So, I will be making YouTube videos once again for those who are on the more free version of how they watch my stuff, and also for the people who are paying. I put exclusive stuff there on Patreon if you want to try it out. But if you rather not do that, if you rather have that one-on-one practice when I'm live, because I stream every single day, I suggest be a TikTok subscriber. But if you don't like TikTok, you can use the Patreon. It'll be the same. But I would use the TikTok because it's, I think, $1 cheaper compared to Patreon. The reason I do that is a starting off point for those who want to learn from me on TikTok. Because I stream to TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, and Kick. But right now, since I got suspended for an accidental situation where my agent is fixing, I'll be back on TikTok in a couple of days, probably a day or two. But yeah, and I teach, and you can ask me a question as a student, and I'll answer your question. I'll give you a demonstration. I tend to give more information than it is for students who are subscribers. So you're not going to get like a one-word answer type thing from me. You will get a full-blown response. So like, say, for instance, JR, you say, oh, how do you draw heads? And then I'll not only just show you how I draw heads, I will tell you my thought process, what to look for, what not to pay attention to, what's important, what methods, like the molding method I use a lot is molding something into what you want it to be. You can use lines, you can use soft shadows, hard shapes, soft shapes, depending if you're using values or a case may be, to make better form or so, or you're making forms with just lines or cross hatching, blah, 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 this, that, and the third. So if that's something that interests you in any shape or form, please let me know. Let me see. So you'll be able to make, like, if you're still kind of on the fence, wait in my stream a few times when you're in here and
Stream
see how
elements.
I teach, and maybe be your thing.
Thank you for following Detective Obuffet. Smiley face.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Detective. So yeah, if you're still on the fence and not sure about the game, the subscription, be like a simple follower. Come in and just watch and see and how I teach other students. Usually I have most of my students be asking me on TikTok. I have 82,000 people who follow and watch me. But right now I'm just kind of waiting on my agent to fix that problem, and then I'll be back on TikTok so you can see all the people that ask me 1,010 questions on how to do X, Y, and Z, but they have to be students. I give them a freebie. It sounds pretty cool. Unfortunately, I was laid off last year and I haven't had quite a recovery yet, but no problem. So you can always do the free version. So whenever I put out some new stuff on YouTube, it'll be YouTube Shorts or YouTube, you can still benefit from it. So I always keep in mind for people who are paying and people who are not paying. So I'm not going to just leave people who are not paying into the dust. They'll get something out of it than nothing. So it's always good to at least cater to both audience in some form, because eventually free users will end up being paying users, especially if they feel confident in your product, or you just, trying to give them what they need, because that's all they want. They just want something of good value and feel like they got something more than what they paid for. So that's why I put at $2.69 a month. $2.69 is literally nothing to anyone. So that's why I'd rather you guys go over there. before you start going
Darth
to $3 a
Goricorn.
month or the $5 a month.
If I made a TikTok, is it possible to just pay up in advance in the future?
I don't think you. Wait, if you made no, no, I don't think you can do that on TikTok. If that's what you're asking, well, or if you're asking me if you make a TikTok and you get lessons for free and pay later. Sadly, no, I don't do that because I remember I did that before and that went left before a few times. So no, I don't do that. So like as soon as you make a TikTok and you choose to be a TikTok subscriber, once you hit the TikTok subscriber, instantly
no
update
pay
your
for
income.
like 6 months in advance.
Oh yes, you can do that. I think it gives you options to pay how many months you want to pay. That's a thing. That's a thing. I wanted to do something with that. They actually gave me like a tier system. You mean like if you're a tier 3, you get like 4 months of X, Y, and Z of being a student. Unlike 1 month being like a 1 subscriber. I think that's what you mean. If I'm getting that right, please tell me if I'm getting that right. So yeah, you can do that. So you can pay for like 6 months. So that's $2 times 6.
Darth Goricorn. You are.
All right. So yeah, you can definitely do that. As soon as I'm back on TikTok, you can definitely do that if you like. I wanted to do something a little extra for that for people who go on higher tiers on that because I wanted to be the basic one is just for students who get like the basic stuff, and then I wanted to take some stuff from the previous thing into the second tier for those who want to go higher and with more months. So they feel like they're getting more for their bucks. They're getting the same thing as the previous ones. I want to do something like that. I think I can change it now. It's been more than 10 days because you can't change it every time. So I can change it, I think, today. I'll see. If I can't, then I'll let you know. But yeah, I want to give you guys, and now since before I got suspended, anyone who's a subscriber, I'm letting you guys know this now. Anyone who's a subscriber on TikTok, you will get your TTS read out. You will get your talk to speech to read out to you. So you don't have to worry about, because I'm tired of getting it to everyone because most people abuse it. So people who are subscribers will get their thing read out. Or mods. So.
Elitist liberal weirdos are why so much is wrong with the world today. They'd rather lay down and let a tank drive over them, exploding all their bones and killing them, and be fine with it because a person of color is driving the tank. You ever wonder how things can get even worse? Just clone people like Jessica 1,000 times over and you have a society full of NPCs who will just virtue signal as they're literally being lit on fire.
Correct.
It's very tiring and pathetic to me, especially when I see people like this aplenty on social media thinking they somehow need to renounce their skin color or something. You don't have to apologize for anything anyone has done that isn't you. Especially when these white liberal women attempt to say white people need to answer for some crimes in the past, like none of it makes any sense. I wasn't alive 100 or 200 years ago, why am I apologizing for something I wasn't even around
Angela
for?
Robbins.
Plus, not to mention, they
Night,
always
everyone.
talk about how we can't judge a
I'm
person
gonna crash for a good long while, lol.
Alright, have a good night. Alright, thank you for coming in.
based on color, yet they do exactly
Stay
that
safe.
and lump entire demographics into groups on a whim. White people are not bad people, the same way I don't look at all black people and say they're all bad or something. There are bad people in every color of skin across the world. There are
Correct.
also good people in those same skin colors too. Can we stop being this moronic and perpetuating this NPC-like behavior? The only diversity that really matters is that of thought, and these people like Jessica are the antithesis of that notion. She's likely someone who would find somebody squatting in their home and would go, well, I am homeless now, and I'm very cold and all my belongings have been stolen, but at least I'm not a racist. These people should be ashamed of themselves. There's no other way of putting it. And it's these kinds of NPCs that are assembling together like the Hall Monitor Avengers to say how games should be made through the articles they write and the groups that they form. Finally, to close this video out, there's one more thing this Jessica NPC said that just boggled my mind with how out of touch it was, which said, also
Angela
be cognizant
Robbins.
of the fact that white people
Have a
literally
good night,
create an
Teach.
industry and community that is
I'm
super
going to
toxic
crash and get
competitive
some shut-eye.
and causes increased
Alright, have a good
tension and
night.
marginalized groups know our role in this. Have some grace and sit down. There's just so much white savior in these tweets, it's off the charts, man. What's my role exactly as a white person? I didn't know this was a D&D group. I thought we're all just humans. Everything I read from this Jessica person, it just keeps getting worse, dude. And saying white people created toxic and competitive industries,
Raiga Samurai.
do you mean capitalism?
Good night, Ari.
Are you mad?
It sounds pretty cool. Okay, I read all that. Okay, make sure I didn't miss anything.
Mad that capitalism exists now too? This person is a communist, aren't they? I wouldn't be surprised. Look, everything Jessica says was echoed by the greater gaming industry in staggering numbers, and then you wonder why things are the way they are. No wonder GameSpot hasn't been relevant in so long. The only competent people that came out of GameSpot was the guy who used to review games there and then went off to create Supergiant Games. And that other reviewer guy, whose name I don't remember, that now works at Larian Studios. The rest of them seem to be like Jessica here, just your typical pronouns in bio, bows down to everyone because I'm white, and apologize for their identity. You want to know why games like Helldivers 2 are so rare from Western studios these days? Because a lot of them think like Jessica here, and that's why it's so bad right now.
Correct.
It's the Remedy Matrix chart all over again. The most important initiative for these people is always pushing DEI. And actual enjoyment and consumer satisfaction always comes dead last. It's pathetic, but it's not surprising. Helldivers 2 continues to dominate the market and the conversation for good reason. The creators have largely rejected the insertion of real-world symbols, and their continued success has become an anomaly in the gaming world. But maybe if these sites like GameSpot and IGN stopped slobbering the knob of bad video games like Alan Wake 2 so much, and actually made content that resonated with audiences, maybe we wouldn't be where we are right now. Legacy media, in my opinion, can't die soon enough, friends, but as always, let me know what you think in the comments. Thank you for watching, subscribe, like, and share the video, and thanks to my patrons for their undying support. Go enjoy some games that don't suck today, and thank you for being here, and I'll see you in the next one.
Alright, so that was Endymion. Like, subscribe, share, follow, and comment, all great stuff. And I like to see you guys in the next one, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Alright guys, we're on our last video. The last one is just anime recommendations. There's nothing too controversial or anything to the point. I know Bri loves this part. I do too, not just him. Because I always like to end off the video with
video.
Very good video.
Darth
I like to end
Goricorn.
off the stream.
I would love to get into a friendly one-on-one insult war with that guy.
Oh my god, I would love to watch that. I'll
Darth
pay money for that one.
He gets creative with his insults.
Yes. Yeah, I really would. So this is sufferance. I think I'm saying sufferance. I like to finish the stream off with something good and positive, at least something like fun and positive instead of always something that is always, you know. What the hell? What happened to Nancy Grace's face? She looks scary than usual. What the hell? Anyway, so here, I like to end the stream with something positive. So we'll always do a manga recommendation or something. So if you guys are manga fans, this might be something you want to hear. I do, and just to let anyone know, any of these videos that you see, the reason I end it off the way I do every time is because they're going to be potential videos in the future that is going to be posted on YouTube as a independent video. That's why we do them in sections. So that's why I say like and subscribe and all that stuff. That's why, for those who don't know. So alright, let's start this with Sufferance and the best new manga recommendations. Let's go.
Story to me, something that I find rather interesting. It reminds me of early 2000s horror island manga, mixed with the art style of something akin to My Hero Academia. Narratively, it's very similar to the newer Hell's Paradise, just not as fleshed out currently, and that is just due to time. This is a story within Weekly Shonen Jump, so naturally you expect battle action manga, but for the first time in what seemingly is quite a long time, we have a horror manga, something that is within its own lane currently and has no real competition right beside it. So for now, it is the only one of its kind. So for now, if it does survive the axe or cancellation wave, you could probably expect a lot of other horror-esque manga to follow suit. This is a story about evolution, Darwinism specifically, and how certain animals and plants and things are evolving on this very secluded island. They're not taking the normal evolutionary route, they're rapidly growing and increasing because of potentially outside elements. This is allowing plants to mature and evolve to become somewhat even humanoid. This is allowing animals to evolve into more sentient creatures, more intelligent ones. So when we send humans there to investigate why this is taking place, to uncover the secrets of this island and its evolution, a lot of things get crazy very quickly.
Nope, not getting copyright on that one.
This is not a safe island, and it is definitely not a safe place. When I say that it's kind of similar to Hell's Paradise and My Hero Academia, I mean that respectfully. Artistically, it is very beautiful, very crisp, very gritty, and it has a nice sense of weight and creativity behind it to really show off the horrifying nature of what this island represents. Narratively, when it comes to Hell's Paradise, the one thing it does miss in comparison is it's more religious.
For the sake of humanity, do not anger the intelligent octopuses.
Context and undertones, which I'm perfectly fine with because we're sticking with Darwinism, which is more natural in a sense, but in a way, if you're dealing with an isolated event like this, a lot of things can come in and change that tone very quickly. I'm very interested to see what this story does, how it
I'll check you content tomorrow. Take care. No problem. Thank you. I appreciate it, bro. Thank you.
wants to evolve further, and I like the little duality companionship between the JoJo-like stand anemone who's attached to the main character's body. It has a long journey ahead of it, and hopefully it can survive. Astro Baby is by an author that I really appreciate. They done Soloist in a Cage, so when I heard about their new story, I was already interested. This author has a great understanding of building worlds, building beautiful, struggled characters, and having them go through very difficult, turbulent timelines. Because this is like an alien, parasitic type manga, I was very quickly reminded of the feeling I got when reading Parasite. I think there might be a lot of light inspiration there, but also a pinch of Tokyo Ghoul mixed with this playful design of something akin to Hitman Reborn. Being that its focus is these parasitic aliens that take over the human body and disguise themselves, they have a ghoul-like appearance. And our main character is connected with this very intelligent parasite, one that is higher ranked than the others, except they're in a human form. They are within the body of a child.
What are you doing, Sir Hui? You behaving?
Yes.
MR?
Yes, I'm behaving. I'm being good. We're about to finish our last video, so we're just doing these recommendations.
A brand new born baby, and this baby has connected with the main character, so they're kind of interlocked with each other and are struggling to figure out how to maneuver.
I forgot this commercial was for the PlayStation.
He's behaving, Aaron.
Yes, I'm being good. Like this I remember this commercial was for PlayStation.
From here on forward, this is a military human that is here to protect the city that's been quarantined off, now connected with a very intelligent parasite, and said military that he worked for is hunting him down. But there seems to be other sentient parasites that just don't really know about each other. So it's kind of turning into this weird cat and mouse game where survival of the fittest is taking place, but also parasitic aliens are trying to obliterate all these humans, but it's all squished within a specific city that has been kind of walled off from the rest of the world as to not spread the infection. I know this author can do great things, and I expect Astro Baby to follow similar tracks. To be fun, to be entertaining, but also very emotionally charged, and overall just a very incredible read. But so far, its foundation is comfortable, and I expect a lot of people to love it. Wild Strawberry is another plant-like manga, but it has this appeal to it that either you really like or you don't really like at all.
I'd just like to say I'd like to take a bite out of them thighs. Great job, Teach. Looks yummy.
Yes, the legs are a little bit too wide on the right here, but yeah, we can make it work. I'll fix it later, but thank you.
Difficult time, in my opinion, trying to figure out what it wants to be. Does it want to be horror? Does it want to be an action manga? Does it want to be a mystery manga? There's so many different elements that it's pushing forward and promoting, but never really committing to something, even though it is incredibly early within its story. I will say it does have a familiar concept with the main character, and the plant sibling that they're connected with is pretty much identical to Denji and Pochita. Not revolutionary or rare by any means, that design, but it does remind me very heavily of it, and it seems kind of inspired. Different to Dear Anemone, however, Wild Strawberry takes place in a Japan that is completely overrun by these sentient plants. Our main character is put into a team that is tasked with pruning these plants, trying to get him to a certain place so he can try to get
I'll
his
be on
sister
VR
back,
if you want to
who
join me.
was
Also sent
infected
you the
by a
new deck of
plant.
the
He
Cuckoo
was
trend
killed,
blowing up
she
on
saved his life
INSTagram
while
and Twitter.
transforming into this plant, and they merged together. This squad that he joins is filled with a bunch of interesting characters, but it does remind me heavily of the Quinque squad from Tokyo Ghoul Re, mostly to do with their weaponry. In Tokyo Ghoul Re, they use weapons that can kill ghouls because they're designed out of the ghouls. In Wild Strawberry, the pruning equipment that they use are designed out of the plants, and they connect with the human that's wielding them, so it's kind of DNA specific. I think this story is going to have a bit of a rough, maybe difficult time keeping its readers engaged and having them coming back every single week. It has variety and has flexibility, but is the writing behind its characters and their interactions enough to keep people sticking around? Kagurabachi is already highly well known, but I still want to give it its own kind of recommendation video, even though I've made something separate for it already. Kagurabachi is one of the newest, hottest manga on the block, and something that was originally memed. It was made fun of, it was playing into this idea of a pretty basic story, and at the beginning it definitely was that, but I think over the first 20 to 30 odd chapters that it has now, it's really shown its true colors.
They're coming straight in. Trust me, I've got...
hit its stride, so to speak. What it has managed to show is something I don't think anyone was really expecting. There's only so much enjoyment that you can get from a pretty basic sword story, but where Kagurabachi shined is within its villains. The first character that you get that is the opposing force to our main is someone so incredibly memorable, almost similar to Mahito in Presence from Jujutsu Kaisen, using this as a vessel to increase popularity and have this really cool dynamic and show off between the main character and the villain, having their ideals tested, their beliefs changed and conflicted, and trying to understand how these swords work throughout different people was incredibly fascinating and entertaining. It has good action, has good characters, and I think it can become something very successful given the author gets comfortable within his world, within his characters, and continues to write solid events. They're very new to the industry, so it must be very nerve-wracking, but I think they have something very special on their hands, and I truly believe that we have seen bits and pieces of that specialty. You're looking at something that can be honed into incredibly high heights and super fun funs. Ruri Dragon I have to put here. It is an older manga, but for reasons a little bit different. See, it only has a handful of chapters, and when this story first came out, it was incredibly popular. A lot of people were very happy with it, very excited for it, and I'll explain why within a moment. Unfortunately, the author went through some health issues and had to kind of abandon the story as to care for themselves and go to hospital and try to recover. It took a lot longer than you would expect, and I'm surprised that Weekly Shonen Jump actually kept the story around for so long. And I think that's a pretty respectful thing for a company or a magazine that is so quick and gung-ho to completely cancel and axe certain stories before they actually get to something that they want to write. They kept Ruri Dragon around for a long time.
This I'm not gonna lie, as cool as that sounds really... That sounds really disheartening for other stories that was probably even just as good or better. I really like one of them was what do you call it? Hunter's Guild. I think it was the original assistant to Horikoshi. made their own manga called Hunter's Guild. I think it's called Hunter's Guild. Or The Hunter's Guild. And it had a very similar art style to that of My Hero Academia, but different still. And the story seemed really interesting, really cool. And it got axed because I guess they just didn't see anything in it.
Samurai. Yep, Hunter's Guild.
Yeah, that was really upsetting to me to hear. And then the fact this manga, not saying that the artists don't deserve their share of success, but given any other artist, if they got sick, they wouldn't have had the same opportunity or the same, like, privilege. So that's kind of unfair. But then again, it's like, good for him. I'm glad that he at least, or they, I don't know, he, I forgot if it was a male or not, but like, at least they respected them enough to at least wait for them to come back or something. That's crazy. I know they're still in the hospital, probably they're still getting better, but Jesus, that's kind of a dick slap across the face of people who are probably just as deserving as that, so.
Returned, and picking up where they left off, nothing has really changed. Their art is just as good, their story is just as good, their character writing and dialogue is absolutely perfect and superb, and I couldn't be more happier for them. Their story is getting moved out of Weekly Shonen Jump and heading over to Jump Plus, where they'll be able to publish it bi-weekly, which is great for the recovery and health of authors. I feel like this story deserves a lot of support, and I want to support it because I genuinely enjoy it. It's a slice of life, it's a coming-of-age story, it's very young and innocent, but surprisingly very in-depth. It has a ton of creative and gorgeous writing behind it that is, for me, perfectly perceived within its dialogue. It feels engaging, it feels creative without being over the top, it just feels refreshing. A very simple, innocent story about a young girl coming of age, with dragon-like abilities alongside. When you have dialogue and writing that backs up the struggles of all of this. It's not that it's a depressing manga, it just knows how to engage incredibly well with the audience that is reading it. I wish it all the best, and I think it has an incredibly bright future ahead of it. Welcome to the end of the video. If you've made it this far, thank you. I appreciate it. Leave a like and subscribe, that'd be nice. Also, check out some of these videos here. The more you watch, the more YouTube recommends me and it supports me, and I appreciate that. And you'll probably enjoy the video. Let me know how you feel about any of these new stories if you're reading them, and with that, I will see you all later.
Alright, with that said, I hope you guys enjoy this. Thank you for guys coming in. Today was a great day. We got a lot of videos out of the way. I have to post most of these videos. I gotta post like 3 of them a day, I think. I think if I get this fast, it'll be 3 a day. So with that said, have a great night, guys. Keep safe. We was gonna play game, but it's already 10, so go rest up, guys. Tomorrow we'll play game. I might go straight into video game tomorrow. I'm not sure yet. But if I don't, I'll do like 1 or 2 hours of doing artwork, and we'll go straight playing game. So have a great night, guys. I'll see you guys in the next one. Keep safe
Samurai.
and all that great stuff.
Good recommendations.
Yes, they nothing too different from the videos that we did, but hey, it's a video, so I'm not gonna be too mad. I think they mentioned like one that I didn't really recognize too much. I would think it was the first one that they mentioned, so it's not a total loss in this. So there you go. So all right, guys, have a great night. I'll see you guys in the next one. Later, guys. Bye bye.